Shows how little you know politics.
Choose your destiny.
You can go left or you go right. You can go forward, but never ever back.
I want to hear your thoughts.
Good evening, my little one. I shall make you psychotic.
Mommy, what does psychotic mean?
I want to hear your thoughts.
Yeah. Woke up. I ain't feeling your side.
Hey, how y'all doing out there? How y'all feel? Remember, an educated public cannot be controlled. Learn to be active. The views and events expressed here are totally whack and not necessarily the views of anyone. ¿Cómo estás? Bien? ¿Podemos ayudarnos más? Sí, se puede. How y'all feel? Remember, don't take my word for it. Look that mess up. Type something in your search bar. Do it for yourself. Don't do it for me. Do it for you. Learn some new stuff. What do I want to start with? That's always the question. I want to do some scrolling, but there was one post that I saw earlier today that sums up myself, I think, in a ways. Anyways, I definitely resonated with it. And I was like, wow, I never heard this spoken this way. Here it is right here. Let me share this. 1 second. Okay, check it out. Am I sharing? Let me double check. And y'all can hear me, right? Let me double check that. Am I sharing? Let me double check. All right. It says trauma survivors often need as much information about what's going on around them as possible. This may seem intense to others, but when you've lived with so much uncertainty around areas that were out of our control, having facts about areas you can control helps you feel safe. Let me read it again because I chopped it up. Trauma survivors often need as much information about what's going on around them as possible. This may seem intense to others, but when you lived with so much uncertainty around areas that were out of our control, having facts about areas you can control helps you feel safe. There's a couple of words here that's I would have written differently. That's probably why I'm stumbling on it. But the consensus, I really feel it. You know, I really have something to give to you guys, the people that watch the show, because if I was doing this show or not, I would still be doing the same thing that I'm doing, and I've built up a certain set of skills that really fits this. I'm always looking up stuff. I'm always researching stuff, typing stuff in, and seeing what the hell is going on, and this little meme right here is probably why it says trauma survivors often need as much about what's going on around them as possible. And I think because I had a really rough childhood, I'm not going to lie, I went through some things. and I have anxiety. I always have anxiety, and I think knowing more about things, it helps with my anxiety. I also have like mental issues, if you will. And so just like trying to understand things better, it makes me more calm or whatever. So like I said, like I have, I've built up my algorithms too, through different social medias or whatever over the years. This has been a long time coming. Like sometimes it looks like I throw the shows together, but it's kind of like that quote where they talk about the plumber saying that, you don't pay me for the 30 minutes it took me to, fix your problem. You're paying me for the years that it took me to learn how to do that, like to build those skills, to have that knowledge. And that's me in a nutshell. The way my algorithm is built, the way I'm always searching up stuff and looking at world events and so forth and so on, looking at politics and stuff. I've been doing this for years and years and years. And, also like being able to talk, being able to like share my thoughts with you guys. That's also a thing that I've been working on for a long time, to be able to be succinct, to get the point across or whatever, you know. Anyways, so this thing about going through trauma and wanting to know more about things, and then this line where it says this may seem intense to others. A lot of people do feel like I'm really intense, and I know that I am. I know that I am. There's no doubt about it, but it's probably a survival technique, if you will, Um, it's kind of like waiting for the walls to fall down, and like, what are you going to do? It's like, how many of you guys, when you're into a room or into a space, you look around and see where you can escape, or if like things completely went left, what would you do? That's what I do when I enter every space, And hey, I don't know if others live like that or think like that, but I do. And I think about things like that in a grand scale too. Like if society was to fall apart. Now, why the hell do I think about that all the time? I do not know. That's probably just crazy. But yeah, what would I do if things fell apart? Like, talking about like let's say a zombie apocalypse. Like I really love zombie movies. They calm me down. They make me feel relaxed. And, it's like because my life isn't as stressed out as what these people are going through in these zombie movies. And I think that's the reason why it makes me feel more calm. It's like at least I don't have to go through that. But yeah, that's another thing I'm always thinking about. Like, like I say, if society collapsed, if things just completely fell apart, the lights went out, the grocery stores wasn't open anymore, what would I do? How would I survive? I think about these things all the time. I mean, I could share my thoughts on that, but I don't know if I want to bore y'all with that. But yeah, that's where I think about stuff like that all the time. I don't know. Anyways, this meme it struck me as like kind of describing myself a bit. And it makes me feel better about myself because I'm always kind of ashamed that I'm a bit intense. And people think I'm intense and I'm emotional or whatever. But it's probably as a result of the things that I've been through in my life, and it has shaped my personality to who I am today. But you guys get to benefit from it. The world's not coming to an end. Society is not crashing down. It's not a zombie apocalypse, but it's good to know more about what's going on in the world. Like I like to say, if there's a boulder rolling down the mountain, and someone comes along and they're like, "Hey, it's a boulder rolling down the mountain. You might want to move around them before you get smushed." You know, so this stuff that we talk about on this show is like that. It's like that boulder coming down the mountain. It's not the end of the world, but you might want to adjust what you're doing a bit. Keep from getting smushed. Anyways, peace and love, y'all. How y'all feel? I'm early today, so I think I want to just scroll for a minute. And I'll warm up that way and give time to get in, give people time to get in here because I'm early. What does it say? Am I sharing this? It says your favorite world event, introvert, COVID-19. It says, this chapter of my life is called At Least the Rent Paid. Man, I could definitely freaking feel that. It says, how do you sleep at night knowing people don't like you? Me, with a fan on. I don't sleep with a fan on, but I sleep perfectly fine knowing that there's people that don't like me. You know, everyone can't like you. I mean, hey, I think if everybody liked you, you're probably a horrible person. That doesn't sound right to you? Well, it's backwards day. This one, it says, I miss how Nickelodeon and Cartoon Network only aired commercials aimed at kids. I wish there was an option for that on Hulu and YouTube. Like, please, no more insurance or antidepressants. Please only show me the latest in super soaker technology. I'm telling you, the ads are so... I avoid the ads like a plague. They bother me so much. Erectile dysfunction, freaking some medicine that you never gonna want to take. You know, some advertisement for things that you're never ever gonna want. Like, you're not interested in it. We're so inundated with this stuff. It's the ad apocalypse. You know, it's so much ads, and we're not interested in none of that stuff. Oh my God, I hate it. It says, it's always your monthly bill is available. Never this month is on us. I'm telling you, no matter how long you're with them. I was with T-Mobile for a bunch of years, like forever. I'm telling you, like, I couldn't tell you how long, like 15 years or something like that. I was with T-Mobile. And I had a situation where, well, I had like 4 lines, and I needed to close some of those lines. I had a relationship that broke up, and I also was paying for like somebody else's kid, I think, on my thing. But anyways, my life had changed dramatically, and then my job had changed, and I didn't have the money really for it. And plus I was paying for other people's phone bill who was no longer in my life. And I called them people, and I'm like, hey man, I need to stop a couple of these lines. And they were like, well, you got to pay the rest of the contract or whatever. And it was like a huge amount of money. And I couldn't pay it. I was like, I can't pay that. I'm like, I've been with y'all forever. Can y'all work with me? Like, well, they couldn't. So now I'm no longer with T-Mobile, and I've been with the company I'm with now ever since then. Whatever. Life goes on. It's just terrible how these corporations don't care about us at all. No matter how long you've been with them, how much you've paid them, it's whatever. It's like these homes that you rent. You know, you could be renting for 20 years, 1 month late, and they trying to get you up out of there. Yeah, one incident, you lose your job, you go to the doctor, you get a health issue. They're going to try to get you up out of there to make you homeless after you've been paying them for 20 years. So crazy. You done bought the place for them. Let me read this. It says, me looking through my meme archive for the perfect reaction pic instead of expressing my emotions in a healthy communicative way. I hate these. I really don't like these emojis. I'm sorry. Maybe it's because I'm older, you guys, but the emojis, it's like a cop out. It's like a way to not communicate with people. Like, just post a damn picture, like a smiley face or something. And it's like, what does that even mean? Like, people, we're going backwards in every way, I think. Technology gets more advanced, and we get less advanced. When you fall asleep at your friend's house and they forget to give you a blanket. Yeah, it's a picture of a dog that dug a spot into the mattress. Like, I'm gonna be warm no matter what. I don't want to bore y'all. Let's do this. Wait, I have something I do want to share. It's a couple things. Let's go into the hurricane. Let's do that. There's a hurricane that's gonna hit the East Coast, and I want to say it's already a Category 5. It's going to be one of the biggest hurricanes to hit the East Coast like ever. Let me see if I can find this. Okay, here it goes. 1 second. Let's go to this.
Central Time, we have a Category 5 hurricane in the Atlantic, Lee, with 160 mile per hour winds. Just an incredible storm that is still growing strong. You can see the eye there, very well defined. You got that stadium effect, and just zooming in on this, the thunderstorm activity around the core is just off the charts. The pressure down to 928 millibars. 24 hours ago, this thing was a minimal hurricane. So in 24 hours, we dropped from close to 990 millibars to below 930 millibars. That's about as strong as it gets. So look at this. This is what the hurricane hunters found when they went into it. And in the upper right hand, this right here, that's the eye itself. You can see the peak wind right there, the surface wind, close to 155 knots. That's what gives us the 160 miles per hour. The flight level wind and MSLP. Look how the pressure just kind of craters right there, going way down. You also see the pressure and the altitude. Look how the aircraft changed altitude as it was being pushed downward in the eye. And this is the sounding, the drop zone that dropped down into the storm that gave us that lowest pressure observation. That shows 930, but they must have gotten one additional one that showed 928. So you see how these two lines are separate? This is dew point, and this is temperature. They're far apart up here, up higher, around 800 and 700 millibars, because there's so much substance drying in the atmosphere. So it's drying and warming inside the eye, and then you get right down here, the humidity's higher close to the surface, and the wind about 20 miles per hour inside the eye. So no, it's not always perfectly calm in the eye. We think this thing's probably going to be a Cat 5 for a couple of days here out in the Atlantic. Look at this. Cat 5 all the way through Sunday morning. It may start to weaken a little bit toward Tuesday of next week, but that still remains to be seen as well. Here's what the latest forecast modeling is showing us. And you can see the lines there are the different spaghetti plots that we like to show just to give you an idea of how many different scenarios there could be. This is the European guidance, 6 o'clock Saturday morning. It's got this thing as probably still a Category 1 hurricane, very close to Cape Cod or the Bay of Fundy, or potentially up into Nova Scotia. So it is a big, big deal. Around here, the air is getting much, much drier in central Alabama, and that's going to set up a nicer night for us around here. Temperatures are going to fall off into the 50s and 60s. Here's our 7-day forecast locally. Highs.
Anyway, so then that hurricane is going to go up and hit that cool water, and it's gonna weaken. But you know, the East Coast doesn't get hurricanes very often, so they don't deal with them as well as we do down here in the Gulf Coast. So even like a weaker hurricane can cause some real damage up there. I remember last time, and then you know they have a lot of infrastructure underground, like you know, with the tunnels and the trains and so forth and so on, you know, and then they have pumps. They always have water problems anyways, but they have pumps down there, but those pumps can only do so much. So when that water comes in there, it's going to be crazy. So, you know, it's going to be something I would want to keep an eye on, especially if I'm anywhere on the East Coast, because it could hit, well, the northeast areas is where it looks like it's projecting to hit. So Boston, New York areas, Pennsylvania, North Carolinas. I would keep an eye on that and see what the hell. You know, it's weird though, because the climate change, the way things are going, it seems like I don't know. I guess that heat dome that we have in the Gulf Coast area is like the hurricanes are bouncing out. They're all kind of like, it seems like they're hitting the East Coast more, you know, than they would. Normally they would swing into the Gulf and hit the Gulf Coast. But, and then they go over the Caribbean islands usually, and then they hit the Gulf Coast. But they're staying out and hitting the East Coast. Anyways, let me see. Where's this other one? I want to find this thing where it's like, it's an old video. It's from 2021, I want to say. And it's like some of the craziness that was going on during the pandemic. It's crazy, man, how if you can just be sitting on you could be sitting on a park bench and get arrested. Let me see. Can I find this? Give me a second, y'all. Let me find this. Yeah, it's crazy, man, the stuff that was happening. And then you talk about like a police state, and then people were saying, no, you're being extra. And I'm like, man, some of the stuff they were doing was really, really extra, man, really over the top. Like, and we just freaking let them get away with it. They scared the crap out of us. And then a lot of people are saying that it was a test run, Are we going to let them do that to us again? That's kind of why I want to cover this. It's just to give people ideas of, like, under normal circumstances, this behavior, this activity, or this thing happening will be really, really crazy. But because they had us so scared, we let them do it. Hold on, I found it. Let me pull this up. One second. Okay, am I sharing? It says July 24th, 2021, an Australian man was sitting outside on a park bench without a mask when he was approached by police. He was told he was not in a public place with a reasonable excuse. He was wrestled to the ground, arrested, and charged with assaulting a police officer. So that's what he's charged with, assaulting a police officer. Like, that's what I hate, that charge. Like, oh my God, like resisting arrest, assaulting a police officer. All I was doing was sitting here on the bench. You came along messing with me. It says Australian pandemic policies were based on pseudoscience. Sweden, which did not lock down and did not have mask mandates, had a lower excess death rate than almost every country in the world, including Australia. The suffering inflicted by these authoritarian policies produced no benefit to health and probably harmed it. Got to be careful whenever I talk about this stuff. That's kind of why I was stuttering, because I don't want to say something that's going to get YouTube on my ass.
Is being audio and video recorded. We're in a public place. I'm allowed to film. The reason why I'm engaging you can. Of course you can. You don't have to talk, but I'm going to speak. Yeah, you're allowed to be quiet. I'll continue to talk. Yeah, it's a public place.
Yeah, exactly.
So the reason why I'm engaging you is I need to establish why you're in this public place. Okay. I need to ascertain if you are here. Well, mate, I'm going to afford you an opportunity to either get up and leave, or I'm going to place you under arrest.
What crime's been committed?
If you're not,
committed?
Can I finish speaking?
What crime's been committed? You got to explain. If you're threatening arrest, what crime's been committed?
If you're not within your local LGA or you're not exercising, you are not in a public place with a reasonable excuse. Yeah, for that reason, I'm now placing you under arrest to establish your own. Yes.
No crime.
I'm establishing you're not wearing a face mask either.
So what?
Yeah, that's an offence.
So what? No, it's not.
Are you exempt?
Yeah, I am exempt.
Produce your exemption. You do.
No, I don't.
Further, you're under arrest for not producing your exemption. Yeah, you are. You're not free to leave. My name's Tan. My name's Tan. You're not free to leave. You are under arrest.
I'm free to do whatever I want. I'm a free man.
I'm telling you, you're under
You're not
arrest.
telling me anything.
You just heard me.
Obviously, you're not a free man.
So what?
Are we just being argumentative now for the reason? Produce your ID.
I believe you're breaching the public health order.
I don't care what you
Stay
believe.
at home.
I don't care
You're
what
under
you
arrest.
believe.
Please stand up. You're
Don't
under
touch
arrest.
me.
We don't have to use force to get you to the process area.
Don't touch me.
We're asking for your
Under arrest for sitting on a park bench.
I'm a free
cooperation.
man. I haven't entered into a contract with you.
You're
If you
under
touch
arrest at
me,
this
it's
stage.
illegal.
You're
And
under
I'll
arrest.
defend myself.
I can use reasonable amount of force if need be to get you to
Yeah, do not touch me. I haven't entered into a contract with you. I haven't consented to anything. I haven't agreed to
What are you
anything.
talking about?
Yeah.
Sir, just listen.
I know what I'm
Listen for
talking
1
about.
second.
Yeah.
We have the
Do you?
suspicion that you're in breach.
Wait, try
Based
to
on that
make me say
suspicion,
anything
you're
I'm
now
scared of.
under arrest.
Are you listening?
Do not
Would you-
touch
would
me.
you put-
We have a suspicion that you're in breach. Based on that suspicion, you're under arrest. There's other people walking around in the park. So I guess if they would have just got up off the bench and walked around, then they wouldn't have been breaking the law. I mean, like what? Like he was asking him, what law am I breaking?
Please stand up.
No. I haven't entered into a contract with you.
There's
I
no
haven't agreed
contract.
to anything.
New South
I
Wales
haven't
government-
agreed to it. I'm a free
New South
man.
Wales
I'm a
government-
free man. Do not touch me.
Obviously not.
Do not.
Get up. Get up. Don't you dare.
Don't fucking touch me.
Watch
yeah?
yourself.
Don't
Watch
touch
yourself.
me.
Watch
What are you
yourself.
doing? What are you
Watch yourself. Watch yourself.
Let's take it back. I would have just walked away. I ain't gonna lie in this situation because the cop gave him an out where he said, you know, you could just leave or whatever. And that's what I would have done. But I understand. I really do. And I sympathize with this a lot. Like, that's the reason why I'm sharing this is because I watched it and I just felt horrified. You know, the things that they did to us, man. Like, you can't sit on the park bench. Like, what am I doing? Who am I bothering? What laws am I breaking? Like, really? This is overreach, extreme police state type stuff right here.
Is being audio and video recorded. We're in a public place. I'm allowed to film. The reason why I'm engaging.
I mean, this is in Australia, but this happened here and other places around the world. So it's just an example.
You can. Of
I do
course you
not
can.
consent to talk to you. Stop talking.
You don't have to talk, but
No,
I'm going to
consent a
speak.
contract with you.
Yeah.
Don't speak to me.
You're allowed to be quiet. I'll continue to talk.
Allowed. I'm
Yeah.
allowed.
It's a public place.
Yeah, exactly.
So
don't
do
talk to
yeah.
me.
The reason why I'm engaging you is I need to establish why you're in this public place. Okay. I need to ascertain if you are
Allowed to
here.
ascertain anything.
Well, mate, I'm going to afford you an opportunity to either get up and leave, or
I do not consent
I'm
to
going to
enter
place you
into a
under
contract
arrest.
with you. Under arrest for what? What crime's been committed?
If you're not,
What crime's been committed?
can I finish speaking?
What crime's been committed? You got to
If you're-
explain. If
yeah.
you're threatening me with arrest.
Yeah.
What crime's been committed?
If you're not within your local LGA or you're not exercising, you are not in a public place with a reasonable.
So if you're not exercising, he should have just started doing some jumping jacks right then or stretching or something like. But
We haven't established where I live though.
Yeah, for that reason, I'm now placing you under arrest
For what?
to
No
establish
crime's
your.
been committed.
Yes,
No crime's been
I'm
committed.
establishing
You
your.
can't
You're not
arrest
wearing a face mask either.
me. So what?
Yeah, that's an offence.
So what? No, it's not.
Are you exempt?
It's a. Yeah, I am exempt.
Produce your
I
exemption.
have to show
You
you
do.
anything. No, I don't.
so they wanted you to wear face masks even if you were out in the park, you know, like not even people around. I mean, this other guy's here, but they're obviously together. But like, I don't know, like.
Further, you're under arrest for not producing your exemption. Yeah, you
Under
are.
arrest for what?
You're not free to
You
leave.
haven't
My name's
established
Tan.
what I'm
My name's Tan. You're not free to leave. You are under arrest.
I'm free to do whatever I want. I'm a free man.
I'm telling you, you're under arrest.
You're not a free
You
man.
just heard me.
So what?
Are we just
I
being
didn't hear anything.
argumentative
I
now
know
for
what
the
you're
reason?
talking about.
Produce your ID.
I believe you're breaching public health order.
I don't care what you
Stay
believe.
at home.
I
It's
don't
in
care
your
what you
under arrest.
believe.
Please stand up.
There's plenty of other people around, walking around, standing around. Like, you know, if I was the police, I would be like, I mean, I get like you have to do your job or whatever, but I mean, at some point, like common sense has to kick in. Like I don't know, just like using your own discernment at some point, you know, or is it that these people just want to like exert their authority sometimes? You know, they just want to feel like they have power over others, you know?
Don't touch me.
We don't have to use force to get
Do
you to
not
the
touch me.
process area.
Don't touch me.
We're asking for your
I'm a free
cooperation.
man. I haven't entered into a contract with you.
You're
If
under
you
arrest
touch
at
me,
this
it's
stage.
illegal.
You're
And
under
I'll
arrest.
defend myself.
I can use reasonable amount of force if need be to get you to. Yeah.
Yeah, do not touch me. I haven't entered into a contract with you. I haven't consented to anything. I haven't agreed to
What are you
anything.
talking about?
Yeah.
Sir, just listen.
I know what I'm
Listen for
talking
1
about.
second.
Yeah.
We have the
Do you?
suspicion that you're in breach.
Wait, try
Based
to
on
make
that
me say
suspicion,
anything
you're
I'm
now
scared of.
under arrest.
Are you listening?
Do not
Would you,
touch
would
me.
you please stand up?
I haven't entered into a contract with you.
There's
I
no
haven't agreed to
contract.
anything.
New South
I
Wales
haven't
government-
agreed to it. I'm a free
New
man.
South Wales
I'm a
government-
free man. Do not touch me. Do not.
Get up. Get up. Don't you dare.
Don't fucking touch me.
Watch
yeah?
yourself.
Don't
Watch
touch
yourself.
me. What
Watch
are you
yourself.
doing? What are you
Watch yourself. Watch yourself.
So, and what kills me about this is that it ends up being the charge being assaulting a police officer. So, you know, that's the charge out of the situation when it was the police who, you know, they were the ones who caused the situation to escalate. They escalated the situation, and then they get to say that this guy assaulted me. You know, if you were just a regular civilian and someone like approached you and put their hands on you or whatever, and you kind of like resisted or whatever, then they wouldn't be able to call that an assault. Only if it's the police do they get to use that.
You're under arrest.
Mate, come down.
Drop your hand. Drop your hand.
Come down.
Drop your hand.
Edwin, come down. Come down. All right.
Stop. Get on the floor. Stop resisting. You're under arrest. Stop resisting.
Stop resisting.
Get on the floor. Get on the floor. Stop resisting. Get on the floor. Get on the floor. Slow down. Slow down. Slow down. Get on the floor. Stop resisting. Stop resisting.
And get on the floor. There's no floor, it's the ground, but I don't know. That's just, I don't know. Maybe that's an Australian thing, but here in the States, they love to say get on the ground. Get on the ground. And it's the same thing. Stop resisting, get on the ground.
Get on the floor. Get on the floor. Get on the floor. Get on the floor. Get on the floor.
Yeah, right?
Yeah. Take it to Vic. That's it. Put your hand behind your back. Put your hand behind your back.
Hand up, please.
Elbowing this dude.
You all right, boys? Do a welfare check.
Hey, get him off, please.
Yeah. Slow down. Slow down. Breathe. You got a hand. Slow down. We've got control here, boys. Take your time. Get your breath back.
All right. Hey, stop resisting. We'll let you out for something.
Stop resisting. I can't breathe.
Assault police. You don't have to say
Assault police.
You don't want to. Do you understand?
Hey, get him off me.
Boys, get off my face fast.
Hey, get him off me. Hey.
I don't know. If this kind of thing doesn't make you upset, I don't know what the hell, I don't know what to say, because like, that's just craziness right there. Like, talking about overreach, extreme. And then how many times do we see this thing play out like this exact same way, And then the guy was like, I'm a free man. And then, that's what I think we live under. We live in the illusion of freedom, I believe, we live in a police state, We live in a police state. We don't live in freedom. They give us certain liberties. That's why they call them liberties. You get a certain number of liberties, but you're not free. Because this guy didn't have the liberty to sit on the park bench. That wasn't included in his liberties on that day. Anyways, how do y'all feel about this? Am I crazy for being outraged at this? Comment says, shows us how easily law enforcement could turn on the citizens, just saying military as well, just following orders. Another one says Nazis. Another one that says police state.
Being audio and video recorded. We're in a public place. I'm allowed to film. The reason why I'm engaging you, you can.
Crazy. Let's go back to Instagram before we get into the thick of it, because I'm still trying to give people time to get in here because I was early. And if my screen looks kind of weird, it's because I broke my glasses. They protect my eyes from like the light. And so I've got the light not shining properly but it's to protect my eyes because I'll be on here for like 4 hours and it's really not good for my eyes. So a little bit of video quality will have to be sacrificed to protect my eyes. So that's where we are on that. Forgive me. Let's check this one out. Are we sharing? Can y'all hear me? Can y'all hear me? Okay. It says Musk secretly foiled Ukrainian attack on Russian ships. CNN. It says, yeah, Musk secretly ordered SpaceX engineers to switch off the Starlink satellite communications network near the coast of occupied Crimea in order to thwart a Ukrainian surprise attack on Russian naval fleet, according to a report. The incident last year is reported in Walter Isaacson's upcoming biography of the billionaire titled Elon Musk. With the comms down, the Ukrainian submarine drone packed with explosive lost connectivity and washed ashore harmlessly, Isaacson writes. Musk was reportedly motivated to foil the attack out of concern that a strike on Crimea would constitute a mini Pearl Harbor and lead to Russia retaliating with nuclear weapons. So, yeah, it was another post. He said, like, let me go to it. Let me see if I can find it. Elon Musk was like, this technology is supposed to be used for people to get on the internet and surf the web and stuff, not to freaking blow stuff up. Where is it at? Is it right here? Yeah, this one. Elon Musk internet to Ukraine. Elon Musk cut internet to Ukraine during a sensitive military operation in 2022. The billionaire turned off satellite access to thwart an attack on Russian Navy, a new biography says. He says, Starlink was not meant to be involved in wars. It was so people can watch Netflix and chill and get online for school and do good, peaceful things, not drone strikes. Elon Musk, speaking to biographer Walter Isaacson. So, yeah, I mean, that's interesting. Some people might feel like, he's getting in the middle of it or whatever. Others might be completely outraged because they have, like it's like you're choosing a side and Russia is the big bad demon or whatever, the Kremlin or whatever, communism, and we're supposed to be on the other side and we shouldn't be, helping them in any way or whatever, or getting in the middle of it or whatever. But I guess from Elon Musk's point of view, it's not like he's picking a side. He's just like, y'all not going to use my stuff for this kind of stuff. Like he may not have any sympathies for Russia in any way. Just feel like he don't want y'all to be able to use my technology in this way. And I commend him. I ain't gonna lie. I mean, like if I was in his position, maybe I would have made the same decision. Not choosing a side at all. But I mean, like more war, less war, more killing, less killing, and people like to cheer on killing. And it's like I was saying in the other show, it's like these people haven't been in war. They don't know what it looks like. They get to watch it on TV and then they cheer on like people dying or whatever. It's ugly. It's ugly no matter whose side it is, whether it's a Russian or a Ukrainian that's dying, it's a human life dying, War is ugly. Democracy Now! Posted this one. It says, Elon Musk, the billionaire CEO of SpaceX, secretly ordered his company to deactivate its Starlink internet satellite as they passed over Russian-occupied Crimea last year in order to disrupt a Ukrainian sneak attack on the Russian naval fleet. That's according to an upcoming biography written by Walter Isaacson, first reported on by CNN. Isaacson reports that Musk's decision prevented Ukrainian submarine drones from reaching their intended target. Russia's Black Sea Fleet must reportedly feared Russia will respond to an attack on Crimea with nuclear weapons. He says Starlink was not meant to be involved in wars. It was so people can watch Netflix and chill and get online for school and do good, peaceful things, not drone strikes, Musk told Isaacson. The Ukrainian military has relied heavily on the Starlink system for internet access while fighting off Russia's invasion, but Musk's unilateral decision has raised concern about erratic billionaires' power over key infrastructure. Well, if you these CEOs, these people that y'all like to worship, and these corporations, they clearly have too much power. So I mean, if that's the issue, then I can get with that, and I can agree with you on that. They do have too much power, and the people say all the time, like the government running the show. And I'm like, no, it's not the government. It's the corporations who really running the show. And here goes an example right here. So you had a government trying to do something, and then you had a corporation who thwarted them. So who's really in charge? Let's read a couple comments. It says, Eon, the beneficiary of the exploitation of apartheid South Africa. A lot of people don't know that. Another one, it says, if he wasn't making millions upon millions on war, I'd be positive on this. Instead, he picks and chooses and still profits off of death. I'm sure there's some truth in that. It says, Elon Musk is the literal embodiment of what's wrong with humanity. Are they saying that because he has the power to make these decisions? Or are they saying that because he went against what Russia was trying, basically it looked like he protected Russia. Is that why you're saying that he's what's wrong with humanity? Or are you saying that because, he has so much money and he's so rich? A reply to that one, it says, sure is, but this move was sensible. I can agree with that. Another one says, so that technology is not involved in war, you involved yourself in war, secretly at a critical moment that drastically impacts one side. That logic doesn't track. We need safeguards in place. We need a government who is going to publicly agree cybersecurity and cyber warfare tactics like this. I'd like to know what ties Mr. Musk has with Russia. Yeah. Maybe he does. I don't know. I can't say. I really can't. But like I said, I don't have any ties with Russia. And if I was in his position, I probably would have made the same decision. Another comment that says, this random unelected billionaire is interfering with global democracy. Who does he think he is? He needs to be shut down. He's playing with lives. He saved lives. What do you mean he's playing with lives? He saved lives. He says, random unelected billionaires interfering with global democracy. Okay, yeah. So global democracy, I don't think you really understand what you're saying. So how can that doesn't have anything to do with democracy. That's war. That's war. It's not people voting on, deciding on attacking someone with with drones or whatever. That has zero to do with democracy. That was a kind of ignorant comment. Another one, it says, so Elon Musk is actively aiding the Russian army now. Can he be deported for that? Can he be deported? I don't know. Maybe if he was in Ukraine. Another comment, it says, if the world is relying on an erratic billionaire, then the world has the problem. It's the system. He can do what he wants with it. If governments are relying on his stuff to do what they want, they are at fault. And that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that it's really these corporations. So what I'm arguing all the time is that a lot of these companies, they're way too big and they need to be busted up. There's too many monopolies, conglomerates. There's too many, they have too much power. They do. And you can't allow these companies to have more power than governments. I mean, I don't know. People like to think of the government as the bad guy most of the time or whatever. But I mean, you got to have like a hierarchy of command structure. Like you got to have someone in charge calling the shots. You can't just have chaos. It's going into this situation where it's going to be like Mad Max, and in Mad Max you have these warlords, but in our world it's the corporations, it's these billionaires. They're basically the warlords, and they can do whatever they want, and their decisions is what we all have to deal with. Another comment that says, when foreign policy decisions are unilaterally made by unelected oligarchs, you no longer have a functioning democracy. There they go with democracy again. You don't. When was the last time we was able to decide on what the military does, what the Pentagon does, or what NATO does? You know, when they decide to do anything militarily. When has any democracy been involved in that? When was the last time? Another comment that says, same guy who tweeted, we will coup whoever we want to coup. Another comment that says, giving erratic billionaires power over critical infrastructure has never been a good idea. Well, these guys, they built the infrastructure, and then the governments are the ones that's using it. So how come the government can't build its own infrastructure to use? Why does it have to go to these guys? There's a question. Another comment says, what a smart, brave move from Elon. End this war. Stop sending weapons and war money to Ukraine. It's time to negotiate for humanity of children to come. Another comment says, sounds like he's in the Russians' pockets. I don't think Elon's in anybody's pockets. If anything, it's other people in his pockets, governments in his pockets. Why would a guy like him, what could you do to motivate him? Like give him money? You think that would, influence him on making some kind of decision? For the rest of us, yes. For this guy, no. Money don't influence these people like that, like money, somebody trying to put money in their pocket. Like, no, it doesn't work that way. Let me see. I think I saw some comments in here I wanted to read. This one, it says, no one, and I repeat, no one should be allowed to have this much power. No man should have so much power. Another comment says, he's a national and international security risk. The USA government must do something about Twitter and blocking his access to tech that helps Russia. Enough of the fascist destabilizing agenda. It says the U.S. must do something about Twitter. What are they going to do about Twitter? It's like it's a social media network. Like, you want them to have control on, I don't know, who gets to tweet? Come on. And that's what's crazy. Like, we champion that shit until it comes to one of us. Like I was screaming about net neutrality a long time ago, and people didn't know what I was talking about, but that shit came through, and now people cry about being shadow banned or whatever. Their stuff that they publish doesn't get any views or whatever. No one sees it. It gets buried. The big networks get to take up all the bandwidth, and the small guy gets nothing. That's the government making those decisions on that shit. So you want them to dictate Twitter, who gets to be on there, how many freaking followers they have. I don't know. Another one that says, this is like the plot to James Bond, Tomorrow Never Dies, self-righteous billionaire, media mogul, manipulating world events. Another comment that says, can someone take him on a submarine ride, please? Another comment that says, no individual should have this much power. Those comments sound like hate to me. They sound like jealousy. They sound like envy. Another comment that says, what I want to know is how many U.S. tax dollars have supplemented SpaceX and Starlink? That's a good question. As with all billionaires, even the ones not treasonously interfering with U.S.-funded military operations, they get to triple dip. Little to no taxes, assurance of taxpayer bailouts, and supplemental funding, and the profits they and their companies then make. It's diabolical. Yeah, I agree with that. Actually, it's crazy how we get to fund, is the research and development and all this stuff to get off the ground for a lot of these companies come from taxpayers' money, but then the profits get to be privatized, and this happens over and over again. I don't understand why people are not outraged about that. Any investor would, expect a return on their investments. But if you're a taxpayer, then you should expect no return for your investments. It's like you're not an investor. You have to pay taxes. Okay. But if they use that money to research and develop something or create some kind of technology or infrastructure or whatever, something that ends up making money further down the line, shouldn't some of that money come back into the system? Why should that money go into some private person's pockets? All of it, all of the money. So that's what they do, and that's the thing about them talking about communism and socialism and capitalism or whatever. They socialize the cost, and then they privatize the profit. So it's rugged capitalism for us as individuals, and it's socialism for the corporations. Get subsidized and bailed out over and over again for failing and for not even doing a good job. They're too big to fail, so we got to come in and bail them out. Taxpayers, after they've been screwing up. But if we screw up, we're just going to end up out in the corner, homeless. Another comment says, yeah, that's not okay. Someone should stop this Lex Luthor LARPer. Another comment says, Putin doesn't have to worry since he installed Trump, Elon, Tucker, and the rest of the MAGA lawmakers. He is destroying democracy from within. There goes another really ignorant comment. Putin doesn't have to worry. He installed Trump. Putin installed Trump. You said Elon. So Putin installed Elon too, and Tucker, and the rest of the MAGA lawmakers? Come on. Tell me you're super ignorant without telling me you're super ignorant. That was ignorance. Get all the way the F out of here. So Putin is a powerful MFer. According to you, this guy is powerful. Why is he having so much trouble with Ukraine then? If he's this damn powerful, Putin should be ruling the world. He's that damn powerful. All right, let's see which one we want to go into. Ken Paxton. Let's go into this dude. His trial is going on. He's the Texas guy. He's the what is his position? Attorney General, I want to say. He got in trouble some time ago, and now he's on trial. His face is still on everything, even though they have he's not acting in his role, but his face and name is still on everything. He's obviously did some shady, crooked stuff because this is Texas, and Texas tends to not get on. Like, you have to be extremely freaking doing hard, like shady stuff for them to get on you here in Texas. As far as if you're a politician, like a major politician, like the position this guy is in.
More whistleblower testimony today in the ongoing impeachment trial of Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton.
Fox 26 political reporter Greg Grugan here to highlight some of what the jury of 30 state senators heard.
Rossi and Caroline, we heard today in detail while a top-level Paxton lieutenant came to the difficult conclusion that the Attorney General of Texas was corrupting the agency he was elected to lead.
I was deeply concerned that the name and authority and power of our office had been, in my view, hijacked to serve the interests of an individual against the interest of the broader public.
On the witness stand in the impeachment trial of Ken Paxton, Ryan Bangert, the second executive-level whistleblower to accuse the embattled Texas Attorney General of violating his oath to benefit businessman and political donor Nate Paul.
We had been following this pattern of Nate Paul and his interests metastasizing throughout the agency over a period of months.
Among the articles of impeachment, crafting of a pandemic-era legal opinion aimed at protecting Paul's properties from foreclosure sale, and allegations that Paxton launched an illicit criminal investigation of Paul's adversaries, including federal and state law officers. In September of 2020, after Paxton rejected multiple senior staff pleas that he disengage from Paul, Bangert joined 6 other lieutenants in reporting their boss's actions to the FBI.
We were protecting the interest of the state, and ultimately, I believe, protecting the interest of the Attorney General, and in my view, signing our professional death warrant at the same time.
Paxton's attorneys, who have characterized the whistleblowing as a political coup, pushed back, demanding to know why Bangert and his once loyal colleagues failed to inform the Attorney General of their intention in advance.
Mr. Bangert, it is a yes or no question, and I want a yes or no answer. Did you tell Ken Paxton that you were going to the FBI?
I did not tell Ken Paxton before I went to the FBI.
The defense also battled the allegation that Paxton's legal opinion limiting foreclosure sales was aimed at protecting Paul's properties from seizure, claiming instead that the state's top cop was attempting to keep Texans from losing their homes during the pandemic.
It caused people not to have money and not to be able to afford rent and not to be able to pay their mortgages. True?
I believe the economic disruption caused by COVID had some of those effects.
Okay. And the job of the Office of Attorney General is in part to protect the public. True?
And there was more high-level whistleblower testimony from inside the Attorney General's office. Just ahead at 6, we'll hear from a witness who says Ken Paxton didn't trust the FBI or DPS and wanted the identities of officers investigating his friend Nate Paul made public. In the studio, Greg Grugan, Fox 26 News.
Yeah. Apparently, this guy is shady. Hold on. 1 second, y'all. Let's read some comments. Well, the caption, it says, more whistleblower testimony on Thursday for day 3 on the ongoing impeachment trial of Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton. Let's read some comments. It says, kudos to the entire defense team. Solid lawyering on all counts so far. Another comment says, lock him up. Another comment says, I guess you want to spin the news, but that's not what the testimonials are all about. I ain't gonna lie, I got distracted just now. Y'all forgive me. Another comment, it says, on the other hand, criminal enterprise is all but a foregone conclusion in the white Southern evangelicals. On the other hand, it is too. If Paxton was engaged in any illegal activity, it was appropriate for his subordinates to report him to the authorities. Full stop. Informing him of their intentions would have been stupid. Another one that says, state the Pledge of Allegiance. Nowhere does it state democracy. That's communism. Political prisoners. Another one that says, witch hunt, Texas for Paxton. Yeah, this thing about witch hunt, this stuff is getting out of control. I mean, hey, these people doing shady stuff. It's not always a witch hunt, bro. Sometimes it's a person actually did something. I don't really like that comment witch hunt anyways, because it's compared to something that really happened in the past that was crazy. And you can't compare this to that. Can I share it? Can I do PBS? I'll get in trouble.
Historic day in Texas as the state Senate transformed into a court of impeachment for the first time in nearly 50 years. Suspended Attorney General Ken Paxton pleaded not guilty to 16 charges, including bribery, obstruction of justice, conspiracy, and abuse of the public's trust. The House impeachment managers and Paxton's attorneys each began to make their case.
Mr. Paxton has been entrusted with great power. Unfortunately, rather than rise to the occasion, he has revealed his true character. And as the overwhelming evidence will show, he is not fit to be the Attorney General for the state of Texas.
We are living on the wet end of democracy right now. Is it up to the voters or is it up to politicians to see who stays in office? Your decision is much bigger than Ken Paxton. Your decision is literally about democracy in this state.
For more on the trial, I'm joined by Tony Plohetsky. He's a reporter for the Austin American-Statesman. He's been following today's proceedings. Tony, welcome back. Always good to see you. Let's begin with what exactly Mr. Paxton is being accused of here. What are these charges related to?
Let's get into it.
So this all dates back to 2020. And during the pandemic, a number of Ken Paxton's top aides, we're talking about his first assistant and other people who worked in the executive offices of the Attorney General's office, they went to the FBI and they said, we believe our boss, the Attorney General of Texas, is committing a number of federal offenses, including bribery and abuse of office. The allegations relate to Ken Paxton's alleged actions to aid a well-known Austin investor by the name of Nate Paul, who himself...
Wait, let me pause. How freaking horrible does his office have to be? How bad does he have to be treating his people underneath him for them to snitch and rat him out like that? Like, I'm willing to bet that the environment within that office was so toxic, and that's what got these people to the point. Because, it's a lot of shady stuff that happens all the time and people look the other way. But when you just rub people the wrong way over and over and over again, you mess over people, you make them feel some kind of way, then they start looking for ways to get back at you, And if you're a shady person who's doing illegal stuff or whatever, then that's going to be their way to try to get back at you, I'm willing to bet his office was toxic as hell, because it's not normal for the people that's right underneath you to just kind of like rat you out like this. Like I say, there's plenty of shady stuff going on in all of these offices everywhere, but I bet you the environment was toxic as hell, and these people were just sick of him, and they freaking was like, okay, this guy, we got to get him some kind of way.
Himself was under FBI investigation. And according to the allegations, Ken Paxton took a number of steps in his official capacity as Attorney General to assist Nate Paul, and then received benefits, allegedly, from doing so.
So we heard part of what Mr. Paxton's defense team has to say there, but what else are they saying? What's the crux of their argument?
They are essentially saying that all of this has been misconstrued, that any alleged evidence or any allegations brought forth by these whistleblowers is just inaccurate, that they got it wrong, and that the House investigators who spent months digging into Ken Paxton's conduct, that they simply just have it wrong. And they're also contending that this is a weaponization of the impeachment process, that Ken Paxton was duly elected last fall in November to a third term to serve as Texas top attorney. And they say that this effort is an effort to undermine the electorate and the voters of Texas.
What motivation would these people have? So that's what kills me with this kind of talk when they say, oh, it's a political thing, it's a political witch hunt or whatever. So the people that's working in his office, what benefit does it have for them to get him up out of there? Like, or do they work for the opposition, like as far as the opposing party or whatever? Do they work for the Democrats or something like that? How can this be a political persecution when it came from within his office? And then Texas is solidly red, I would say. I mean, people might want to argue that, but the attorney general is not likely to flip. Like the governor is not likely to flip. These, the big offices in Texas are not likely to flip to the other party. So I just don't see how this could be a political thing, because how does the other side, benefit as far as like are they going to get their guy in there? I don't think so.
So, Tony, what would it take to get a conviction? And is that likely in this Republican-led state Senate?
So really, it has been described as a trial for 9 Republican senators. The question is whether or not there will be enough Republican senators to push this impeachment effort over the finish line. It requires a 2/3 majority. There is an assumption that all 12 Democrat senators will, in fact, vote for impeachment, but then it would take an additional 9 to get the finish line, to see the finish line for the impeachment. And I think it's an open question, frankly, about whether or not that is going to happen.
It is worth noting Ken Paxton has been a staunch ally of former President Trump for a long time. This is all in.
Come on.
Folding in a state Mr. Trump won handily back in 2020 and still has good support. How do Texans feel about this impeachment proceeding?
Well, to be clear, there is an effort that has been underway for several weeks now by a couple of political action committees, a couple of very well-funded political action committees. And they have essentially launched campaigns to say to Texas Republican senators who they feel may be at risk for voting to convict Ken Paxton, they have said, look, if you do so, you will face a primary challenger. But then when you look at other information, like a recent poll released by the University of Texas just days ago, many Republican voters, according to this survey, don't really even know or fully understand the allegations against Ken Paxton. But many of them also similarly said that they do not believe that this impeachment effort should go forward.
Today, as we noted, was day 1 of the.
They don't know about the details, but they feel like the impeachment effort shouldn't go forward. All they know is that the guy is getting impeached or whatever, and that it shouldn't happen. Like, it's like, he's our guy. That's that thing I be talking about. I have the R on my shirt. He's with my team, and I don't care to know what he did or whatever. I'm still gonna back him, like, no matter what. Like, and that's that loyalty thing or whatever, I guess. But that's freaking ignorance, if you ask me. And so, like I was gonna say before he said it, and the thing that I'm pretty sure people don't know about this, and that's the reason why I'm covering this in the show, is because I haven't seen this around. So I do what I do here on this show to kind of like spread information, educate people or whatever, do what I call journalism or whatever. But I live in Texas, and I haven't seen much about this. I know about it because I keep my ear to the street, and I'm always in on this kind of stuff. But I'm pretty sure that most people don't know anything about this at all. Like I say, his name is still on everything. They're probably not even aware that he's in trouble. Anyways, so the guy did shady stuff. The people in his office ratted him out. He's on trial. It's gonna take the Republicans to vote against him to get him impeached. It's gonna take, what they say, at least 9 of them, and then like they said in the story, a political action committee is putting money together to get information so that they're gonna put out, if these people vote against him for impeachment, the Republicans, then they're going to have pressure on them, to possibly lose their seat. They said they could get primaried. But I guess, that's when this thing becomes political, But I feel like corruption is corruption. It doesn't matter which side of the aisle you're on. If you're doing shady stuff, you should be held accountable. Nobody should be above the law. We find out what the guy did exactly, put the information out there, and hold them accountable for that stuff. He shouldn't be using his office in that way. Let's read the caption. It says, the Texas Senate transformed into a court of impeachment for the first time in nearly 50 years. Suspended Attorney General Ken Paxton pleaded not guilty to 16 charges, including bribery, obstruction of justice, conspiracy, and abuse of the public's trust. Yeah, so who knows what's going to happen? We're going to keep an eye on it and see what happens. But, you know, this is Texas, and it's likely that, you know, he's going to skate through this. You know, his reputation might have some bruises on it, but I think he'll probably skate right on through it. And then maybe what'll happen is when election time comes back around, you know, we'll end up with a new attorney general. But until then, this guy's going to steal. And then those people in the office, I feel for them, because no telling what kind of retaliations are going to happen to them for freaking, you know, exposing this. Because that's how it goes. You know, in our country, the whistleblowers are the ones that get persecuted, not the people who committed the crimes. And I could see that happening again here. Anyways, what do y'all think? I feel like I'm boring y'all with this. Nobody cares about Ken Paxton's and his corruption. He's like, his position is very, very high in the state. Anyways, I'll move on. I feel like y'all not interested. Let's go on to this one. Am I sharing? 774 new Texas laws go into effect on September 1st. So it's now the 8th. So these laws,
a bunch of new state laws.
774 of them passed by the legislature this year, now in effect. Fox's Rudy Koski looks at some of the biggest.
These new laws range from when a hospital can pull the plug, giving families more time before life support systems are terminated, requiring school districts to hire armed guards for all of their school campuses, to removing district attorneys for misconduct and for refusing to prosecute some state laws. A new law that bans sexually explicit drag shows in front of children was put on hold Thursday. A federal court judge in Houston granting a temporary restraining order on that. Another law involving children and sexual content is also being challenged. That's HB 900, which mandates publishers to review and rate books sold to school libraries for sexual content. The Texas Supreme Court has struck down an attempt by a Travis County judge to put on hold a new law that bans gender modification procedures on children. A law to rein in local regulations that exceed state law remains on hold. Travis County judge in that case earlier this week issuing an injunction on what opponents call the Death Star law. Another law that literally may be sneaking up on people's rearview mirror is the electric vehicle registration law. That's going to cost some people.
That's going to cost people quite a bit of money, because now it's going to be $200 to renew an electric vehicle when a gas-powered vehicle is about $50. So that's 4 times as much. And for a new car, it's going to be $400. We know that electric vehicles aren't paying gas tax, so the state needs to find its money from somewhere.
yeah, you know, how many of y'all knew that when y'all were paying when you buy gas, that you're paying taxes on that? I bet a lot of people didn't know that, you know. So it's like, that's the reason why our cities are built the way that they are. And the whole thing we were talking about, the commute, and talking about how these office buildings, downtowns around the nation are having trouble staying afloat because people are working from home now. But, you know, the way that the system is set up is they want you to have to drive back and forth to work, because you're going to spend money on gas. You're going to go for lunch. You're going to, you know, random things you're going to pay for that you wouldn't pay for otherwise. You know, it's more taxes. There's more ways to bleed you. So, yeah. So if you got an electric vehicle, you're not paying for gas. They want to get their money out of you either way.
Other notable laws that are coming online is a package of bills designed to help shore up the power grid. College athletes will have to compete on teams that match their gender at birth. There's a ban on COVID-19 restrictions and a tenure reform law that makes it easier for universities to dismiss underperforming professors. Now, another controversial law regarding higher education has already got a deadline that's counting down. That's the law that requires universities to close diversity, equity, and inclusion offices by January. Rudy Koski, Fox 4 News.
The start of September brings with it
They showed a clip from University of Houston there at the end. So, but yeah, talking about ban on COVID-19 restrictions, that's interesting to me. And that's what I was saying before too. Like if we end up with another like lockdown or something, because they're talking about another COVID wave or whatever, yeah, I think that they'll have a hard time here in Texas pulling off some of that stuff. And that's the reason why they're passing these laws, to make sure that they can't force people to wear masks or whatever. Random things that they, like some of the stuff they made us do last time, they won't be able to pull it off here in Texas. And that's a good thing, I would say. I like that. So, caption, it says nearly 800 state laws passed by the Texas legislation is now in effect. One school safety law requires an armed officer at every public school campus. So we talked about this a little bit. An armed officer at every public school campus. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. And I don't even know if that really changes anything, because from what I understand, it's always somebody there anyways that's armed, you know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that's going to really help anything either, because you know, we had school shootings before, and you know, you had armed security on those campuses, and it didn't thwart the school shooting. So, is it actually going to help? It says another bans college transgender athletes from competing on teams that match their gender identity, and one requires. So, if you're whatever you were born as, that's the athletic team that you have to play on. You can't play on the other team if you transitioned, or if you're in the process of transitioning. You have to if you want to play sports, you have to play on the team that matches your birth certificate. I don't have a problem with that either. What else it says? It says requires drunken drivers to cause the death of a parent to pay child support to the victim's surviving children. I'm okay with that too. So if you're drink driving, you cause the death of a parent, now you got to pay child support, because you took that child's parent away. They're no longer here to provide for their child, and you were being negligent, and now you have to pay. I'm okay with that. Let's read some comments. It says 774 new laws in 1 year. Do they ever do away with the old laws that are outdated? How can anybody know every law and they say ignorance of the law is no excuse? Even judges have people who look up laws for them, because not even the judge knows all the laws. There are so many laws. I agree with that. It says ignorance of the law is no excuse, but even the cops don't be knowing the laws all the time. All the time. That is a whole mess. And the other one, he said, do they ever do away with the laws that are outdated? I think that's the thing that we should focus on. We should get some kind of legislation in there that says, you know, laws that are on the books that don't get persecuted or don't get used or whatever, or they're just draconian or outdated or whatever, that we regularly go through the laws and, you know, get rid of those ones that are old and outdated and don't work. How come that isn't in the system? That's some common sense stuff right there. Another comment, it says, enforce laws that prosecute criminal political behavior and make laws that support leading the state and the nation into a better tomorrow and a brighter, more inclusive future where integrity matters and diversity is embraced and humanity is the center of focus. Okay. Another comment, it says, it's time to get back to the basics. This is absolutely wonderful to see all these laws. Every state should have them time to clamp down because the prisoners have been out of control. And believe it or not, children need this because obviously they've had the worst. They're getting their best. Praise God. I support this 100%. Now let us pray. It goes through every state. It's time to save our children, save their lives. That was a word salad. It just twisted my brain up. It says, note to the news readers, we get new laws in Texas every September 1st. It's like a pro tip. Okay. You know, it's good to know. But do we normally get so many at one time? It says, congratulations. Governor Abbott has seen to it that armed officers will be required in every public school campus. The original funding will expire next year. The Texas taxpayers will then have to come up with the funding in the amount of, what is that? 1 trillion? That's 1,147,875,000. Wow, that's a lot. Beginning in 2024 to pay for it. Considering the state already collects $250 billion a year, that should not be too much of a problem. Another comment, it says, all the judges that block those laws need to be replaced at the next election cycle ASAP. Another one, it says 800 laws in 1 year, so much for small government. That's another thing, you know, where they're talking about small government and Republicans in the state of Texas, and they're talking about that. And you see what's happening with HISD, and you see what's happening with what they call the Death Star bill or whatever. And you see what happened with the Harris County Elections Office. If you don't know about those things, look them up. I don't have time to explain all of them, but those are all examples of like big government pushing down on the smaller governments, you know. And so the Texas is supposed to be Republican, red state, conservative, and they're supposed to be pushing for a small government, but that is not what they're doing. You know what I'm saying? It's weird how the rhetoric doesn't match up to the actions. And the people are ignorant. They don't know what's going on. You know, I think that a lot of the stuff they wouldn't necessarily agree with. But then when it has like this bigotry type of thing where it's like a emotional thing, where it's like a religious thing, where it's like a, I don't know, some kind of like personal feeling that they have, and they go with that. So then they don't care that it actually doesn't follow their political ideology or what the kind of way that they think things should actually work. They feel like this one is an exception for whatever reason. A lot of times it has to do with like racism and stuff like that. Another comment, it says, the increased availability of firearms for purchase is likely to result in a corresponding rise in incidents of gun violence, consequently leading to an increase in the number of individuals affected by such acts of violence. Yeah, it's just like, I don't know, one hand washes the other. They, you know, one thing builds on another, and it just, you know, one thing perpetuates the other and justifies the other. Another comment says, Texas is looking better and better every day. I want out of this prison so bad. Another comment says, the state needs to find its money from LMAO. Another one that says, that's ridiculous. It says, I'm moving to Texas. Seems they're the only state in America with common sense. They have common sense because they passed 800 laws. That's the only thing that you got. That's, or maybe it's because of the substance of some of the laws. Okay, I'll give you a pass on that. Where you guys at? I need somebody in here. One of America's busiest airports overrun by migrants. Let's do this one. They're calling it Biden's border crisis.
Well, the border battle continues. A federal judge has given Texas 1 week to take down that floating barrier that you see right there in the middle of the Rio Grande. The Lone Star State isn't alone in the crisis.
I told y'all they was going to make them take that down. I said that for the longest. Right away, I said they were going to make them take it down.
City of Chicago, as you can see, that black curtain screen right is how the fourth busiest airport in America is sheltering over 400 migrants. They're on the other side of that curtain. That's up from the 31 that were there in the beginning of August. Here to share with what he's been seeing on the ground is our buddy, Chicago reporter William Kelly. William, good morning to you.
Good morning. Thank God.
Yeah, listen, so what's the deal? They get 433 migrants at an airport. An airport doesn't have really good bathrooms. I don't know about showers. What are they going to eat? This seems like a dumb idea.
Well, they're already complaining about the food. Steve, it's only the O'Hare Airport is only one of 18 migrant shelters in the city of Chicago. And the last time I was at O'Hare doing a story, it was on homeless Americans living at O'Hare. Well, the city of Chicago has kicked the homeless Americans out of O'Hare to make room for the migrants.
So you had homeless Americans living at the airport. They kicked them out. I don't understand this at all. I really don't get this at all. So what happens? They decided to make the airport a migrant shelter. Is it because the people came in they got on airplanes and they didn't have legal paperwork, and so they won't let them leave the airport, and they can't do anything about it? Whether they can't ship them back or what, they don't have the funding to do that? What is the reason for this?
Mayor Johnson campaigned as the people's mayor. Sadly, the people are telling me that he's the migrants' mayor.
And it certainly looks like that. So, William, are the migrants on the other side of the TSA checkpoint? Do they have to go through security to get to this location they're at?
I don't think security applies to them. I don't think any of the requirements that Americans are expecting.
I don't think security applies to them. Come on, they're like locked up.
To background checks or in all seriousness, the city of Chicago has not recovered from the lockdowns and the looting of Lightfoot. Now we are in the throes of the violent crime and the migrant crisis of Mayor Johnson. This is, there are millions upon millions of dollars being spent on this migrant crisis. Nobody knows where the money is going, what it's being spent on. There was a time where millions upon millions of dollars would, at bare minimum, need to be voted upon and somehow accounted for. But,
they're talking like these people are happy to be locked up in the damn airport. They don't look very comfortable to me, and apparently they can't leave. You know what I'm saying? They got their suitcases and stuff. Like, being at the airport more than a freaking couple hours is a nightmare. Like, horrible ass situation. No, not comfortable at all. They're talking like these people want to be locked up at an airport. Is that what they're saying?
Sadly, Mayor Johnson must have taken Mayor Lightfoot's course at Harvard on media relations, because he won't answer my questions.
Yeah, well, famously would not answer your questions. So the big question is, with all those migrants there,
yes.
And given the fact that today here in New York, school is starting.
They showed the little girl on the tricycle, like they're just living life, like they're just loving life at the airport.
And you got to wonder, those 433 migrants out at the airport, I'm sure there's some children there. It's not like they're going to, go over to Hudson News to learn school.
It is horrifying on every level. One of the migrant shelters in Chicago is directly across the street from my building on Michigan Avenue. So I look out the window, and it's like a scene from Mad Max every single day. So it is a fail on every level. And sadly, the concerns of the people of Chicago are being completely brushed aside.
William?
Yes.
Just one real quick final question. We just played a soundbite a little while ago of Mayor Adams here in New York blaming Republicans and Donald Trump for the border crisis in New York. who in Chicago do the people of Chicago blame for this? The mayor?
Well, the last Republican mayor in Chicago was about 100 years ago, Steve. I'm sure that it's all his fault, but it really, it really is a fail on every level.
So many.
And the city and the police are not able to babysit the migrants and arrest the violent criminals at the same time. So the people of Chicago are suffering today.
So what so the migrants that are locked up in the hospital, I mean the airport, they're committing a bunch of crimes or something. So this is putting pressure on the police. I mean, come on, like I don't see the logic in that though. There's a bunch of police hanging around the airport to make sure that the migrants, I don't know, don't commit crimes, and it's pulling away from the police's ability to fight crimes in other parts of the city. I don't see the logic in that comment.
Today, Steve.
And you can really tell that. William Kelly, sir, thank you very much for joining us today from.
Let's read some comments. Fox and Friends. Comments, it says, call them what they are, illegal immigrants. Okay. Another comment says, the federal government should be protecting its citizens, so the governor is doing his job. The country is truly upside down. Another comment, it says, I sure hope U.S. citizens are realizing their votes and the policies they vote for have consequences. Make better choices, folks. Let's save our country. Another comment, it says, the FAA and TSA need to step in and end this practice. It's a security risk to passengers and aircraft, not to mention airport workers. Yeah, I don't see a reason why you want to create a migrant shelter in an airport. It's probably not that. They're probably changing the words around a bit. And because I remember there was a case where a guy, he didn't have proper papers and he showed up at the airport and then they just wouldn't let him leave the airport because he doesn't have legal papers. But then they couldn't force him to like get on a flight to somewhere else, so he was just like in limbo. And it was what was the story, that the story about the guy who he lived his whole life at the airport because he was getting away from some kind of like I don't know, some kind of persecution he was trying to run away from, and because he was in the airport, he wasn't under jurisdiction for them to get him, so he just stayed at the airport and he lived the rest of his life at the airport. I'm thinking that it's something like that, the people can't go anywhere because they don't have legal papers, and the airport doesn't have the jurisdiction or the resources to ship them somewhere else. So then they just hold them at the airport. It seems like there has to be better laws in place to deal with this kind of thing. You know what I mean? Some kind of jurisdiction to go into the airports and be able to deal with this kind of thing, because it's not good for anybody. I can't, I'm not going to say it is. It's not good for anyone. The migrants that are stuck at the airport, it's not good for the people that have to go to the airport. It's not good for the airport themselves, the company. Everybody loses in this situation. There has to be a solution. Another comment says, the scary part is that a business can be forced to do something like this by the government for the government's own mistake. Another comment says, we need to stop paying taxes so our government can't throw our money away. That's a really dumb comment. How are you going to stop paying taxes? I guess if you have a lot of money and you can use the loopholes or whatever, but we were just talking about a minute ago, every time you put some gas in your car, you're paying taxes. So I don't know how you're going to do that. Good luck with that. Another comment says, what a disgrace. Send them all on a one-way flights to Mexico. Who's to say that these people are from Mexico? Another comment says, for the Dems to try to convince me that I am responsible for them and not their own country's president is ridiculous. Let their families in their countries use their tax dollars to support their children. Okay, that's fair. Another comment says, why not give them free flying lessons while sheltering them and skip the takeoff and landings? What the hell does that even mean? Another comment that says, the federal judge is a Democrat, socialist activist, and any and all crimes committed by any illegal in America is on his head, and he should be held accountable. That federal judge is a Democratic socialist activist. Okay. Another comment that says, it's so great that you cover this issue to the exclusion of everything else. How many Americans would even know about this issue if you didn't pump it every day? I think I hear sarcasm in that comment. Another one, it says, I believe they should have a deportation plan in place. I'm surprised they didn't think about that. They're here illegally anyway. Yeah, there should be some kind of system in place to deal with this. Another comment that says, it's called an invasion, not a migrant crisis. Another comment that says, keep those buses rolling, Governor Abbott. What does that have to do with it? This is Chicago. And this is at an airport. What is this comment? Come on. Anyways, what's his name? The New York mayor is going through it related to the migrants too. And I can't say it couldn't happen to a better person. Like, I really don't like this guy. Like, he bothers me, man. So, and he likes to flip-flop, you know. He say one thing for his political benefit, and then when he can't freaking deal with the shit, he says something else. Let me see if I can find it. Where is it? I don't see it. Did I pass it up? What, I didn't share it? Where is it? The guy, New York, because he's having trouble with the migrants. So he was like, at first he was like, send them all, we'll take care of them or whatever. Now he's like, this is an existential crisis. He's like, we don't have the funding. Like, this is never going to end. He's like, I can't find a solution. He was like, I never seen a problem that didn't have a solution or something like that. He said, where is it? Let me try to find it, y'all. One second. I think it's in here. I might have to look it up because I don't see it. Could have swore it was in here. It must have been in, hold on, y'all. It must have been in here. Let me look in here. Yeah, I do not like that guy, man. I didn't like him from the jump. The way he got elected, this whole campaign was just... Let me see. I can't find it. Let's type it in. So I don't see it. Okay. CBS. Am I sharing this? Let's do CBS.
The mayor of New York City is sounding the alarm, saying the cost of caring for migrants is pushing America's largest city to the brink. Resources are stretched across the city, with schools stressed by more than 20,000 migrant children now attending there. The humanitarian crisis brought on by waves of migrants looking for a new life in the U.S. is worsening. Here's CBS's Omar Villafranca.
From the border to the Big Apple.
Started with a madman down in Texas, decided he wanted to bus people up to New York City.
New York City Mayor Eric Adams sounded off on the flow of migrants to NYC. Thousands of them arriving on buses from Texas. Without federal dollars to help, the mayor says there is no space or money to house them.
This issue will destroy New York City. We're getting 10,000 migrants a month. Every community in this city is going to be impacted.
More than 100,000 migrants have arrived in New York City in the last year. More than 13,000 bussed in by Texas Governor Greg Abbott. Abbott blames President Biden's border policies for the influx and says liberal cities should shoulder some of that burden. Abbott has bussed migrants across the country, more than 11,000 to Washington, D.C., 6,400 to Chicago, and 1,000 to Denver as part of his Operation Lone Star. Republican Senator Ted Cruz of Texas had this reaction to Adams.
So seeing Eric Adams complain about 100,000 it is cute, but he still doesn't bother to put the blame where it belongs.
But yesterday, a federal judge ruled against Governor Abbott on the issue of the buoys he placed in the Rio Grande. The judge ordered the removal of the 1,000-foot water barrier from the middle of the river. But late today, a different judge.
1,000 foot. That's the thing about this thing. I don't even see how functional it is. Like really, like 1,000 feet of buoys. Like what impact does this really even have on keeping people from coming across that border? Like how difficult is it for them to go around this?
Judge ruled the buoys can remain during the court battle.
Texas has been sending operation after operation to our borders, and frankly, nothing has stopped migration.
Governor Abbott has already filed an appeal and says he's willing to take this case all the way to the Supreme Court if necessary.
Yeah, but Eric Adams crying is really kind of hilarious to me. Oh, do they show the clip? I kind of want to hear him crying.
We turned this city around in 20 months. And then what happened? Started with a madman down in Texas decided he wanted to bus people up to New York City. 110,000 migrants. We have to feed, clothe, house, educate the children, wash their laundry sheets, give them everything they need, health care. And this team here, we stated, let's do everything possible before we have to push it out into neighborhoods and communities. Month after month, I stood up and I said, this is going to come to a neighborhood near you. Well, we're here. We're here. We're getting no support on this national crisis, and we're receiving no support. And let me tell you something, New Yorkers. Never in my life have I had a problem that I did not see an ending to. I don't see an ending to this. I don't see an ending to this. This issue will destroy New York City. Destroy New York City. We're getting 10,000 migrants a month. One time we were just getting Venezuela. Now we're getting Ecuador. Now we're getting Russian-speaking coming through Mexico. Now we're getting Western Africa. Now we're getting people from all over the globe have made their minds up that they're going to come through the southern part of the border and come into New York City. And everyone is saying it's New York City's problem. Every community in this city is going to be impacted. We got a $12 billion deficit that we're going to have to cut. Every service in this city is going to be impacted. All of us. And so I say to you, as I turn it over to you, this is some of the most educated, some of the most knowledgeable, probably more of my commissioners and deputy commissioners and chiefs live in this community. So as you ask me a question about migrants, tell me what role you played. How many of you organized to stop what they're doing to us? How many of you were part of the movement to say, we're seeing what this mayor is trying to do and they're destroying New York City? It's going to come to your neighborhoods. All of us are going to be impacted by this. I said it last year when we had 15,000. And I'm telling you now, with 110,000, the city we knew we're about to lose.
So then what you know, he said there's no
We
solution.
turned this city.
So, but what was his plan from the jump, you know? And now he's talking about cutting all the services. So he's going to cut all the services in New York so that he can take care of these migrants or whatever. I don't get it. I really don't get it. I don't understand. So, I mean, like, it seems like being as big as New York is and how many, how many people are there already, it seems like they should be able to take on these folks. But, if the folks just become like, because New York is full of immigrants anyways, like that's what it is. So, but like if the people just come in and they just get jobs or whatever, they just become like everybody else. Why is it like the government or whatever has to pay? Like he said, they got to pay for their sheets and stuff. I don't get it. Why? I really don't get that at all. Like it sounds like he's crying. It sounds like he wants funding. He wants some government, some federal funds that they're gonna fuck off or whatever, probably, because I don't get it. Because if like I said, New York is full of immigrants already. They're just like everybody else. They come, they get a job, they get an apartment, they have to struggle and grind just like the rest of us, pay taxes, whatever. You know what I mean? I don't see how it's different, with these people. So it's like they're providing services for these folks. They don't provide services for the people who live there. So they don't provide services for the people that live there. They provide services for these immigrants that's coming in. And then they're talking about cutting the services of the city. So everybody has to suffer so that they can come up with money to provide for these people. I really just don't get it. I don't understand what is it, how come they can't just, be like everybody else and, go get a job and pay some bills and pay some taxes or whatever. Then they won't be looking at it like it's like they're destroying the city. They can look at it like they're helping the city. They're bringing, more workers. Like, I'm sure they need people to do whatever jobs or whatever shit. They got a rat fucking problem there. They need to fucking work on that shit. I don't get it. I don't understand. Somebody help me understand. The caption, it says, Mayor Eric Adams warned that the raging migrant crisis will destroy New York City and tore into President Biden for ignoring his pleas for help, saying the White House has given no support for the thousands of asylum seekers arriving each month. I'm going to tell you something, New Yorkers. Never in my life had I had a problem that I didn't see an ending to. I don't see an ending to this, Adams said at a town hall in Upper West Side Wednesday night. The issue will destroy New York City. Destroy New York City. Hosner took aim at Biden for not stepping in with federal assistance as the city has received more than 110,000 migrants in the past year. Month after month, I stood up and said, this is going to come to a neighborhood near you. Well, we're here. We're getting no support on this national crisis, and we're receiving no support, Adams said. Adams also blasted Texas Governor Abbott as a madman for busing illegal border crossers to New York and other liberal cities. And it's really weird to be like, okay, we're not going to send them back or whatever. We're just going to send them to New York. That sounds like a weird thing anyways. Like, and I get the political side of it. They're like, we have to deal with this all the time. So we're going to send it to some of these liberal democratic cities and see how they deal with it or whatever. Like, I get it, but is that like the right thing to do? I mean, dealing with the are they trying to give these people asylum? Are they trying to help them become citizens? Or are they want to just send them back? If they want to send them back, why they don't just send them back? Why send them to New York? I don't understand. I really don't. It's such like a political mess. Let's read a comment. It says, translation, how dare these Republicans expose us to the consequences of our ignorant politics. Another comment, it says, of the 51 seats in the current NYC City Council, 45 are Democrats and 6 are Republicans. We're a sanctuary city, a compassionate and inclusive city. All are welcome here. Eric Adams, November 2nd, 2021. Migrants will destroy New York City, Eric Adams, September 6, 2023. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like he's all over the place. It says, excellent job, Governor Abbott, forcing the hand of these hypocrites. Another comment, it says, if only someone, literally a single person, had the foresight to warn us that a massive wave of low-skilled, unassimilated migrants would have a negative impact. Low-skilled, unassimilated. Okay, so are they unassimilated because they just got here? Or are you saying that they're unassimilated because they don't want to assimilate it? And then the part where you say low-skilled, how can you be sure about that? All of those people that come over here are low-skilled. None of them have any skills. Do you know that for sure? Another comment says, Governor of Texas is not a madman. He's just tired of having to house, feed, and finance immigrants when Texas isn't a sanctuary state. So I don't get this either. Like it says, he's tired of having to house, feed, and finance my immigrants. So since when does Texas do that? Like, where are they housing, feeding, and financing immigrants in Texas? Show me the place. Show me where that's happening. They put up barriers. They send them into the desert. They persecute people for putting water out there, and like I don't see them housing, feeding, and financing immigrants here in Texas. I don't see them doing that. What's up, Pat?
What's up? What's up? I've been listening for a few minutes, and it's crazy to me how, because I'm sure it's happening in more. We're just hearing about it in New York. It says it's the largest city, so okay, there's a lot of traffic going there, but these are the same people that Texas and Arizona and different southern people across the southern border has been begging everyone else to understand. And when they try to give them just a little taste, like, look, this is what we're dealing with. Oh yeah, no problem. Hey, bring them on. What they would talk crap about them, but then it's like, no big deal. But then when you realize, okay, you're getting a tenth of what they're getting. You know what I'm saying? You're not getting a full percentage of what, Texas and Arizona and, even California. But California is one of those sanctuary state, and cities. But it's a tough deal. It's too much to handle. And then when, people tell them, like, just because they really, and I understand they didn't know the true impact that was happening in Texas. Like, I don't know, man.
I don't feel sorry for Adams at all. I really don't. I mean, make your bed and freaking lay in that shit, But I don't like the politics related to this. You know how I feel about it. And then it's like, looking at the United States, and like I say, New York is a microcosm of the United States. And it's a lot of immigrants there anyways. Like, that's what the state is made up of, like people from other places. Like, and so how come, the other people that are in New York that came from other places, aren't being called, migrants or whatever? Or how come the other people that are in New York aren't like getting their sheets getting washed, or the mayor is asking for funding to take care of them or whatever? That's what I don't get.
Well, it's because of, all right, number one, they're useless to them to some extent, because if they could at least speak some English, and maybe they'll be able to put them to work somewhere and kind of blend into society. But it's too many of them. Like, I mean, the ones who usually choose to, who come in a different way, have practiced their English before they come, or at least could try to fit in, or have a good effort of trying to fit in. Where a lot of the people's coming, it's like, it's not necessarily a it's a last minute thing. It's just kind of a spur of the moment. Hey, here's my chance. Let me just go. It's a totally different,
Well, two things. one, it's a lot of people in New York who speak lots of different languages, and two, if it's just the language the issue, just send them through some damn English classes.
But most of them also speak English. Like a lot of them, you hear yes, they talk Spanish. They, within their, their different dialects, but at the same time, or even like, but you got to also understand too that this is not just people from like South America and Central America. They're talking about people from Russia, people from Africa, like are coming in through the border. Like this is something that we've been telling people for the longest. This is not just our common run across and go back South Americans. These are people coming from other continents,
all over the world. And that's what one of the comments I read earlier, where it was saying just ship them to Mexico, and it's like that's a really ignorant ass comment. Like, what is Mexico? Like these people not from Mexico. Like, what is Mexico's going to take on the? They're supposed to take it on. Like it'd be the same thing for Mexico dealing with it, and they ain't going to want to deal with it either. They're gonna react the same way.
Well, no, I mean, shoot, they're coming through the southern border, but shoot, they don't want to be in Mexico. Like, shoot, they want to come to the home of the home of the free and land of the brave. Well,
I think that the bottom line issue is jobs, right? And so I know that some people, they have that thing where they say they took our jobs or whatever, but you have all these jobs that regular people, United States people, do not want to do, and you know what I mean. They just don't want to do them.
Or that they don't pay enough for them to do them.
Right, and I agree with that. So, but still, I mean, hey, you got jobs that needs to be done, and the people here don't want to do them. Then why not just let these people do those jobs? Train them into those jobs. They can get an apartment and they can freaking just be absorbed into the society and be, like everyone else.
I think that would be the instinctual thing to do.
Pay taxes.
But what I'm saying is the problem is there's no structure. There's nothing set up for it. There's no infrastructure for this whole
to facilitate it. Yeah. So then that's what they need to do then. Build a infrastructure that facilitates this, and then just have certain, cities or certain ports of entry where you send them through these processes to get them, because the people saying they're not assimilated or whatever, they're low skilled or whatever. Like, it's just like anybody else here in the States. I mean, go to Alabama or Arkansas or whatever, regular United States citizens, folks, and you could say the same thing about them. So you make a process. People have to go to school. They gain skills.
I hear Florida needs some workers.
They do, but they got the laws. Yeah, they got the laws where they're gonna go hard on the employers if they hire people who don't have proper paperwork. So then there goes the other part of this. The part that they're not talking about is, the process of becoming legal and all the bureaucracy related to that, all the red tape related to that. How many years? I saw a thing where they was talking about these people that they're gonna die before they even finish the process of becoming legal, whatever. It's like 20, 30, 40, 50 years of a process to become legal. So then that's the reason why you wouldn't be able to go get a job in Florida, because if you don't have the legal paperwork, then you can't work.
Well, this is kind of I would maybe relate this not identically, but at least to some extent of when the Europeans came to this land. Like they just came here and one day they'll just they kind of got their I mean, of course it was legal for them to come, but all the paperwork and stuff was not like some preset thing. They just could show up and be fine, and then over time they started just giving them land, and this is, go do this here, sending them to school to learn how to learn a trade and all these different things. So at some point, it may not be this generation, if they're in, their 40s and 50s, yeah, no, they probably won't, but their children or grandchildren will definitely have a place firmly here.
And we got plenty of land. If they want to say like that's an issue, but because you have open spaces especially like in the middle of the country, wide open spaces. Like some of these states have less of a population than the city of Houston. The New York has more of a population than a number of states in the Midwest. So like, and people is what creates an economy. You know what I mean? So if you have someone that needs to buy stuff, you have someone that needs services, you have someone to do the work, to do the jobs or whatever, you could create a whole like new economy with these new people, you know what I mean? And just build it, make America great, a greater.
Well, see, I think the biggest problem with that, and we already have, citizens, nationals, people who've been here for ever already that is complaining that there's too much of their tax dollars going to things that does not benefit them. So here we go, trying to set up new policies that's still going to redirect monies away from citizens and to people who, coming from all other places from all over the world for them to be able to start fresh. But the people who have been here are already being neglected. So how does that fit into a scenario of people, that's already upset with, what we supposed to have fair processes. We're supposed to have legit and, I guess.
And that's a fair argument because basically, like I was saying, the whole issue that Mayor Adams having in New York is a microcosm of that whole thing because he's saying he's going to have to cut social services or cut different kinds of services of the state. I mean, throughout the city so that he can provide for these immigrants. And it's like, so like what you're saying, that makes a lot of sense. That's why people would be upset. They're in the state and their services are being cut. Like they're struggling left and right. And then a number of the monies that they have available is getting funneled to these immigrants. Like that really doesn't make any sense. So then the answer is to take care of the people, you know what I mean, first. Take care of the United States citizens. That's the thing though. But every time you look up, they're cutting social programs. They're not spending money that helps folks. Because if people were living better, then we wouldn't even be having this argument, and people wouldn't be so angry about immigrants coming here and needing whatever.
Well,
but people suffering, me and you, or regular folks suffering, we're not gonna be like, okay, we're totally fine with these other folks coming, and y'all, it's like the money that goes to Ukraine, and it's like, what the hell? All of the money y'all sending to Ukraine, and we over here suffering. Like that's where people have a problem, and that's fair. So, but why come we can't just take care of our people? Why can't we even talk about that? Why isn't that even on the political landscape?
Well, it is, but you have to be listening to conservative ideas because that's where it's really happening. And I know some people get somewhat irritated with the whole idea of this trickle down types of economy, which I think works to some extent. But when we have two parties that's fighting so strongly, they're not even close, and how to complete these processes. Oh no, we should do it this way, or well no, this is the way to do it. And it's just, I think we're gonna have to really get to a point where we really can I think we really have to gut a lot of things that's not really benefiting people to the extent, or where we don't really need. Because I don't know. I've been listening to a lot, because I'm sure you've been listening to, well, seeing this guy Ramaswamy, uh, Vivek Ramaswamy. I don't think that he's going to become president because of the 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 people who's bigger and been around longer are probably going to have the better shot. But he definitely is bringing up conversations that we should have been having a long time ago, and it's it's crazy that you know what I'm saying, like, if unless they can truly legally be able to disqualify Trump, he doesn't have a chance. But like I said, he's got some really good ideas on how to handle certain things, and he's even like talking about like totally like reconform, like changing DC around a bunch. So I think we gotta get wild and crazy with some of this. Like, we can't continue the same things and thinking we're gonna get better results. Like, it's just not gonna happen.
I agree. Dramatic change needs to happen in a lot of ways. The way we structure society, the way we do a lot of things, just like
Yeah.
look at it in a different way and just come at it in a whole different way.
Yeah.
Let me read some more comments. I'm gonna move on. It says, Governor of Texas is not a madman. He's just tired of having to house, feed, and finance immigrants when Texas isn't a sanctuary state. Another comment, it says, Mayor Adams, my heart goes out to the states at the southern border. I have little empathy for NYC since you declared your city a sanctuary city.
Well, he wouldn't. I don't think this guy himself declared it one. He inherited a sanctuary city where okay, he's trying to accommodate what has been known. But I think things like this could actually, like, there's a bunch of people who's really not seeing the growth of America the way it should be, and are looking for dramatic change. So I think even a bunch of the people who politicians in the Democratic seats are gonna be willing to look at things a totally different, as well as the citizens have been, because I mean that's the people who's really getting up, trying to see change, and in order for them to keep their jobs, they're going to have to make change.
I read a couple more. It says, don't blame Texas, blame Biden. Another one, it says, mindlessly being a Democrat has serious real-world consequences. Another one, it says, the residents of New York approve their status as a sanctuary city. Complain to your elected officials. One more. It says, when NYC declared themselves to be a sanctuary city, they brought all this pain on themselves. They asked for it seriously. What did they think was going to happen? Nobody would show.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm in the middle. I don't one way or the other. I think that we got people all over this country. I mean, like, shoot, just think. I mean, I don't think they're sending more than half of the people that's coming in to other states. Like, Texas is keeping a bunch of them, but we're used to it, and we know how to handle a bunch. But when it's getting to be a little bit much, then we send them off to other places. I mean, it's kind of, I think it's fair, because I mean, Texas might be the largest geographically, but there's states with way more money, or with money that's flowing through more than Texas, and there's just like you said. I mean, how can you expect them to survive without some federal assistance to get this going? And it's their policy that has these people coming in the first place, or they're in inactivity that is allowing these things to happen the way it is. So I think it is part of the federal government to make some kind of leeway, or I don't know. They got to do something to fix this, and I don't see Biden doing it because like this is what he wanted. Like this, he rung the bell. He blew the whistle to let everybody know that hey, this is your chance. Just come on in at the best way you can. So
Let's move on. Check this out. It says, meet the black farmer in Chicago that grows organic food inside his 18-wheeler semi-truck. Pretty
what
cool, pretty cool stuff right here.
in his 18-wheeler truck?
Yeah,
Oh,
in the trailer. You know, you can see in the picture right here. So it's probably using lights. And then you have this thing where they do this, what do they call it? Vertical, um, growing. So that's what he's got. So you do that when you have small space. Let's see. Oh, we can't play the sound. It says this is your sign to start growing your food at home. So it's like they're showing how he set this up. It's like panels inside of the trailer here. So it shows you don't have to have a lot of space.
I mean, he must be an ex-driver because
Yeah, how you gonna? I get it. It says when you finally say F it and start hydroponically growing your own lettuce, because there have been 3 lettuce recalls in 2022 alone, 2 for listeria and 1 for nightshade. And lettuce is really easy to grow too. So this guy here, this is really cool stuff right here. A way to think outside of the box. So it says, meet Derek Drake, the founder and CEO of Ditto Foods, a black-owned hydroponic farming company located in South suburban Chicago. Inside his 18-wheeler semi-truck trailer truck, he grows organic lettuce, kale, collard greens, herbs, and root vegetables and sells them to wholesalers and local restaurants that feature farm-to-table menus. Derek was born and raised in Fort Heights, Illinois, and as a child, he helped his grandmother plow and sow in the family garden, learning the ropes of traditional farming. This is where his love for fresh-grown food was birthed. After completing his bachelor's degree in social work, Derek spent several years traveling throughout Asia, where he developed a passion for exotic herbs and other freshly grown ingredients. After nearly 25 years in the hospitality industry, as a result of the pandemic, Derek lost his job and he began to sow a new dream, and Ditto Foods was born. It says, what sets his company apart from other urban farms is that he uses hydroponics, which is a farming method of growing plants without soil. In addition, the plants are grown vertically in panels, and custom LED red and blue lights are used for natural light. Hydroponic plant cultivation is widely considered more sustainable than regular farming, as it uses around 90% less water. Secondly, hydroponic farming yields more vegetables and herbs in a shorter time. Thirdly, its carbon footprint is minimal as the greens are grown locally. Pretty cool stuff here.
yep, I like that. I mean, it's genius for him to be doing that. I mean, I last thing I would have been thinking of how to, at least how to do it, because I've been saying because I got a few plants growing at my mom's, but not still not at the scale that I want to get to. But that's pretty awesome.
Yeah, pretty cool idea, I'd say. I like that. Let's go on. What's his name? Polite. Have you seen in the news, Brother Polite? I don't know. It looks like he's going to jail. Have you heard any about this stuff?
Well, I mean, I knew like a year or two back or something he was going through some stuff with some charges that he got with, I think it was pedophilia or statutory rape or whatever.
Yeah, that's what it was. And so it's just now actually finishing up. So apparently it's looking like he took a plea deal and he's going to have to go sit down for like, what did they say, 7 years? You know, I used to listen to Polite, you know, and he's definitely an intelligent person. But one of the things I have a real problem with the community is he seemed like one of those guys who kind of worship money, you know, like money is all about money, you know, and also screwing over people to make money. And like, I don't like that at all. Like, you know, he's like I say, he's intelligent, knows a lot of stuff, and you can learn from him. But he's not like a person that I would model my life behind or whatever.
No. I mean, if you really know, I mean, I'm going to tell you, there's a bunch of people who had some shady past that, you know, we might look up to now or give certain level of, you know, notoriety to, or, you know, not sure the best way to say that, but either way, I mean, he's not the person, even, you know, like I've seen how he was on the street, how we talk to people, and you know, his ideology was more so, you know, there's things that already exist that we should be maybe following, but he rather create some new things and you follow him, and I don't know, it's just a weird dynamic that went on with him. And
yeah, a lot of ego, and he clearly wasn't a nice guy. A lot of people didn't like him. He had to walk around with security. You got to walk around with a security guard with you all the time. That just shows you be screwing over people. It means it's a lot of people that want to put their hands on you. You got people like Keanu Reeves rides he lives in New York and he rides the train. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. You know, like if you're not going around, I was watching a podcast earlier today and the guy was like, you know, I don't, you know, I believe in God, you know, and I don't walk around with weapons because I don't feel the need. I feel protected. I don't have no fear, you know, and you go through your life not screwing over people, then for the most part, you should be good. But if you do go through your life screwing over people left and right, then you're going to be looking over your shoulder, looking for that guy that you screwed over 10 years ago to jump out of the bushes.
Yeah. And the money that you spend for somebody to protect you, you could have just not robbed people and not have to have that extra expense. You know what I'm saying? Like you not having to have that extra profit of, you know, what you consider profit if you're stealing. You know, I don't know. It's just, to me, it just.
So let me play this. Some old clips of him has been popping up because of this case coming out. Let me play this.
If you want to fight for it, fight for it for another reason. Don't fight for it because he's innocent of a molesting kid.
Let's say he molested 1,000 children. Factually.
Okay.
Genetic evidence and everything. Things that we don't deny. Scientifically, we say, wow, okay, true. If someone was to ask me, would you still worship him as your most high, acknowledge him as your most high God? I would have to. I don't identify with everything he does there, much like I believe most Christians don't identify with everything their God does, because it says their God is a jealous God. And some Christians would tell you it's not right to be jealous.
After Brooklyn, you know, upstate New York, when he first, you know, touched me or whatever, you know. And so from 7 to 14, 7 years that I went through this, you know what I'm saying? And that's my story.
Would you say there's been over 20 children molested by Dr. York?
I would say so. I mean, I would say that it was, you know, if I could confirm people that I could strongly confirm, it'll be about 15 or 20 people.
Obviously, if over 15 to 20 children were being molested, we have to now say, how come the adults wasn't saying nothing? Shouldn't they be locked up with Dr. York too? How come they're free to testify about it?
You understand the adults were separated from their children. You know, so you had the girls in one house, the boys in one house, the women in one place, the brothers in one place. You know, you had to make the decision.
It's not. So what's the point?
If you want to fight
it's your matter of opinion.
Fight for it for another reason. Don't fight for it because he's innocent of a molesting kid.
Let's say he molested
Go ahead. Comments?
Oh no. Well, I think that's insane. What what I'm hearing. I mean, because I mean, it sounds like regardless, you're supporting something or making an excuse to be able to, still follow someone, or not, you know, turn your back on certain things that. Because I mean, okay, maybe there are good things about a person, but at the same time, you still might want to separate yourself from some of these things, especially if you don't agree with them. I don't know. I just can't rock with that whole.
Yeah, I feel like you can learn from anybody, but supporting someone is like you're supporting it's like you're condoning that behavior, And then it sounded like he was kind of like defending it, And he said, so what about the parents? Shouldn't they be in jail too? Well, we're not talking about that. You know what I mean? Like, what about it? It's like whenever they do that, it's like trying to belittle what that person did, What about the parents? We're not talking about that. This guy did some horrible stuff. We're talking about that.
Well, I mean, now if the parents were, bringing their children to be molested, yeah. But I mean, if I'm not really. I guess I don't know the full dynamics of what was happening there, but I mean, I think it would be criminal if a parent is allowing some adult to have their way with their child if they agree with this thing. I don't know. It's just.
Let me read a couple comments. It says, I've been in the conscious community for 4 years. I was never able to vibe with this guy. So many teachers out here, but I couldn't follow his stuff. Glad my intuition saved me from this mess. I have no respect for predators of any authority. Another one, it says, this polite dude sounds like a damn fool. Christians not condoning God being a jealous God. How can you compare that? If this man molested over 1,000 children and you still worship him as your most high, something is wrong with you. That's why it's no surprise you did what you did, because you think it's acceptable, because your most high God did that. This is what happens when fools try to go so hard to defend effery and talk their ass and don't realize they sound stupid.
Yeah. Agree.
So, hold on. There was another part of this, but it's not here. I guess we'll come back to it. There's another part to that. Oh, wait. This might be it right here. I got to be careful with this.
Asked the defendant to be present. I also am very concerned that the defendant has been essentially terrorizing the victim. I mean, the victim's 14 years old, and there's been a lot of
since the arrest.
Since the arrest, Judge, he's been very communicative he's been very vocal on social media. There's been videos of the victim drugged by this defendant leaked online. Your Honor, on this case, we do have DNA showing that the defendant's sperm was on the victim's clothes.
I can have the defendant sworn.
Mr. Nowak, can you unmute yourself?
So,
raise your right hand. Do you swear from the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, so you can put your arm down. Can you tell me your full name and your date of birth?
Michael Eugene Nope Jr., born August 10th, 1983.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, so you are currently charged under case F21 14438 with several counts involving a minor victim. And the minor victim is identified as T like Thomas, S like Sam. Do you know who that is?
Yes.
All right. Sir, you are ordered that you can have no contact with TS.
On the case yet. That's why, Your Honor.
yeah, so, and he's on the internet all talking about it's all lies and that they made this up and da. Goddess Ayana posted this, her caption, she says, some of y'all still gonna argue semantics though. I'm definitely seeing who can't be trusted around children. One comment, dang, it's a breathy comment. Let's read it. People are still defending him, sometimes what they say a black man did, he actually did that. Y'all gonna stop looking at it as the system versus a black man. Start looking at the individual specifically. It's a lot of suspect people in the community, and they get away with this because they are talking that good talk. Might say something like land ownership is pivotal in the advancement of our people. First, we need to identify as free bodies and detach from this societal construct, and you hooked. Now you following somebody blindly instead of stopping and peeping energy. Energy don't lie, and this brother's energy ain't never been right. Stop defending him because he black and woke. He did that shit. Yeah, so the whole internet's been buzzing on this topic right here.
Who's protecting them?
Well, a lot of people are still kind of defending him. Let me go to her page because I'm looking for the other post where he's like, I'm innocent.
This means that people are lying. If I was lying, you would be able to find something that contradicts what I'm saying. I made no plea, and there is no plea for child molestation on my behalf. I never plead to no child molestation, and I never made a plea in the first place. These are lies.
5 minutes later.
Okay, so Mr. Nowak, the terms of the plea agreement are as what the prosecutor just stated, that you are going to be entering a plea of guilty to the 2 counts of aggravated child abuse and 1 count of deliberate contributing to the delinquency of a minor. You will be adjudicated guilty, which is a criminal conviction on your record. Do you also understand, sir, that by entering into this plea that it may subject you to involuntary civil commitment proceedings set forth in Florida statutes 394.910 through 394.931. Do you understand everything that I've said thus far? Yeah. Okay. Now, I want to also advise you, sir, that you are going to be sentenced to 7 years in state prison to be followed by 10 years of reporting probation. In addition to any of the special conditions of probation, you will also participate in and successfully complete a mentally disordered sex offender treatment program.
These are lies. The last.
Yeah. One more on this guy. I think it's this one.
All right. Okay, can you tell me your full name and date of birth?
Michael Eugene Note Jr. Okay.
That's basically the same clip. So yeah, he's saying that he didn't do it, but it's a lot of information out here. We'll know when he's no longer posting online because he's a very what do you call it? Like he's an internet person. He's always posting stuff. So if we don't see any posts from him, or the posts we do see from him, he's wearing like a jumpsuit, then we know what's up.
It is what it is. Go and enjoy your time away, and maybe they'll be finding somebody else's sperm in his clothes.
So let's move on. This one, it says the most dangerous white substance in the black community is not cocaine, it's sugar.
Well, it's true. It's true. Sugar is supposed to be the most addictive substance known to man, and more addictive than even cocaine and some of these other drugs.
Let me read this. It says sugar diabetes can be controlled and cured if you only eat right. Stay off of sugar and starchy foods and leave those old white potatoes alone. It says, is sugar a drug? And it shows the chemical compound is really close to cocaine.
Damn.
Yeah, you see it? It's like the difference is like very little.
Minuscule, yeah.
It says you are what you eat. Let's see. Is sugar more addictive than cocaine? Wednesday, 20th September 2017. Research on rats has found that sugar is more addictive than opiate drugs such as cocaine, and that there can be withdrawal symptoms such as depression and behavioral problems when people try cutting out sugar completely. Should we be treating refined sugar with even more caution? It says drug-like effects. A review published in the British Journal of Sports Medicine has claimed that refined sugar has a similar effect on the brain as illegal drugs such as cocaine. In studies on rats, it has been found that there are significant similarities between eating sugar and drug-like effects such as binging, craving, tolerance, withdrawal, dependence, and reward. It says diabetes by race, ethnicity. The rates of diagnosed diabetes in adults by race, ethnic background are 14.5% of American Indians, Alaska Native, 12.1% of non-Hispanic blacks, 11.8% of Hispanics, 9.5% of Asian Americans, and 7.4% of non-Hispanic whites. Yeah. Let's read a couple comments. It says, no substance in our community has a bigger body count than sugar. Let's all make a personal pledge to do better, fam. Health is wealth. Sugar is poison. It says, so true. And the substitutes and artificial sweeteners are horrific as well. Another comment, it says, just last week, I was telling some clients who are addicted to sugar about the documentary Fed Up. It's an excellent resource that factually and statistically breaks down how this post became a true statement. Though not shocking, it's mind-blowing to see the calculated strategic impropriety conducted by the government and Big Pharma and the gross detriment expense of children and families. You know, the thing about the sugar, I can't blame like the government or Big Pharma so much on that, because it's like people want sugar, you know, like they're gonna sell the products that you want. Like you want product full of sugar, they're gonna give it to you, you know.
Well, no, I think that there has to be some level of blame because there's the way that they pack it into certain foods, and you know, it's like if you really think about it, like there's certain things that don't need high levels of sugar in that they're like highly concentrated in, and they purposely are doing that because they want to kill you or they want to control you. Really, that is more so control, or just as much as control. But yeah, there's products that they regulate and they put it with so many different chemicals, sugar being one of them, that will either have you addicted to products so that you continually buy that product, or I don't know, you just have different effects from it. So there has to be some level of because the regulations, they could keep these corporations from being able to use those things when, okay, if you make some things from scratch at home, you wouldn't nearly use a lot of half the things that they put in these products, not just for preservatives or whatever, you know, something to keep it to last long. It's mostly to, you know, get you addicted to and maybe even make you sick down the road.
Yeah.
So they do have, I would have to say that they do have some liability.
Yeah. It's like we eat sugar on top of sugar. It's like the cereal made out of sugar, and then we add more sugar to it. I think education is the key, because people don't know that like the carbohydrates, the stuff that gets your body turns directly into sugar. They don't see that as sugar, but your body sees it as sugar because that's what it is. It turns it directly into sugar as soon as you consume it.
Yeah.
So I think people need to know that kind of stuff too. And the other part related to diabetes, like the potato chips and stuff, you know, that's what causes it too. It's the, you know, the what am I trying to say? It's the ingredients in there that's not sugar, but it's like these saturated fats that
It's
leads to
the
diabetes.
the things that convert, you know, because they when you really look at the base level of like what food is, and like they're a bunch of chemicals, and they break down, they have chemical reactions within the body that, you know, of course a lot of us don't see or even understand. And I think that that's stuff that we should learn more about, you know, whether the schools teach it or not. That's things that we need to know. And that way, I think if kids know that from an early age, there's a lot of stuff that they would reject.
And they would do different. Like, did you see those ones I sent about the alternative milks? I'm pretty sure I sent that in the group chat. And they
Yeah, I
were
saw
talking about how, like, even the oat milk, the almond milks, and they're talking about how, like, even on their packaging, it says it's like low sugar or whatever, but they're leaving out a certain ingredient because during the process of making it creates these chemicals that are basically sugars, and they don't have to put that in the labeling. You know what I'm saying? So the thing is, like, you know, they're ripping people off with these because it's cheap as hell for them to make these milk substitutes, and then they charge you even more than what regular milk costs. But also, it's like a bunch of sugar, and that you don't even know. Like, it's just not. They're not good for you.
Yeah. Yeah, they're selling you on that these are healthier products, and usually they're not. I mean, if you think about, I mean, one of the things I guess that really, you know, because I mean, of course, I'm not much better off than any other citizen here, but you know, a lot of the chemicals that they use are banned in pretty much every other country in the world but United States, and they continue to use these things, and they think it's you know, since they create the laws and, you know, this, that, and the third, they can regulate it and have you put it in your food and, you know, help you kill yourself.
Yeah, really, really sad stuff. Um, do I want to go into that? Let's keep going through this. This one, it says, no economist will ever come up with a better description of why being poor is so expensive than Terry Pratchett. Such a great quote. It says, take Boots, for example. He earned $38 a month plus allowances. A really good pair of leather boots cost $50, but an affordable pair of boots, which were sort of okay for a season or two, and then leaked like hell when the cardboard gave out, cost about $10. Those were the kind of boots Vimes always bought and wore until the soles were so thin that he could tell where he was in Ankh-Morpork in a foggy night by the feel of the cobbles. But the thing was that good boots lasted for years and years. A man who could afford $50 had a pair of boots that would still be keeping his feet dry in 10 years' time, while a poor man who could only afford cheap boots would have spent $100 on boots in the same time and will still have wet feet. This was the Captain Samuel Vimes Boots theory of social economic unfairness. So, like, I agree with the socioeconomic unfairness, and I talk about this all the time. But on the other hand, I always try to say, you know, go ahead and buy those more expensive boots. You know what I'm saying? Quality over quantity. And really, it has to do with you. It's really more economical because, like it said in this little
boot. It's the cheaper boot.
Yes, exactly. You end up paying a lot less over time. But a lot of people or, you know, poor folks, a lot of times we think short term. You know, we're not thinking further long term. We're just thinking short term. Right now, I only want to spend the $10. And it's really hard to get people to see that it's going to save you money if you go ahead and spend that $50 now instead of that $10. Like they can't get their brain to compute that shit.
Well, I don't know if it's always that, because I mean, I know that dynamic exists, but I think that, you know, based on the the pressure of need now, and because I mean, for some people they might have to save up a couple of weeks or a while, and it's like, okay, well, at least I can go spend the $10 to get this one. I got enough to spend to buy this one, and maybe I can get this other one next time. But because of the way that these issues,
It's economic necessity,
yeah,
is what you're saying. Yeah.
Like in order for him to go to work, he's got to have those boots or some kind of boots, and this is the only thing that he can afford was the $10 boots at the moment. So he gets that, but then there's no big change in his financial situation. So he's pretty much gets stuck in a loop of him having to continue to go down that route. That okay, he would spend the $50 if he could, but
Let me read this. It says this sort of outdated because nowadays everything is built to break, even expensive things. Rich people can just afford to replace their boots and iPhones, and poor people can't. So that there's some truth to that, because they do make like almost everything to like wear out. They want you to have to buy it again, or they just put this social pressure for you, because the iPhone is the example of the social pressure, because you don't necessarily need to buy the new phone, but you got social pressure that people make fun of you or whatever. It's like you got the old outdated phone or whatever, like so it's either planned obsolescence where the pot just doesn't work anymore. It wears away, the handle breaks, the coating wears away, or it's social pressure with like the case of the iPhone, where it's like, you don't necessarily need the new phone, but if you don't buy the new phone, then everybody's making fun of you. Let me read some more. It says, wealthy neighborhoods get farmers markets and Whole Foods. Lower income neighborhoods get convenience stores. You pay the price of your bodily health for being poor. Now, this one is a good example because we have whole as food deserts where certain neighborhoods don't even have grocery stores at all. And people are buying their groceries from the gas station or from, I don't know, Walgreens or CVS or whatever. And they're just buying fast food all the time.
You gotta catch the bus to get to the real grocery store. Even if you're talking about like a Walmart, because I know like even let's say in Baton Rouge, you get to the hood areas, yeah, they got those little convenience stores all over the place. But then for them to get to, if you don't have a car to get to, Walmart or Albertsons or, one of the bigger grocery stores where things might be a little more economical. You're stuck. So
yeah. And on the north side in Houston, they don't even have like a Western neighborhood out there. There's not even a Walmart. They don't even have a Walmart.
They got HEB. I don't know how far, like what neighborhoods you're talking about, but yeah, I mean, if you're talking about getting cheap food, because I mean, really, honestly, I really see Walmart really is just a large convenience store. I mean, yeah, some of the things are cheaper, but you're not really getting anything really of quality.
Yeah. Let me read another one. It says, a bag of coal that heated your house all week cost $5. If you could take it home in a wagon, black kids would walk to town and get a day's worth that they could carry home in their shirt for $2, and they walk through the snow every day. Another comment, it says, the 1% have a monopoly on freedom. The rest are captive to the failure of all this nonsense. It's hard for me to read that one. Another one that says, yep, one of a million ways was very poor for 65 years. It's just true that everything costs more when you're poor. Like everything costs more when you're poor because you just don't have you don't have a car, you don't have the resources. Yeah, you don't have the ability to, like this guy made the comment about the coal. They got to buy the coal every day because they don't have a trailer or whatever. to carry it. So it just costs more to be poor. And I think a lot of people don't really understand that. And it's also by design. It's not by happenstance. Another one that says, with that being said, Thrive House is an emergency shelter for women survivors who have been displaced in Houston, Texas. $140 is needed, and by donating any amount, we'll maintain electricity for 10 Black women staying at the house. Please consider going to our page. Okay, whatever. Another one that says, Marx will, and he used far better examples and actually understood economics. Anyways, let's move on. This one, it says, we are at a point where politicians can sexually assault women and keep their jobs, but teachers will get fired for teaching history. And, you know, we was one in the text group when we were talking about basically these politicians getting away with stuff and talking about the laws, the new laws in Florida where they kill people that's going into effect, and like people who aren't committing like murders or whatever can, you know, get prison time. I mean, can get the electric chair or whatever. They can get killed, you know, by the state. And we were talking about human trafficking and all of that, and how like, so this little meme makes me think about all of that. The little conversation that we had when we were texting, and I was saying that, you know, the you know, the powers that be don't, you know, it's just the poor people that really gets like those people who are going to get killed in Florida for doing stuff that's not murder. But meanwhile, you got, like it says, you got politicians who can assault people and they get to keep their jobs. So, you know, I'm kind of all over the place with that. My thoughts are all over, but you remember when we had that text when we were talking about that?
Well, yeah, but like I mean, I guess for me to really get to the conclusion that, you know, they're really trying to, you know, kill people for menial crimes, I didn't see the proof of that. But let's just be hypothetical again. If that's the case, yeah, this is a horrible thing. It shouldn't happen. If there's any doubt that any of these people, you know, in the crime, like there's no way that you should be able to pull a death penalty on someone that you don't have not just 100%, but 1,000% surety that they did the crime or even maybe admitted to the crime. But this is something that's been happening a long time. You know, my argument with that whole capital punishment thing was, if you're going to do it, you know, if it's going to be done, it has to be, you know, a heinous crime, something that's worthy of being, you know, them getting killed for, because you know, you have these criminals that, you know, they killing people on the street, they kill people in the prison. So some people might need to be extinguished to some extent. But if there's any doubt in whether they did, or, you know, if maybe they didn't do the crime, you can't just do, you know, give that crime. But our politicians, you know, on the other side of what you're saying, yes, politicians get away with a bunch of things, but that's how, you know, the people in their in the activity, you know, them not, you know, being active about moving people out and showing people that they mean business about who they want, what type of people they want to run their townships, their cities, their counties, and, you know, state, so on, on the federal levels. I mean, they're going to continue to misuse the powers that we've given them. So, I think that people, also the other side of that too was them making certain laws was to deter, not necessarily because they're looking to, like they want to kill people. I think that was the argument that I was given, that I don't think it's more so that they just want to be able to kill more people. I think they're setting laws so that maybe they could keep people from doing these laws, at least more, try to keep more people from doing, breaking these laws, because if the more stiff you make the laws, the more likely that they will not commit these crimes.
Yeah, in theory. Let's play this. Check this out.
Child sexual abuse is without a doubt one of the most heinous and insidious crimes an individual could ever commit, and which a victim could ever suffer. These offenses go much deeper than the physical harm done to our children. Most often, this is not a one and done crime, where the victim suffers a horrible experience, never again to be repeated. Once a predator has a child ensnared, they will harm that child over and over and over again, and then move on to another innocent child. Members, they're called predators for a reason, because they stalk and hunt down their prey, systematically grooming their intended victims using a series of calculated moves to gain their trust, get them alone, and break down their boundaries.
Okay, so
Child sex.
it says Florida passes bill allowing death penalty for child sex abusers. New York Post. Florida lawmakers have approved legislation backed by Governor Ron DeSantis that will permit the death penalty for those convicted of sexually abusing children. The bipartisan proposal, which passed by a vote of 34-5 late Tuesday, will also allow juries to hand down death sentences by votes of at least 8-4 after previously requiring unanimity. Damn it. No, it says the bill, which passed the Florida House of Representatives 95-14 last week, and which DeSantis is expected to sign, would apply to those convicted of abusing children under the age of 12. My view is you have some of these people that will be serial rapists of 6-7-year-old kids, DeSantis told Good Morning Orlando Monday. I think the death penalty is the only appropriate punishment when you have situations like that. State Senate Minority Leader Lauren Book, Democrat Davie, and State Senator Jonathan Martin, Republican Fort Myers, the bill's co-sponsors, argued that those who sexually harm kids are likely to repeat their crime and deserve the ultimate penalty. You want to make comments?
No, I agree. Now, like I said, the whole thing to me is, I think that there has to be a certain level of, because the 8-4, because I at one point I thought it was at least 10-2, but if the majority of people for whatever reason say that this person is guilty, I would say that there's enough evidence that probably that does show that. I also, I mean, honestly, I don't really have much remorse for people who harm children, not just in a sexual way, but just taking their innocence and misusing, or I don't really have much room for tolerance on that. So I mean, if that's the case, they gotta go.
Yeah, but that kind of goes against what you were saying about being 1,000% sure. If it's an 8-4, then some people on that jury wasn't sure.
Okay. Well, and that goes against it, but at the same time, you know, we have people that's on the juries that might, you know, be okay with molestation. I don't know. I mean, like, I think there's got to be a case by case, and there's usually, I would say that there's not just people who did nothing to a child that's in you know, getting locked up, or even in the chances of getting you know, getting locked up for life, or even the death penalty. And I think that's the part that I think maybe you're overlooking, is like these people did something to a child. You know, they're saying innocent, but you know, the majority of the people are saying that it didn't line up. It didn't. And but you know, with any other crime, you're okay with, you know, the majority ruling. But in this case, with death penalty, you're not okay with. So people can live in prison for life on a mistake, because there was, you know, 8 people that decided. But when it comes to anything else, you're pretty much saying that that's not the right way to deal with it.
No, I'm saying I got a problem with the death penalty, period. You
No,
know,
no,
and
no, 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 no. I'm not saying like just on the death penalty. I'm saying in other cases when people might just go be in jail for 10 years, 15 years, 20 years for something that, you know, everybody in the 12 people in the jury, you know, did not see eye to eye. There's 10 people that voted that they were guilty, 2 didn't. Why aren't you upset when that happens and you're
I think I get what you're saying. I mean, yes, there's definitely room. I mean, it should be more improved, but if you're gonna, I like what you said about being 1,000% sure if you're gonna kill somebody. Like, there's a difference between locking them up and then and they've been in there for, let's say, life, versus killing them. You know, if they wasn't sure about it, because if they were in jail for life, and you know they wasn't sure, and then some kind of evidence comes out later that exonerates that person, you can let them go free, you can get them out of jail. But if you've already killed them, then there's nothing, they're already dead. Let me read some comments. It says, as a Catholic, hope this goes for the churches too. Every guilty priest should be lined up. Another comment, it says, this shouldn't just be law, this needs to be human nature. Another one, it says, this law needs to be implemented in the United States because far too many children are sexually traumatized by demon-hearted predators. The act is beyond cruel, and I am asking, holding everyone in my heart that has to endure this pain, drip experience. Another comment, it says, hope every single state in America accepts this bill law. Couple more comments, it says, should be a world law. Another one, it says, my respect for Florida has risen. Another one, it says, people like Beth Kelly, Ike Turner, and others who have positive memories of such childhood experiences will be up in arms about this. Couple more. It says, hopefully the bill includes the death penalty for those that cater to castrating young boys and filling them full of chemicals. Another one, it says, if only California can follow this law and all the death penalty to continue. Another one, it says, another win for Florida. I was thinking castration, but I can get with this. One more, it says, this is the step in the right direction. Now, if we can get drug dealers to be considered for death row when convicted, we'll have truly won. Damn, this person even wants to kill drug dealers. Wow. So anyways, let's go into this because
but you know, there's always some extreme to it. Like, it doesn't really matter. Like, there's always some extreme. That's why everybody's opinion can't weigh the same, or even be, you know, because like I said, that 10-2 or maybe 8-4, which might be a little stepping a little far out, as you know, that being the litmus test for, you know what I'm saying? Like I guess really they're doing the same process that's always existed. It's just that now that the discussion of the, death penalty makes it seem harsh. But
Yeah, because we were as a nation, we were moving away from the death penalty, and now we're backtracking and going back with it. So that's a thing that's happening, and Florida is leading the way with this. I want to say they hadn't killed anyone in I don't know how many years. They're gonna say it in one of these videos. It's been a long time, but now they're just starting to kill people again. Let me play some of this. So this one, it says, in-depth, Florida leads U.S. with most exonerations. So hold on. Most exonerations from the death penalty. So meaning that they charged somebody with the death penalty, and then they found out later that it was wrong, and they had to let them go or whatever. So they lead the country with this. And they're also the same state that's talking about killing people, even if it's only an 8-4 decision on the Supreme Court. Let's play some of this.
What made them think I did?
In-depth reporting here tonight, and Florida's death penalty facing critical new questions. Did you know there are currently 318 people on death row in this state? And yet Florida leads the entire country when it comes to exonerations. Innocent people on death row. How does that happen? And if the system is getting it wrong, should the state still have the power to kill? Anthony Hill tonight here with all sides of this story.
I kept wondering what made them think I did this. I wasn't there, nowhere near there. They know where I was. Why do they think I'm the one that did this?
Ralph Wright is one of the 30 people who have been exonerated from the death penalty in Florida since it was reinstated in 1976.
I was wrongfully accused and convicted of a double homicide in St. Petersburg.
3 weeks of testimony has come to an end, and closing arguments are going on as we speak in the murder trial of former MacDill Sergeant Ralph Wright. Wright is accused of killing his girlfriend and 15-month-old son back in 2007.
Upon hearing the jury say the verdict was guilty, I sat there thinking, did I just become a convicted felon for something I didn't do?
According to the Florida Department of Corrections, there are currently 318 inmates sitting on death row.
I think that one of the biggest criminal justice reform is get rid of the death penalty. We don't need it anymore.
Kirk Bloodsworth is with Witness to Innocence, an organization that's pushing for the abolition of the death penalty.
We speak at churches and civic organizations and the like.
The organization is filled with death row exonerees.
We empower our exonerees to become better leaders in the movement to abolish the death penalty.
And this issue is important to Kirk because he was on death row for a murder he didn't commit.
I spent 8 years, 10 months, and 19 days in prison and 2 years on death row for a crime I didn't commit.
In fact, he was the first person in U.S. history to be exonerated through DNA evidence.
We're not randomly killing somebody, and we're not devaluing the life of the victim. The criminal justice system's main job is to protect law-abiding citizens.
Michael Rushford is on the other side of this debate. He's with the Criminal Justice Legal Foundation, an organization that's dedicated to assuring that people found guilty of crimes receive a swift and certain punishment.
Somebody who takes that law and just disposes of it and goes and kills a child or a pregnant woman or a police officer, that person has given up their humanity. They don't belong in civilized society anymore.
As it stands right now, Florida executes criminals who are mentally ill.
It's my contention that Florida shouldn't put to death people who are seriously mentally ill.
Those with serious mental illness are the most vulnerable for wrongful conviction because they are the least able to assist in their own defense.
State Senator Jeff Brandes represents District 24, which comprises parts of Pinellas County. Allison Miller handled death penalty cases for the Public Defender's Office for Pinellas and Pasco County for 13 years. She's currently running for state attorney. They worked together on State Senate Bill 770, which proposes to ban the death penalty for those with a serious mental illness.
But we believe that it's the right policy for the state And I think it's the right policy that Floridians would accept.
According to the Bureau of Justice Statistics, the national average of veterans on death row is about 10%.
Florida is just shy of 20% of our death row is comprised of veterans.
And she says many of these veterans have some kind of service-related trauma that likely contributed to the crime they committed. As for Ralph, he was exonerated in 2017 by the Florida Supreme Court after spending 8 years behind bars.
They were able to unanimously conclude that this guy didn't do it. You don't have the evidence that says this guy was anywhere near the crime scene, that he committed the crime, or that he even had knowledge of it.
Nowadays, he gives talks advocating for the abolition of the death penalty.
The advocacy work for me is basically in spreading the word and getting people educated about what it is they don't know, to show why not only the death penalty is not advantageous or beneficial for us as a people in a society, but how there are alternatives to it that better serve us.
State Senator Jeff.
So yeah, what do y'all think? It says, when it comes to the death penalty exoneration, Florida leads the nation. Now people are debating whether or not the state should continue to put people to death. So the same state that is really hard on this, harder than any other state, is the same state who has the most mess ups in this same area. You know, that's why, you know, I think that they should push against this. Let me read some comments. It says, can you imagine if Ted Bundy or Danny Rawlings were allowed to still be alive in prison? We have enough forensic tools to be able to clearly convict those that are capable of those types of heinous crimes, and I would want the death penalty in those cases 100%. I pray innocent people are found so during the decades of appeals, but I'm not ready to remove capital punishment altogether. Another one, it says, people need to learn about jury nullification. Every court tries to keep jury nullification pamphlets as far away as possible. Another one, it says, you couldn't pay for a fair jury in Florida. They have professional bootlickers who assume your guilt before the trial even starts. Another one, poor people are the ones who get the death penalty. See, that's what I was saying. That's what I was saying when we were texting. Poor people are the ones who get the death penalty. That's what happens. Another comment, it says, death penalty should not be demolished, just should be sure 100 if the case. So that's a good one. It says they're saying it shouldn't be demolished. You just should be 100%. So, but then let's make it 100% sure. So, but if it's 100% sure, you can't do that with a court. If you have a jury that even only 8 people out of the 12 are sure and 4 people are not, then that's not 100% sure. Another comment says, donate their organs and give them life with no parole. Another comment, it says, innocent people, not all, but the innocent people should be spared. So that's the thing. We can't rely on our justice system to persecute the right people or find the right people guilty. You know, it's too much, you know, inconsistency. It's too much, you know, if you got a lawyer, if you have enough money, I don't know, you know, all of the different mistakes that can happen, you know, all of the corruption. I don't have confidence that our justice system is going to be fair enough to be able to do the death penalty. That's why I don't agree with it. So this is the video that explains the law. Let me play a little bit of this.
The killing of 17 people.
First up here at 10, months after a jury, remember last summer, could not reach a unanimous verdict in the Parkland shooter's death penalty case. The governor today signs a law that would change the death penalty in Florida. Juries now only need 8 out of the 12 members to recommend death. Fox 13's Kylie Jones here with us in studio tonight. Kylie, this is some big news here. I know you spoke with a mother who lost her child in the Parkland shooting, and she told you this new law is going to save other parents from the pain she's feeling. Huh?
Yeah, Mark, that sentence dug deeper into a wound she and the families of 16 other victims shared. This new law now makes Florida an outlier, but it has some questioning. Should we be making the ultimate punishment easier to hand down?
I mean, somebody killing 17 people, what else do we have the death penalty for if it's not for the killing of 17 people?
The decision of life or death in Florida can now rest in the hands of only 8 people.
So now at the state of Florida, we have the lowest threshold to give somebody the ultimate sentence, that's the death penalty.
Governor Ron DeSantis signed into law a bill that no longer requires a unanimous jury to sentence someone to death. The new law now only requires 8 jurors to vote in favor of a death sentence.
It opens the door to cases where there's some doubt, certainly doubt about the sentence and maybe even doubt about the guilt.
Now, under the new law, a judge does have the ultimate discretion.
The judge who's hearing the facts of this case can look at a jury and say, hey, it's a close call. It's 8-4. Based on the facts that this court considers, ultimately, the sentencing is up to the judge.
The death penalty bill was filed on the heels of Parkland shooter Nicholas Cruz narrowly escaping a death sentence.
It's traumatizing to hear that the shooter is going to get life in prison when I have to go and visit my daughter at the cemetery.
Lori Al-Hadaf lives through excruciating pain every day. Her daughter Alyssa was one of...
You know, and at the beginning of this video, they said it's gonna help with other families, you know, that lose loved ones to like school shootings or whatever. And I argue how, you know, I mean, the child has been killed already. They're already gone, you know, and you kill the guy that did the shooting. Okay, that's fine or whatever, but that doesn't save the lives of those children, and that doesn't prevent any other children from being killed either. So, and a lot of these guys that do these kinds of things, they want to die. They kill themselves afterwards or whatever. You know what I mean? They try to get the cops to kill them or whatever. Like, I don't see how this actually helps. You know what I mean? So that's another part of my issue with this. You know, it's more of a revengeful thing because, like what the lady just said, she said, I have to visit my child at the cemetery and this guy gets to stay alive. So it's like it's her personal feeling is the reason why, you know, to support the death penalty. It's not about helping keep from other families feeling the same pain as she felt. It's more about her own personal pain and seeing that this guy dies to give her some kind of satisfaction or conclusion or whatever. You know what I mean? That's where I'm at on this. I mean, like, if you really care, then you want to go and prevent these shootings to happen. It's not about the punishment of the person who did the shooting. It's about preventing more shootings happening in the future. And I don't think that the death penalty has any impact on that at all. Like I said, these people, a lot of times they want to die anyways. So what kind of way, if the person wants to die and you give them the death penalty, then you're just giving them what they want anyways.
Say that again.
I said, if the person wants to die after doing a school shooting and you give them the death penalty, you're just giving them what they want anyways. You know, like the guy who did the shooting in the dollar store shooting that happened recently, you know, and he killed himself. He killed 3 people and then he just killed himself right afterwards, you know. And that's what I'm saying. This is the mindset of these people. So doing the death penalty is not, is that going to have a preventive measure for a person like that guy who did the shooting at the dollar store shooting? You get what I'm saying? Because the argument is that it gives an incentive for them to not commit the crimes if they have the risk of, you know, getting killed, you know, the risk of having the death penalty. But like I say, for that guy who killed those people at the dollar store, he killed himself right afterwards. So like, would him worrying about getting the death penalty, would that have prevented him from doing the shooting that he did at the dollar store? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. It's you know how I get when it's a certain time.
Yeah, it's getting
Trying
late.
to, yeah, I'm trying to hang in there, man. It's really, I'm past due. Got a bunch of work to do tomorrow, so I apologize for having to run out, but
All right, man.
I gotta get.
All right, bro. Get you some rest.
All right, man. I'll let you try to. I'm gonna try to come in tomorrow, but you know, I'm driving an event tomorrow evening as well, so I don't know. I'll see, but I might be able to step in for a little while tomorrow too.
All right, bro. Peace and love. Thank you for being here.
Peace and love.
Let me read some more comments. Well, let me read the caption. It says, months after the jury failed to reach a unanimous verdict in the Parkland shooter's death penalty case, Governor Ron DeSantis signed a law that would change the death penalty requirements in Florida. Fox 13 Tampa Bay brings you the important videos like breaking news, Let's read some comments. It says, don't blame the governor for this. Blame the individuals who awoke the sleeping beast. What does that mean? Another comment, it says, I don't have a problem with the death penalty, but call it what it is, vengeance. Plain and simple. It's not a deterrent. That's exactly what I just said. Another comment, it says, I think they should pass a law retroactively applying death penalty to convicted pedophiles. I also know a law like this would be 100% constitutional. It says retroactively. So what does that mean? That means if they already got found guilty of, being a pedophile, then you can go back and give them the death penalty. Another comment, it says, this absolutely makes sense for those who commit heinous crimes or who kill multiple individuals. Another comment, it says, we need more Rons in the USA. Another comment, it says, I wonder if this will be found constitutional. SCOTUS has ruled capital punishment unconstitutional when states have given it out under a lower threshold in the past. Yeah, so that's a question, because this may end up in front of the Supreme Court. But Ron DeSantis, the reason why he's moving the way he is because he feels that the Supreme Court is going to support him, and I think they probably will. With the makeup that we have right now, and given the precedent of the cases that they have seen recently and what decisions they have made recently, I'm willing to bet they're going to support DeSantis in this one. We got a lot of changes happening. Like I say, we're going backwards, and it's going to keep going in that direction for the foreseeable future. I don't see anything changing, because these Supreme Court judges that we have on there, they're going to be there for a long time. I don't know. They'd have to change up the makeup of the Supreme Court, add more justices or something. And I don't see that happening either. So this is what we got. Another comment, it says, New York City needs to do this. Another one, it says, in the age of DNA evidence, body cam video from police officers, the public, and the investigation and removal of corruption from many departments, this makes sense. Whatever. Removal of corruption from many departments. Whatever. I see a bunch of corruption. I mean, we just talked about Ken Paxton earlier. He's not a police officer, or investigator, but he's the attorney general. So, boom, that's a part of the system related to holding people accountable. And if he's shady on that other stuff he was doing, who's to say he wouldn't be shady on, what he would decide on certain cases? Another one, it says, this law specifically, wait, hold on. Another one, it says, thank you, Governor DeSantis. The death penalty hasn't been used enough in my estimation. Who the hell are you? Another one, it says, this law was specifically to deter the revolving door of violent crimes, and especially child rapists. Yes, but it doesn't. And I don't think it's a deter. It's not. It's really just vengeance. And then you use this deter as an argument to cover for your vengeance. Another comment, it says, kudos to Florida's Governor Ron DeSantis for having signed what appears to be an excellent law, which should have been adopted unanimously in the legislature. Far from being reckless, these amendments should have been in place after the fiasco in the Adam Matos case, where the brilliant judge had correctly stated if there was ever a case that the death penalty was appropriate, this is probably it. Indeed, that what this law constitutionally does is to de facto place the decision in the hands of learned legal professionals instead of granting a veto to some uneducated bozos or misguided crusader in the jury box. How can, under such circumstances, an innocent person ever be executed? What? You got a lot of faith in the freaking system. Another one, it says, now, well, this is the continuation of his comment. It says, now the stage should be set for Florida to replace the lethal injection with death by hanging, either the short drop method the U.S. Army had employed upon Nazi war criminals for the Austro-Hungarian pole method. Here, then, the families of the victims are at least granted some form of closure with the infliction of reasonable amount of suffering upon the condemned without degenerating into cruel and unusual punishment. Lethal injection is a means of putting a sick dog out of his misery. Hanging is the appropriate means of sending pond scum like the Parkland shooter to hell. So you put it in your comment, cruel and unreasonable punishment. That's the reason why they stopped doing that in the first place, y'all. Another comment says, good, this adds more teeth to the dog and back up on the bark of a solid bite. Legally speaking, it puts the burden on the defense to prove innocent beyond the shadow of the doubt. Unlike today, where they simply need to introduce doubt. Well, I think if there's just a bit of doubt, that's enough to not kill them. You can still convict them. You can still send them to prison. But if there's any doubt, I don't think that you should kill them. I don't like the death penalty either way. Let's go into this. So the Oprah's been in the news related to the she's trying to raise money or whatever. The internet has backlashed over it. Is this the full clip? Let me see. Can I even play USA Today? Oprah, Dwayne Johnson to help Maui residents affected by wildfires.
This morning, some relief for the people of Maui from two of Hollywood's biggest stars.
We've been meeting with community leaders, our Kapuna, for the past couple of weeks, and just trying to figure out what we could do.
Oprah and The Rock, Dwayne Johnson, coming together to aid communities impacted by the wildfires, launching a fund with an initial donation of $10 million, but also asking for more help.
In this time of need, you want to take care of the greatest need of the people, and that's giving them money.
The two reflecting on the devastation of the fires.
Oprah lives here in Maui. I was raised in these islands. My family are buried in these islands. It's going to take a long time to rebuild. Probably get a little worse before it gets a little better, but we're here doing what we could do.
All this as Maui is reeling, but working to rebuild. Weeks after the fires ripped through the historic town of Lahaina. Search and rescue crews have all but finished their operations, while the death toll still officially stands at 115, same it's been for weeks, with fewer than half of those victims actually identified. While those just searching for some peace want answers about how and why this happened, scarred residents say they had no warning of the fast-moving fire, with officials promising to overhaul the use of their siren system.
We see tremendous value in incorporating more tools into our arsenal.
This latest briefing, contentious.
Let me finish, brother.
The mayor questioned about who was calling the shots at the Emergency Management Center as Lahaina was burning.
I'm not sure who was in charge. I think Herman Andaya was still in charge. He just wasn't present. He was in contact with his team, I guess by phone.
The questions mounting as more relief comes in. President Biden now pledging $95 million to rebuild infrastructure and to harden Hawaii's electric grid.
We're doing everything we can to move heaven and earth to help you recover, rebuild, and return to your lives.
And the president says that money is going to be going to everything from strengthening aged power.
Yeah. And another thing that people are tripping about, they're like the amount of money that they send to Ukraine and then the amount of money that they're sending to here. There's a huge disparity. Let me see if I can find the clip I'm looking for, because the internet is really upset about this. Let me see if I can find it, y'all. I thought I had it here. Let me see.
Oprah Winfrey and Dwayne Johnson revealed this morning they are joining forces. They've created the People's Fund of Maui, and the goal is to give cash directly to the people who need it.
The greatest sense of empowerment is being able to have some control when everything seems so out of control. And we're calling it the People's Fund of Maui because every dollar that you send is going to go into an account that goes directly to the people.
Just knowing everything that took place, knowing the trauma that has taken place, and knowing that it's going to take a long time to rebuild. Probably get a little worse before it gets a little better, but
that's not the one I'm looking for. Because they're like, why are y'all asking for this money?
Oprah and The Rock begging for money for Hawaii is the greatest red pill moment in internet history. Check this out.
So if you send a donation, just click now.
Did I just witness what I think I witnessed? Please don't tell me I just saw a billionaire standing next to a multi-millionaire begging the average everyday citizen for donations that can barely get by due to a real-life recession, living paycheck to paycheck, barely can pay rent, barely can put food on the table for our families, okay? Living in a real-life recession in a country where our president is giving away all our resources to another country for money. If you two don't go take your Hollywood elite behinds to your other Hollywood elite friends and politician buddies that got millions like you do and billions and get all that money together and help out Maui, you are out your damn mind. Please don't insult our intelligence like that. Get out of here with that. The nerve.
Yeah, and it's like, because I think that they said, though, that Oprah they already started with an amount of money, but I'm not sure about that.
We were so concerned.
Backlash came in droves for Oprah and The Rock after asking for donations for the people of Maui funds. Many people highlighted their own wealth, and yes, Oprah's net worth is $2.5 billion, and The Rock's net worth is $800 million. So assuming that they went halves on their initial $10 million donation, that's 0.2% of Oprah's net worth and 0.625% of The Rock. A small dent to help the Maui residents who went from paradise to now what is called the deadliest wildfire in American modern history. So why have Oprah and The Rock faced such backlash? Well, one Twitter user said that these two have the audacity to ask everyday citizens to donate to their fundraisers. While on Reddit, a user said, as someone living through this, most people I have spoke to are stoked about it. Check out this post by Ash Cat, who reads out the people of Maui's fund employees' salaries.
These are the salaries of the executives.
Some claim that we've woken up, highlighting the disconnect between celebrities and the general public. But the bigger issue is that this is taken away from the importance of the crisis at hand that we do want to support. Let's put this energy towards helping the victims. So drop a comment, sharing information on who to follow and how to actually help.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, they can only do so much at the end of the day. You can't expect these people to put all of their money in there. But then, I mean, I can't trust this too at the same. I mean, hopefully they do raise money and they actually get money out to the people who need it. You know, I have to say that. But, you know, I don't know about like people's incentives in this, you know, because and Oprah just bought up a whole bunch of land out there too, you know. I don't know what these people are up to, you know. I just don't trust it completely, you know, and I think that's what the internet has a problem with is like, what are their incentives? What are they really trying to do? And like I say, you can't really expect them to give all their money to these people or whatever. And then crowdfunding or whatever is a way to go where people only have to give like a couple of dollars, $5, $10, $20. It doesn't hurt you. But when it comes together, then it becomes enough to actually do something for some people. And the way our society is set up, like these celebrities are the ones that we are willing to give our money to for whatever reason. I don't really get that shit at all. But You know, if regular folks was out there trying to raise the money, then the people are less likely to give for whatever reason. But because they like Oprah, they like The Rock, they'll give the money, you know. So them using their celebrity, I guess it's a good thing to try to, you know, help these people. So hopefully that's what it is. So, but the internet is kind of upset about the whole thing. They're like, it's kind of shady. It's like we struggling and y'all asking us for money and y'all are rich as hell. So I don't know. Because what's his name is pretty upset. Let me play some of this.
Pure asking for money. Pure evil, in my opinion.
So we have created the People's Fund of Maui that will put money directly in the hands of the people who need it right now. So if you send a donation,
Oprah has increasingly come under backlash following her actions after the Maui fire outbreak. And now it looks like even Jason Momoa has joined the pile-on. If you recall, the TV host got Dwayne Johnson to send what people are calling a phony SOS for money online. And this was the same Dwayne Johnson that said this about the fires.
Complete destruction and devastation that has hit our Hawaiian Islands, our island of Maui. And I'm completely heartbroken over this.
With all of this, it's not really surprising seeing Jason being angry that these people seem to now be deceitfully using his name to advocate for financial support from regular people who aren't as wealthy as celebrities like Johnson and Oprah.
There has been some people on Instagram pretending to be me, asking for money.
The Aquaman star felt compelled to use his Instagram platform to alert his followers about scammers who are deceitfully soliciting money from fans under the pretense of supporting the Maui wildfire disaster relief efforts. In a video message, he disclosed that imposters on social media have been impersonating him, fraudulently requesting funds purportedly for donation to Maui. He said, "It's deeply heartbreaking and disgusting to know that there are people attempting to take advantage of this tragedy. There's a growing sentiment among some individuals questioning why wealthy megastars like billionaires would seek financial contributions from the public. Speculation has arisen, suggesting that they may have ulterior motives behind their appeals for money from ordinary people."
Everything that I've seen transpire over these past couple of days, everything that continues to transpire, hour by hour, minute by minute, it's all heartbreaking.
Furthermore, upon closer examination of the situation, it appears that both celebrities may be engaging in deceptive practices with the Maui community and individuals who are contributing funds under the belief that they are supporting Jason. In response to this, Jason seems to have publicly labeled them as scammers and issued a cautionary message, advising people to refrain from making donations to any unauthorized sources unless explicitly recommended by him.
I am posting and reposting as much as possible to the proper places you can donate, but I am not reaching out to anyone.
Jason has firmly stated that he would never seek assistance or make outreach efforts through Instagram or any other platform. He emphasizes this point, questioning the need for him to reach out personally when he has already provided legitimate channels through which people can contribute donations to support the fire victims.
So please do not send money to these up people. Lahaina_Ohana_Venmo is directly delivered to the families in need.
Both renowned figures, the well-known TV host and The Rock, have faced substantial criticism for their perceived irresponsible actions in this matter. One person wrote, "If she says something about it, then she's guilty. Her history of her trying to get ahead of a story is proof. She claims nah. Then a few years later, she's got doo-doo on her nose." Another person said, "Some very rich people think that they can do what they want because they have money. If anyone is guilty of starting these fires, they must be held accountable, regardless of how much money they have." Another internet user shared his views, saying, "I hope the ancestors rise up with the injustice of it all, but I fear for these people. They overtly did this to the Native American, but now it has to be done covertly." Same result, though. In response to the significant public backlash they faced, Dwayne and Winfrey have chosen to address the ongoing controversy through a video statement. Leveraging their immense fame and considerable wealth, they are committed to assisting individuals displaced by the Maui wildfires. Notably, Oprah owns a residence on Maui, and Dwayne spent part of his upbringing in Hawaii.
We begin with some big names teaming up to help Hawaii's wildlife victims. Oprah Winfrey and Dwayne Johnson revealed this morning they are joining forces. They've created the People's Fund of Maui, and
both stars have initiated a relief fund for the Maui wildfires, kickstarting it with an initial generous donation of $10 million. Named the People's Fund of Maui, this fund operates within the Entertainment Industry Foundation and is dedicated to offering direct financial aid to those affected by the devastating Maui wildfires.
Yeah, I don't really know what to think about this. It's just that the internet's been buzzing about it. I hope that the money actually reaches the people who need it. You know, I can't help but to have doubt about it. Let's read the caption. It says, Jason Momoa exposes Oprah and The Rock's evil Maui donation scam. The Aquaman star felt compelled to use his Instagram platform to alert his followers about scammers who are deceitfully soliciting money from fans under the pretense of supporting the Maui wildfire disaster relief efforts. In a video message, he disclosed that imposters on social media have been impersonating him, fraudulently requesting funds, reportedly from donation to Maui. He said, "It's deeply heartbreaking and disgusting to know that there are people attempting to take advantage of this tragedy." You know, this is confusing because they're saying that he says Maui exposes Oprah and The Rock, but that's not what he's saying in his message. He said that people are impersonating him, trying to get money, and a bunch of scammers. He didn't say that The Rock and Oprah are doing a donation scam. So that's like they're twisting this a bit. Let me read another one. The rest of the caption, it says, "Here on Just Dan, we're all about the latest bill in Hollywood." I'm not going to read that. So I don't know. It seems like I know the internet is getting a lot of pushback or whatever, and I don't know what the incentives are for Oprah and The Rock. I know that they have connections to the island, but this story right here is like saying that this is a misleading headline because he didn't say anything like that. It's making me feel bad for even covering this now, because now I'm adding to the freaking.
One of the problems I've got about all this is it's like, oh, well, Oprah's worth billions, he's worth hundreds of millions, and they're only giving $5 million. How dare they? I'm like, how dare you step up and tell anyone how much money they're giving? They're still giving $5 million each. I mean, why are you knocking how little it is compared to their net worth when they're still giving millions and millions of dollars?
Yeah.
I mean, who are you as a human being to tell anyone what they owe or how much they should spend on something like that, especially when you're sitting back there pretty much doing nothing but exasperating the situation? And when was the last time they gave anything other than 2 words about anything?
Right. These damn keyboard warriors, and I don't think it mattered how much that they would give. Somebody is still going to say something. What do they expect them to give all the money that they have to this situation? They should just go broke, right? They should just give every dollar they have.
That's just like them going, well, why doesn't Oprah open her 4,000 acres to the people that lost their place? It's like, why don't you open your doors to a brand new crossed asylum seeker? Shut the fuck up and work local to make your area better. Don't tell people on the other side of the world what they should do. I mean, crap, $5 million. Oh, so what if they get a tax write-off on the damn thing? They're still giving more than you do.
Yeah.
Well, then it's a tax write-off, so that means the American people paid for it. It's like, no, because it's money that the American people never ended up getting in the first place. We didn't spend that money. The government didn't spend that money. It's money they took off as a deduction. You want to say that? Stop taking your kids off as a deduction, because all that does is reduce your taxes. That means that's money the government doesn't get. They can't spend money they don't get, so stop screaming about it.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, I have both worked with and met The Rock before. And I just am not 100% comfortable accusing him of wrongdoing without seeing the receipts.
Yeah.
Now, Oprah, I can believe she got some shady shit going on.
Yeah.
I mean, we've seen the way she operates. But man, he's been above, he has been under so much scrutiny the way he came up and all of that, that I find it very unlikely. Plus, like I said, I've met the man before. I've shook his hand before. He does not strike me as that kind of a human being.
Yeah. Let's move on. Check this out. It says breaking in one of the great modern abuses of police power, prosecutors in Georgia filed a bogus RICO case against 61 Cop City
You're still
activists.
sharing Oprah.
Oh shit. Thank you. Yeah, I kind of feel bad about even covering that now. I didn't take time to look at it.
No,
Let's see.
look, there's a possibility that there's some celebrity scamming going on. And by all means, we should be scrutinizing that and watching that. But we shouldn't be calling foul until there's proof of foul play.
Yeah.
Because until there's proof of foul play, that means there's money coming that way. And I'm sorry, yeah, I'm worth I'm worth $300 million. I give $5 million. You know, I give you less than I make in interest on my investments every year. But why are you bitching about money? But as long as the money gets to people, who cares how little I give of mine?
Yeah.
You
So
know,
and then
especially when that little is millions.
Yeah, and what about all the other celebrities that they like so much that's not giving a damn dime?
Well, that's what they're doing. They're using their celebrity to call out their peers and go, "Hey, come on, let's toss some money this way." How many people have acted in this state? How many people have gone there on vacation? Let's get something back.
Yeah. Let me read this.
Oh.
It says, I kind of want to move on. Let me read this. It says, in one of the great modern abuses of police power, prosecutors in Georgia filed a bogus RICO case against 61 Cop City activists, pathetic attempt to silence a powerful movement. So this is interesting to me because it's the same lady who's doing the Trump, the one is coming from the same DA's office that's that dropped the RICO charges on Trump. And they're dropping RICO charges on these people who protested the Cop City thing. We talked about the Cop City thing in the show. Let me read this. It says, the Stop Cop City movement will not be intimidated by continued false charges, and we will not be criminalized. Our movement is broad, our tactics diverse, and our aim is to continue to fight police and state terror and protect our comrades. Oh, damn, I can't play the sound on this. I hate it when it does that to me. It says, this is not a training issue. We have an issue of racism. We have an issue.
Have the sound off.
Yeah, it won't let me turn it on.
Oh.
It says we have an issue of people seeing our lives as, hold on, and the fact that Garrett Roloff, the guy, Rayshard Brooks, had 200 plus hours of training, de-escalation included, but Rayshard was still, I don't know, but it's as if this thing is going to get better if we invest our resources in institutions that do not serve us. Right? You can look behind me. Johnny Hallman belonged to somebody. He belonged to a people, a community. He belonged to us as a people. Are we going to continue to pretend that this is not an issue? This is not a training issue. So I can't play none of the sound or none of this. It says, so it's clear in his press conference about RICO charges against Stop Cop City organizers, Georgia Attorney General Chris Carr explicitly named that Cop City is needed because of the uprisings in 2020. This will be replicated in cities across the country. It already is. It says, anyway, Stop Cop City. This is the defining struggle over the legacy of the 2020 uprisings. That's what it's about. The state sees it that way, and so should we. If you're anywhere left of the Dems and plan to politically active in the next decade, this concerns you directly. Yeah, I really wanted to play the sound on these, but it won't let me. So let's read this. It says, the city of Atlanta, Fulton County, the state of Georgia, and the federal government are all colluding to ensure Cop City gets built against the unified will of the people. They've tried everything from murdering peaceful forest defenders to arresting bail fund organizers to most recently pressing bogus RICO charges against individuals for passing out flyers.
Is this an older one?
No, this is new, but it's there.
Well, see, but the Fulton County District Attorney is Fannie Willis. She's the one calling
right.
RICO on Trump.
So, but hold on, let me see. It's got to be more than one. Let's see if we can find some more RICO charges on Cop City. Protesters. Okay, political persecution. What is this? Democracy Now! I must have watched some of this 2 days ago.
Stop, Rorschach. They do not want to hear the song of your people.
What's that? Oh, you're talking about the cat.
Yeah, I was telling him that the internet didn't want to hear the song of his people right now.
Let me play this.
We're beginning today's show in Atlanta, Georgia, where the state's Republican Attorney General has announced a sweeping new RICO indictment against 61 activists and others he accuses of being part of a, quote, criminal enterprise to stop Cop City, a massive $90 million police training complex that's facing widespread opposition and ongoing protests. The charges were brought in Fulton County and approved by the same grand jury that indicted former President Donald Trump and 18 of his associates on RICO, or racketeering charges, brought by Fulton County District Attorney Fannie Willis, who is a Democrat. At a news conference Tuesday, Georgia Attorney General Chris Carr and John Fowler, head of Georgia's prosecution division, laid out their allegations and why they brought the case in Fulton County.
As alleged in the indictment, the defendants are members of Defend the Atlanta Forest, an anarchist, anti-police, and anti-business extremist organization. We contend these 61 defendants together have conspired to prevent the construction of the Atlanta Public Safety Training Center by conducting, coordinating, and organizing acts of violence, intimidation, and property destruction.
Why Fulton County and not DeKalb County? Georgia racketeering law allows that, and we availed ourselves of the Georgia racketeering law to do that. Anywhere that a predicate act or an overt act in furtherance of a conspiracy occurred in any county where that occurred is where you can indict the case, and we chose Fulton County. When you allege a conspiracy to commit racketeering, there's no requirement under Georgia law that they know each other. The whole purpose of the Georgia racketeering law is that they're all working in some way, shape, or form towards the same goal, and they formed a conspiracy to do that. That doesn't necessarily mean that every person has to talk to every single person. All you have to do is commit one overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy with the others, and then you can be guilty of racketeering. So that's
Wow, man, that's really loose and soft right there. So with that precedent, they can charge anybody with racketeering. Go ahead.
So they're playing a big game of six steps of Kevin Bacon with this whole thing. Is what's going on.
Yeah, man, like that's
You
not.
understand that, right? You understand that reference, right?
Yeah, I remember that.
Stages of
Yeah.
Kevin Bacon. You can prove, you can go no more than within 6 steps from almost anybody to anybody, with Kevin Bacon being inside, starting from Kevin Bacon within 6 steps of something like that, you can get to any other Hollywood star. Which means, you know, he worked in this movie with this person who worked in this movie with this person who worked in with this movie. Bam, you got the person you're looking for.
Wow.
So you could go blow up a building on one side of the street or one city, and I can go and set something on fire in another city. And because we were both doing it for the same reason, we are now connected by the RICO.
Yeah.
I call bullshit.
Yeah, I'm calling bullshit. Let's play a little
And I
more.
call that's why they're doing it in Georgia, and that's why they're going after 45 in Georgia.
Yeah, so now this case makes me doubt the case against Trump now too a little bit, because it's like the politicalness, you know, how political the whole thing is. Like this is definitely political right here. So, and the connections, it's the same grand jury and everything. So the connections with Trump implicate that whole thing is completely political too. Like that's what this
There was
makes me think.
any doubt of it being political was blown out of the water the day they set the court date for the day before Super Tuesday. One of the most important dates toward him, his campaign, and all of that, when they deliberately set that at that time to prevent him from working his job, there was no longer any doubt that the whole Georgia thing is just a political, like I said, she's got a win-win. She got the bug shot. She's going to be governor or senator or representative of Georgia within the next 2-3 voting sessions.
Yeah, I think you might be right. She definitely has a career ahead of her, regardless of what happens out of this. Because we didn't know who she was. She's famous now.
Of course, anyone that got elected on a platform is, if you put me in office, I will get Trump, I think needs to be stripped of their office anyway. Because they ran and campaigned on the fact that I am going to use the power of the office, the power that you give me, to go after a single citizen of the United States, even though he has not been proven guilty yet. I think that invalidates their entire campaign platform, because they're in the open claiming to use the power of their office to go after an individual citizen. That's some gray area, slippery stuff that we don't need to see. That's why I'm also proud of our potato in chief right now for keeping his mouth shut about this. Because if he gets up there as president and starts talking down and saying, criminal, we gonna get him about 45, that means he's using the power of his office to directly attack a political rival.
And the problem I have with this and the Trump case is all of the crime that's going on, you know, all of the illegal activities that's going on, and they're using so many resources and time to you know, persecute these cases. Meanwhile, you got all of this other stuff going on. Like, how come they can't spend more time and resources on persecuting actual, like, you know, stuff that, you know, real criminal, like, type stuff? You know what I mean? Like they're trying to look like they're tough on crime or whatever, but they're messing with this. They're doing these slippery slope ass cases, these political ass cases.
Like the guys that actually did the illegal crap that caused the bank downfalls in California.
Great example.
Those are people we need to see. How about we start doing a little investigation on some of these congressmen and senators that came into office, you know, with a net worth of $200,000 or $300,000 and are now worth 20 or 30 million after 3 or 4 years in office. Why don't we start looking towards these people who have, instead of being our representatives, have tricked us into becoming our leaders?
And speaking of people who are getting rich by insider trading, Nancy Pelosi is running for office again. I just saw a thing recently. I thought she was done with politics and she was going to get out, but she's officially running, because I saw a campaign, one of them things where they're asking for funding or whatever. It came down my timeline.
What's she running for?
I don't remember. I just briefly
She
read
going
over.
state. She going state. She going senator rep again, or she going for the big chair?
I didn't look at that. It just struck me that she was running again, and I'm like, I thought she was done with politics, but apparently she's not. I guess she was just waiting for that whole situation that happened with her husband to kind of blow over, and she took her a little vacation, and now she's gonna go back in because she stepped down. Remember,
she's running for her Congress seat again, re-election.
Okay, you looked it up. Okay, yeah, that's crazy, man. That's crazy. Let me read this caption. It says, Georgia is intensifying its crackdown against opponents of Cop City, with the state's Republican Attorney General announcing sweeping indictments of 61 people on racketeering charges over protests and other activism related to the $90 million police training facility planned to be built in Atlanta. The RICO charges were approved by the same grand jury that indicted former President Trump and 18 others on RICO charges in the same county by the Democratic District Attorney, and come after many of the same people were earlier charged with domestic terrorism and money laundering as part of the Stop Cop City movement, which is still seeking to block the construction of the new police complex. Before I finish reading this, because we covered that part about the money laundering, remember that was the case where they had all of those people outside of the house, and it looked like it was it looked like they had SWATs and a huge SWAT team and trucks of dudes outside.
No, that's you describing that like that, man. No, they had a SWAT team lead the way. That's all.
Okay, the same that was that, and that is
it was a finance thing linked to other people that ran guns. So they went in with a SWAT team. I mean, That's not, like I said, when everyone was going, oh my God, that's crazy, it is not unreasonable, because the entire idea is everybody goes home at the end of the day.
Well, let me finish reading this. It says, they are choosing to use the legal process in an essentially violent way to target protesters, says attorney Devin Franklin with the Southern Center of Human Rights, which is organizing legal representation for the defendants in the case. We also speak with Kiana Jones at Stop Cop City, organizer with Community Movement Builders, who notes the indictments are dated from May 25th, 2020, the day Minneapolis police killed George Floyd. Since that date, this country has been upended by government across the nation trying to build cop cities in order to quell protests, says Jones. The government is simply upset that people seek to use their First Amendment right to protest when we see injustice coming from those in authority. So yeah, what I get from this whole thing is like, it's just scaring the shit out of these people and scaring the shit out of anybody else who has the gall to try to push, to organize and push against this stuff that's going on, stuff that they feel is injustice, that's shady or whatever. And if you do it in an organized way, then they're coming hard down. They're coming at you really hard.
Well, the thing about this is, like I say, it shows you the abuse of the law that they're trying to use. And I like the way you admit that it brings into question the whole thing about 45 and all that crap going on.
It definitely. It's too many.
A lot of the strings are only that they all agree that there was election interference. And that technically is enough by that Georgia law to have you involved in that RICO.
They could probably, with the way he worded that shit, they could probably involve me and you in this shit somehow. We talked about it on the show or something, and that was enough for us to be involved in it, to be added to the RICO charge. Like, you know what I mean? Crazy.
Is because it's a large case, and so if you want to tie everybody together and they're all trying to do the same thing, racketeering is the appropriate charge.
In addition to the 61 racketeering indictments, 5 people were also indicted on domestic terrorism and first-degree arson charges. 3 people with the Atlanta Solidarity Fund were each indicted on 15 counts of money laundering for their work to provide bail money and legal aid for protesters. The indictment was issued on September 5th and filed August 29th. The indictment alleges the protests included violent anti-police sentiment that's now one of the, quote, core driving motives of protests to stop Cop City. For more, we go to Atlanta, where we're joined by Kiana Jones, a Stop Cop City organizer for Community Movement Builders, and Devin Franklin, a movement policy counsel at the Southern Center for Human Rights. He worked over a decade as a public defender in Atlanta. His group has issued a call for lawyers to represent the 61 people now facing RICO charges. We welcome you both to Democracy Now! These are late-breaking developments. Devin, let's begin with you. Can you explain what happened? Can you explain these RICO charges against 61 activists from the same Fulton County grand jury that approved the RICO charges against President Trump? But this was all led by the Republican Attorney General. Almost looks like a response to what Fani Willis did with the grand jury against President Trump and others.
Good morning. Yes, it certainly is a response, but I would argue that it is a response to the larger movement that has been as it pertains to several matters of police violence and government prejudice. It's just a lot going on, and I think that the state has shown that they don't have a meaningful way to respond to what the people are showing that they want, and they are choosing to use the legal process in a essentially violent way to target protesters.
And could you talk about the indictment itself, some of the main aspects of it, Devin Franklin, and the number of people is extraordinary that are charged?
Yeah, it's really rare for this number of people to be included on an indictment. In my 12 years as a public defender in Fulton County, I never had a case that was this large or witnessed a case that was this large. I think that when we look at the number of people that were accused and we look at the allegations that are included in the indictment, what we see are a wide variety of activities that are lawful, that are being deemed to be criminal. And that includes things such as passing out flyers, right? A really clear example of First Amendment, the exercise of First Amendment rights. We see that organizations that were bailing people out for protests or conducting business in otherwise lawful manners have been deemed to be part of some ominous infrastructure, and it's just not accurate. This is really clearly a political prosecution, and yeah.
And how does it turn out that the same grand jury that indicted Trump and his associates was the grand jury on this particular case?
It appears to be so from the limited information that I've been given, and it could simply be a matter of timing. It could have been something that was by DA Fani Willis and AG Chris Carr. There's no way to know for certain, but what we do know is that for some point in time, for a period of time rather, the Attorney General of the state of Georgia, the Governor of the state of Georgia, Brian Kemp, have both expressed discontent with the success that has been gained by the Stop Cop City movement and the momentum that has been created in the streets among the people, and that they have chosen to use those things which they have at their disposal to essentially attempt to criminalize otherwise lawful activity.
You know, what I wonder about this too is like the people who calling the Trump thing a witch hunt or whatever, I wonder if those same people will look at this case and say the same thing about this case. You know, I'm willing to bet that a lot of folks would be on the opposite side of this one. They'll be like, the Trump thing is completely political, and they'll be like, well, these people were criminals. These are Black Lives Matter activists or whatever, and they should go to jail for these RICO charges or whatever.
Well, like I said, the exact same grand jury signed off on both indictments. So, you know, whether they actually think they've got a case or not in one, they agreed that there is much of a case in the other.
And I
Which
would,
means they could believe neither one of them have a case. We just don't want to deal it. We're going to wash our hands of this.
yeah,
Okay, yeah. You get injunctions. It's like Oprah with injunctions. You get an injunction, and you get an injunction, and everybody gets an injunction.
and it sounds shady. I mean, how often would it be with the same grand jury doing, maybe it happens all the time, but I wonder about how did they comprise this particular grand jury?
No,
Like,
they don't drop RICO on people all the time.
yeah, like 2 RICOs, same grand jury, and big, huge profile cases too,
Well, you
and
can't. I guess you can't really accuse them of being partisan this way. Oh, maybe that's why they did it. Oh, that way you can't accuse us of being anti-right because we also dropped an injunction on the left too.
yeah, this is really
See,
complicated.
nothing dirty going on here. Nothing shady here. We're neutral.
Yeah, yeah. Let me play a little bit more.
Franklin, what's interesting is that the DeKalb County's top prosecutor, the DA, announced she is stepping away from every case involving Atlanta's public safety training center, Cop City. DeKalb County District Attorney Sherry Boston announced she is out. She will not support these charges going forward. Your response to this?
I think it's telling. I think it's really telling because the DeKalb County prosecutor has, a pretty good reputation in the legal community. And for her to take a look at the actions that the Attorney General was seeking to go forward with in her county, and for her to say, I don't want any parts of it. I have concerns about the legitimacy of these charges. I have concerns about the intent of the charges that the prosecutor, Attorney General Chris Carr is seeking. I think that it is kind of a unique way of saying the quiet part out loud, which is something is not right. Something doesn't smell right with this entire situation, and I want no parts of it. And I think that will bear out as we get deeper into the discovery that is to follow the indictment.
And very quickly, before we go to Kiana Jones, your own center, the Southern Center for Human Rights, has it been named in any way in this? You have called for lawyers around the country to come help represent the protesters, but you yourself are a lawyer and you're a former public defender.
Correct. Yeah.
Seeks to oppose the government
response to these indictments. I'd like to bring Kiana Jones into the conversation, an organizer against Cop City. Welcome to Democracy Now! And your response to these indictments.
Thank you for having me. My response to these indictments is just the same as Devin's. We know that this is retaliation for anyone who seeks to oppose the government here in Georgia. A very clear message was sent with this particular RICO indictment. We see that the date on this indictment reads May 25th, 2020, the date that George Floyd was murdered, the date that people all across this country stood up and said that enough is enough. We won't stand for police terror, excessive violence and brutality, and the senseless killings of innocent Black people around this country. Since that date, this country has been upended by governments across the nation trying to build cop cities in order to quell protests because the government is simply upset that people seek to oppose and use their First Amendment right to protest when we see injustice coming from those in authority.
And can you talk about examples of the charges? For example, handing out flyers, Kiana.
Yes, people were indicted for handing out flyers. And what those flyers contained First of all, messages that say Stop Cop City, messages that give details about what Cop City truly is, that it is not just a public safety training facility, that it is actually a militarized training facility that would destroy 381 acres of forest.
Look, that's the clip that we played in the other video right there.
Land in a Black neighborhood where the city of Atlanta essentially had no jurisdiction in DeKalb County, but somehow backroom deals were made and laws were broken in order to acquire the land. Some of the flyers actually named the murderers of Manuel Esteban Paez Terán, known as Tortuguita. There is nothing that is wrong with giving information. So information that was obtained through public record that said, hey, there was a protester that was killed for sitting with their hands up. These are the perpetrators. We need justice. We want justice. I don't understand how giving out flyers with information is domestic terrorism. I don't understand how holding a sign that says Stop Cop City is domestic terrorism. I don't understand how opposing the government, using your legal right to protest, your right to freedom of speech, is domestic terrorism. And I certainly don't understand how attending a music festival is domestic terrorism.
And Kiana, what about this issue of the campaign for a ballot referendum against Cop City? The impact of something like these indictments on potential voters?
Oh, absolutely. This is the state's last desperate attempt to shut down the ballot referendum. We have been back and forth in court with Mayor Dickens and the city of Atlanta, also the state of Georgia, about the validity of this ballot referendum, which we know we have the right to under the Georgia Constitution, the same way Attorney General Carr went to the laws of the state of Georgia to throw together this RICO indictment. We searched the laws of the state of Georgia and the Georgia state constitution, and we know that we have a legal right to this ballot referendum. But instead, Attorney General Carr, Mayor Andre Dickens of the city of Atlanta have tried to tie us up in court to invalidate not only this referendum, but all referenda going forward, which is a very dangerous precedent that would be set, because what it says essentially is that if you don't like the laws that have been passed or something that's been done by your local government, then you would have no recourse. And I believe that that in itself is the ultimate pinnacle of anti-democracy.
Yeah, man. And they want that Cop City. It's just a freaking fat cat money thing that they want, you know, and, you know, that's what it's really all about. And they're going to go by any means to make sure that that thing comes through. They don't care if the people aren't with it, that the people don't support it. They're going to push it through. Yeah, this whole thing is shady, shady, shady. Let me read some comments. It says, by his definition, every Republican in Congress should be added to the 19 insurrection conspirators already indicted. Boom. Another comment, it says, these indictments are ridiculous. It shows how desperate the oppressors want to steer politics towards violence by making laws mean nothing. You know, how would, you know, do we support law enforcement? How do we support law enforcement when they're like having frivolous charges on people, like persecuting people for something like handing out flyers, and then people are supposed to respect the law? You know, it's going to make it so where people don't care about any of the laws and just going to do whatever they want to do. What do you say?
That true believer in her got you. You didn't actually listen to her being just as vague and just as shady with her statements.
But I don't know what you're saying.
I'm saying that, you know, yeah, they're handing out flyers. What was on the flyers? Their version of the truth. With or without backing, you know, I was listening to what was on those flyers. Oh, the names of these murderers. Well, what murders? What charges? This is stuff we were all looking up before. None of that was proved. This is one of those, oh, well, these cops did it and that's the way it is. Doesn't matter what the courts say, doesn't matter what anything goes. It's just, these guys were murdered for this. This guy was, oh, well, one of them was, oh, he was killed because he was protesting and had his hands up. We don't know a lot about that story. There are different stories about that. She was very vague with, and just anything anyone does against what she has to do or says is, the oppression of the rights and all. I'm getting up to my throat dealing with fanatics on both sides.
Yeah, well, I mean, even if that's true, what you're saying about what was on the flyers, would that constitute RICO charges for someone?
If it's false information and no, well, we're not asking if it does RICO charges. We've already discussed how loose it takes to get RICO charges in this state. I mean, all you have to be is independent organizations working toward the same goal, is what they're saying. Okay, that's that's an easy way to put it. They're saying as long as you're working toward a goal and one or two of the organizations you can prove criminality, then you can use RICO to put any group attempting to achieve the same goal, lump them in with the people doing the criminal activity.
Yeah. And
that's how they're getting 45. That's how they're getting these guys. This isn't, I'm sorry, but they want change in police. They want to fight new training. They want to fight training facilities. We don't have time to get every single fucking cop off the street, retrain them in facilities that aren't there and all of that. So what are you going to do? Everyone wants to protest about how bad things are. Take a look at what's going where the police have been pared down, backed off, things like that. And we've got at least 2 or 3 more years of this before we start getting better out there, because everyone's so focused on punishing police officers right now instead of trying to get the ones that are the good ones and get the bad ones and separate them and get some changes going on. Instead, it's just, every time, everything, it's so freaking horrible. And then you want to use half information and stuff like that. And that's how they're linking it. Like I said, under this state, independent organizations working toward the same goal can be linked together under the RICO. By proving 1 or 2 of them have criminal activity, the RICO then allows them to share that criminal activity amongst the groups.
Mm-hmm.
And do not take this as legal advice. This is a minimum of a little bit of research. I would love anyone out there watching us right now, if you're sure or a little bit better about this, please drop it in chat. Tell us, send us a message or something, and I'll address it. We're not worried about being wrong here. We're just trying to figure out what the fuck, like the rest of you guys.
Yeah. And so the argument I was making was, how much respect are people going to have with the law when they're doing stuff like this? It leads to more tyranny. And the other comment I wanted to make based on what you were saying is the money that's being spent on this Cop City thing is what the people of Georgia, Atlanta, have a problem with, and how much impact is it really going to have? They're spending so much money. These resources could go to other things.
It passed by a pretty good size vote, though. And it's a minority that is causing all of the protests and trying to drum it up. And they're going back and, it's a minority people turning around and going, oh, well, we didn't want this. We're going to do everything we can to slow down the production, thus costing more money. We're going to do everything we can to stop the voting around the areas and on the way, which is costing more money. I mean, the people don't want this. We don't want this. They passed it. And now they're going, oh, well, we decided we don't want to do this now, so we want to try to get it undone. Kind of like what is it, $40 million on products and stuff to build a wall that literally rotted away, and contracts that we literally had to pay double and triple on them because America backed out of them, which cost taxpayers even how much more money?
Yeah.
So they're yelling about all these taxes and how much it costs and everything, yet they are exponentially increasing the cost because they don't want these police trained in urban situations because they feel like it's going to be, they don't understand. If you don't train the police in how to handle an urban situation, how are you not going to have more deaths? How are you going to reduce a death toll? If you can't train them, if there's no place or facility. You can't block off an area downtown in different cities and say, hey, we're going to have the cops in here for like overnight to do, practice. That don't fly.
That's a fair argument. Let me read some more comments. It says, what is happening to America? This is insane. Another one that says,
and another thing is they can rent that facility out to other states to bring their police officers in and train there, thus releasing some tax burden on them by having it, break even or generate or at least pay for its own maintenance.
Let me read some more. It says, seems these folks have remembered who they are and the laws that exist to ensure their natural rights, and look how it seems to have started the real end times, the end of the liars behind the lies and the abusers posing as public servants. Time to stop pretending that it ain't happening so long as it ain't happening to you or yours yet. Much respect, love, and hope from Hamilton, Ontario, Canada. Another comment, it says, protesting is now racketeering. Another comment, it says, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, derive their powers from the consent of the governed, that whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it and to institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles as organizing its power in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. That is from the Constitution, right? Where is that from? Why do I know this? Let me read some more. It says, this is freaking crazy. America has some serious issues. Politics in America has created.
I want to say Declaration of Independence.
Okay.
I used to know my documents from the first three words, but I believe that's a preamble to the Declaration of Rights, Declaration of Independence.
Yeah, so that that means a lot, because it says, whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it and to institute new government. That's what I love, these words, So, the government becomes, it's like it's built in. So if things become tyrannical, then the people have a right to freaking tear that shit down. Another comment says, it's terrible these people are being indicted, but it will bring a harsher spotlight on this issue. And if it goes to trial, it shall lose. And a true training center for police should be mostly classrooms where they can learn handling people better. But first, we need the military weapons of our streets, off our streets. And this is the comment I was about to make a minute ago, because when you were talking about the training, and I feel like the education is, and also like they have too many things that they have to take care of. They need to, the thing with the defund the police should mean that you break up the responsibilities of the police, that they shouldn't have to cover everything from a domestic dispute to a mental health issue to basically all of the different things that they have to deal with. They shouldn't have all that on their plate, and then we should send specialized people for a particular call. You get a 911 call about whatever, you send a unit that specializes in dealing with that particular situation instead of having the cops have to deal with everything.
That costs more, that doesn't cost less, which is why defund the police is an oxymoron. They need more funding to spread out and do things, not less funding to spend on other things. They need those specialty teams. They need those task force amongst them. Because, like you said, they have a SWAT team to specifically deal with highly threatened, active, armed combat situations. They've got they've got the what would it be? The ticket patrol, whatever. That's a specialized task force. The bicycle forces, those are specialized forces, and they're all specialized with what they do and the appearance that they give and things like that. Then you've got the park rangers, which are I think they're actually a law enforcement of themselves. And then you've got all the different little levels of city, state, constable, and all of that. Plus you've got county. And of course, Houston actually has something like 26 or 40 separate police departments in it. Because you've got to count like Bunker Hill, Meadows, Stafford, Bel Air. They're all independent little townships within the greater area of Houston, but they all have their own little police force and all of that. Yeah. And
they're funded separately.
You do some averages about how many abusive incidents of contact there are between the HPD and between Meadows PD. And you go, okay, there's 1,000 contacts here, 20,000 contacts here. We've had 22 instances here, but we've also had 22 instances over in the ones that have had, 10 times less the amount of contact. And that's where we need to start looking into abusive police and stuff like abusive police power. Because I guarantee you the guys at Meadows and Bunker Hill and places like that, I guarantee you they're treating people a whole lot worse than HPD is. I mean, especially when you start applying the number of stops and incidences compared to the amount of violent handlings.
Yeah, that's 100% true. And then the numbers are out there, and everybody knows that stuff. And like I usually don't have problems with HPD. Their team tend to be the coolest.
Nobody knows. That's what I'm saying. You just said people know that stuff. No, they don't know that stuff.
Well, me being an academic.
When you throw Houston down, that doesn't include the little townships. That only includes HPD.
Yeah. And HPD tends to want to deal with the big stuff. Like little stuff, they don't have time for it. Houston is too big. It's too much going on. And they tend to be like, go on, get up out of here. Like, I don't want to even deal with it.
They don't play when you make them.
Yeah. But
it's going to go bad. Because there's a lot of ex-military that needs some freaking de-escalation training.
Yeah, but as far as like harassing people for little charges and stuff like that, It's always the smaller ones that the little communities, those other ones that you named, tend to be doing stuff like that. HPD
Yeah,
they don't want to do that paperwork.
HPDs, yeah, it's about they don't want to. Now, if you catch them an hour before their shift is over, yeah, they're gonna mess with you because they want because that way if they stop you and they have to take you in, they take you in, they sit around, do their paperwork for 2 hours, pack an extra hour of overtime in, and then go home.
Let me read a
And
couple
yes,
more
that
comments.
happens.
It says, I hope that someone steps in and helps them see that protesting is not racketeering and they realize that the people want honest constituents in political office. It's wrong to chastise people for making good decisions that are inclusive and truly represent American ideals. Another one, it says, Amy and Democracy Now! Crew, please seek out and talk to Robert Evans and Garris Davis. They mainly Garrison have been doing fantastic on the ground reporting of the Stop Cop City movement, and their work needs a spotlight highlighted on it. If any of you read this comment, I implore you to look up the podcast. It could happen here to hear stories from actual protesters and what's really happening beyond how the cops and government officials want people to think. Another one, it says, fascism, this is fascism. The state is not beyond reproach, and the right of the people to redress grievances shall not be infringed. Only fascists like Republicans would treat dissenting opinions as criminals. Let's move on. It's a couple of things I want to cover. I kind of want to get to that police.
No, I got to point something out, Mr. Fascist like all Republicans. That's horrible. If you actually think that, then you shouldn't call yourself a liberal. You should call yourself alt-left.
Or just
because you're sold out. You lost your mind, saying, "Oh well, just because all Republicans, all conservatives are Nazis, or all conservatives are hateful, or all liberals are fucking idiots."
Whenever you make comments like that, you're what, I can't even think straight now. I'm starting to get tired, but you're delegitimizing your comments. Like you're showing that you're ignorant actually, because it's always more complicated than that. I mean, that's people that like to simplify things and like to feel like they know and they don't know. So yeah, you can't do
the
that.
People that don't understand their life is not miserable because of the government. Their life is miserable because they hold on to that shit. Because they make that horrible stuff, that contradiction, that fight, their identity.
Yeah, so that's why they feel attacked. Because if someone considers themselves conservative or whatever, or they feel like they're Republican or Democrat, whatever identity, and then when someone says something bad about Democrats, then they take it as a personal attack. If they say something bad about conservatives, they say something bad about Republicans, and they identify as that, they take it as a personal attack, and they can't get past that and can't even think straight, and they're too busy trying to defend it because they feel like they're defending themselves. It's like even if I consider myself a conservative and somebody says conservatives do this, then I'm going to focus on whatever we're talking about. I'm not going to be feeling like I have to represent all conservatives. Like they definitely all don't speak for me or whatever the hell. Like we definitely don't agree on everything or whatever the hell. Like that's like really low energy, really like low intelligence. Check this out. It says on September 2nd, 2 separate groups of neo-Nazis marched in Orlando, Florida, spewing anti-Semitic and anti-LGBTQ and white supremacist ideas. For months, leaders of these groups spent time hyping the event in the hopes it will become one of the biggest neo-Nazi movements of the year. In a report the Anti-Defamation League released in 2022, it found that Florida is home to an extensive interconnected network of white supremacists and other far-right extremists. Even though the turnout was very small for these events, The ADL called on public officials to condemn the gatherings to ensure these displays don't become normalized. Yeah, like I say all the time, these are small number of people. They're just loud. It seems like it's more of them, but it's not.
Of other extremist groups gather.
I love how the extensive interconnected network of white supremacists, 51 people showed up. They've been hyping it for months.
Yeah.
They may be an extensive, huge group, but they don't show their face.
Yeah, I don't think it's a huge group.
The days of these guys who openly tried to recruit me as a kid when I was young and in the South, you know, they don't exist like everyone thinks they do. Pretty much the only reason they have any kind of power or existence left is prison. And that's because the way prison is set up, it is just a micro society of freaking the old 80s cafeteria in high school. You got all your cliques and your groups, and freaking neo-Nazis are one of them.
Yeah.
100% agree. You either belong to one or you get screwed by all of them.
Yeah.
No one wants to be the outsider in prison.
Yeah. If you're a loner in there, you're in trouble.
This comes on the heels of a racist shooting in which a white gunman walked into a Dollar General store in Jacksonville, Florida, and shot 3 black shoppers on August 27th. In a statement, the ADL called on public officials to stand up and denounce these groups and warned that these incidents cannot be normalized. On September 2nd, 2 separate groups of neo-Nazis marched in Orlando, Florida, spewing anti-Semitic, anti-LGBTQ, and white supremacist ideas. For months, leaders of these groups spent time hyping up the event in the hopes that it would become one of the biggest neo-Nazi events of the year. Bringing in neo-Nazis from across the country, a group of 51 people made up of the Goyim Defense League and Blood Tribe mainly just marched around and yelled hateful slogans to a crowd in the hopes that it would solicit attention. Earlier in the day, a separate group of around 15 or so people made up of other extremist groups gathered outside of the Disney Springs shopping center. They were seen holding anti-LGBTQ flags and signs, and according to the Orange County Sheriff's Office, deputies were dispatched around 10:40 a.m. and no arrests were made. This comes on the heels of a racist shooting in which...
So, yeah, 51 people showed up to one event, and the other one, he said 15 people. That's the most you could get to come out to your event. Yeah.
And you want to know something? The best thing is nobody set up and counter protested them.
Yeah, I think that's the best thing to do.
That's how you get rid of these guys. I do not believe in stopping them. I do not believe in ignore them or have better speech.
Yeah.
Don't you know, they already can't put their speeches on most social media, which I also agree is really, really bad, because do you realize some of the hilarity of some of these clips and stitches would be if you could get a hold of those guys and then have them stitching back with comedy? Oh my God.
Yeah. It would be comedy
They
gold.
would be going home crying to their to their mommies and daddies so bad. They're making fun of me.
Let me read some more. It says, well, let me read some comments.
And all of these guys thinking that they're hardcore white supremacists with the facial tattoos and stuff like that. Man, the original Nazis would have put you on a train with the rest of the people that they didn't want in their society.
Yeah. Let me read comments. It says, this kind of stuff is illegal in Germany, but not in America. Another one, it says, in Poland, people on the street would take care of them. No police needed. Another comment, it says, way to go, Republicans. This is a growing issue thanks to Trump and DeSantis. So the reason why they're covering this story, because I've seen this popping up around, is because of what they're saying about DeSantis and saying about Florida. So saying that these people feel comfortable in Florida. But I don't know about that. I think that that's like politics or whatever, because we had the thing that happened in Charlottesville some years ago or whatever. So, but that's the politics of trying to like align Ron DeSantis with these people because they're in the same state that he governs, which, I don't know how you can, just because they're in the same state that he governs doesn't put him in alignment with these people. Doesn't mean that he supports them. It doesn't even mean that they support him. So that's what this is about.
No, I mean it's like the whole 45 talking about how he didn't denounce them. There's a super clip somewhere about him denouncing them and saying, I don't like them. I don't, like half a dozen times or more. And the thing is, he just got tired. It's like, well, you didn't denounce him. It's like, I've denounced him a bunch of times. It's like, are you not paying attention? He literally stopped denouncing him because it's like the media was like, every single time someone said something in his support that was a bad person, or that was part of one of those crappy groups, they're like, well, don't you denounce them? It's like, I have. And it's like, finally he just stopped, because it's like, he's got his shit to do and say. That's the thing about 45, is if you waste his time, he gets annoyed with you. And he gets snippy and snappy. Like those executives that, if you talk too slowly, they're like, I'm done with you, and they walk away. That's what he's like. He's one of those guys.
Yeah.
And that's just asshole billionaire businessman New York guy.
Yeah. Shit, I'm like that sometimes. So let me read this. It says, Native tribe to get back land 160 years after largest mass hanging in U.S. history. Upper Sioux Agency State Park in Minnesota, where bodies of these killed after U.S. Dakota War are buried to be transferred. So are they going to explain this? It says, Minnesota Native tribe to get back land 160 years after largest mass hanging in U.S. history. Associated Press, Sunday, September 3rd, 2023. Golden Prairies and Winding Rivers of Minnesota State Park also hold the secret burial sites of Dakota people who died as the United States failed to fulfill treaties with Native Americans more than a century ago. Now their descendants are getting the land back. It says the state is taking the rare step of transferring the park with a fraught history back to a Dakota tribe, trying to make amends for events that led to the war and the largest mass hanging in U.S. history. So yeah, that's a pretty cool thing. I guess they made it into a state park, and now they're gonna make it into native lands. It's gonna give the land back to them. I think that's cool. Let's read some comments. It says, it's always so insane how casually genocide towards Native people is spoken about and not seen in the same light as the Holocaust. We've lost so much in that time period, and it impacts us to this day. Another one, it says, now we need the U.S. government to give back the Black Hills. If you haven't watched the Lakota Nation versus United States, watch it. Another one, it says, I saw a reel yesterday that suggested avoid words that are colonial centric. Made sense to me, to be honest. So instead of decolonize, it would be re-indigenize. Made sense to me, so I thought I would comment. Another one, it says, now give the rest of the tribes back their land and clean up the water. Another one, it says, such wonderful news, long overdue, but still wonderful. Needless to say, the land and the lives should have never been taken in the first place. What was done to the Native Americans was atrocious, and those truths were purposely left out of U.S. history books in order to groom kids into patriots. It sickens me. More land needs to be given back to the natives, much more. A couple more. It says, protect your water and mineral rights. It says, it's about time to apologize for all the atrocities committed against the Native people of this country. Couple more. And the mass hanging of indigenous people was ordered by Abraham Lincoln. Another one, it says, and who's the one who ordered the mass hanging? Abraham Lincoln. He didn't free anyone either. All lies. Another one, History of such magnitude should not be repeated, but history cannot be erased too. It's a knowledge bank for posterity. They kind of start saying the same stuff. It says, not saying much, Minnesota is the best state. What do they mean by that? Yeah, that's a good story right there. Kind of thing that, you know, doesn't get any media coverage. Let's read this one. It says, maybe it's just me, but if you're mad, the government suggested you wear a mask to prevent the spread of a deadly disease, but fine with government telling women they have to take a pregnancy test just to travel between states. Government overreach isn't really your problem. It says, I thought about this the other day. Republicans complaining about vaccine mandates. Oh, so you don't think the government should be making a decision about your health care? Funny that is. That's actually a fair argument related to the abortion argument. So it's like you don't want them to force you to take a vaccine, but you're okay with forcing women to, you know, have a baby. Let me read a comment. It says, misrepresented. People aren't angry that the federal government suggested that you wear a mask. People are against mandated masks. There is also a lack of evidence that face coverings are efficient. Furthermore, healthy individuals by and large are not at risk. A pregnancy test just to travel between states is also a misrepresentation. If two people go on a camping trip and only one returns, then there's going to be questions. Yeah, it's going to be questions.
Anything that tries to start forcing between state line laws will immediately get rocked up to the Supreme Court, though. Because that becomes, once it becomes interstate issue, it becomes a federal issue.
Mm-hmm.
That's why a whole lot of these laws, they're trying to pump up support by, you know, the Republicans are trying to do all this. Say, hey, yeah, we're going to get all this crazy stuff done. And it's not going to end up working in the long run, because once it starts to get interstate, it does become a federal issue, in which case the Supreme Court can rule on it. But they'll only be able to rule in stuff like, well, if it's accepted in one state, it has to be accepted in all.
Yeah, that's what you need the federal government for. And that's what you need the Supreme Court for. Let me read this. It says, Houston-Dallas bullet train project back on track. It says, who's ready for this? With a travel time of under 90 minutes, the Houston-Dallas 205-mile-per-hour rail project is back on track after a decade of halted plans. Amtrak and Texas Central partners have reignited negotiations to make this visionary project a reality, offering daily departures every 30 minutes and providing a green, efficient commute. This project aims to transform the lives of 100,000 Texans who regularly trek between Houston and Dallas. I love this right here. This is absolutely fantastic, and we're so far behind when it comes to this kind of stuff. We should already have this. And, you know, I'll be wanting to go to Dallas, but the drive there is a freaking nightmare. Like, I don't want to drive there. It's too long. It's painful. So, but if you could do it in 90 minutes, boom. I don't have to spend no gas money. I don't have to fucking drive.
I have absolutely no reason to go to Dallas. Now, were we to put that towards San Antonio or Austin, however, I mean, personally, you would think that instead of these two cities, it would link Austin and a city first, or all cities to Austin in a way first, and then make a ring. Because
we should have them zigzagging through the state. Texas is so damn big. We should have one going north to south, and we should have one going east to west. I mean, at least that. but as far as Austin, I mean, just because it's the capital, I mean, I guess you have to do. Sometimes you have like paperwork and shit that comes out of Austin that be a pain, and it would help to be able to go to there and deal with that paperwork stuff, and that would be a help. But as far as Austin, I mean, like other than that, I don't see nothing. But Dallas is I mean, we like to talk bad about Dallas as a Houstonian, but they're a lot like us, and it's a lot of trade and shit that could be going on. You got the music scene, you got the damn it, I can't think straight. The museums, stuff like that. Like shit, what if you wanted to work there? It's fucking 90 minutes with the train. That would open up your job market. You could work in Dallas and live in Houston.
Been there, done that, live in Houston. Say, I drew a line across the United States right about the middle of Oklahoma saying anywhere north of that's going to cost me $100,000 a year or more if I'm going to move up there as far as salary, except for one little line that dips right down under Dallas and right back up. Because after living there, I have no reason to go back.
Yeah. So, but like I said, you could it would open your job market opportunities up big time. Because you could just take the train back home. In the comments, it says, "How about a bullet train from Houston to Houston?" That's actually good too. Like shit, the Houston metropolitan area is so huge. Like, yes, we really should have it. And our light rail train is not. It leaves a lot to be desired.
That's one of those things that they crushed for a whole bunch of other things. It's like, yeah, they got it. There was going to be several lines. It was supposed to be a 3-line thing that crisscrossed and got to different areas of town really well. And then it got screwed, and then it got screwed again. Metro got West Park. If you remember, it was supposed to go down West Park.
Yeah.
And Metro instead filed all kinds of crazy injunctions and got an extra toll road lane out of it.
Yeah. All about money.
So, yeah, all about money and making more cars fit in the same amount of space.
Yeah. So terrible. Our traffic is so horrible. We got the widest freeway in the world.
West Park bus, man. You have to understand. I've been stuck up and working up and down Westheimer because it's the only bus pretty much that's got a good amount of places to work and has a reasonable schedule that you actually can catch a bus on time.
Right.
I mean, you can imagine what a train up and down West Park would have done. Because West Park, all of the apartments were already $200-300 cheaper than they were in the Westheimer area, and having the ability to work up and down that train at any restaurant or business, or being able to go downtown and work downtown at a restaurant, that would have increased my ability to make money so much. I mean, it makes me cry.
Yeah, and that goes another part I didn't think about. Like, we were saying, like, if you wanted to work in Dallas, but it's like also where you want to live. You could choose to live somewhere that's cheaper, because you can get on that train.
Well, see, I'm talking about an in-town train, not the
I know
bullet
what you
train.
mean.
The bullet train does nothing but screw up businesses and take money away from businesses along its route. Because now there's less people traveling down that route, less people taking those businesses, because it's not going to stop.
Yeah.
It's going to fly through. So it's actually going to cost money for the people along the route, but the people at each end are going to be able to make more money, which again concentrates it in the cities when we really need to start looking into spending more money and upgrading our rural areas for when this whole friggin' city thing collapses and people need to spread out.
Let me read some more comments. It says, I can't even get outside of Houston in under 90 minutes. Telling you. Another comment says, so you'd save maybe an hour and a half of driving if you ride this. I'm confused on the hype, LOL. Whatever, bro. Your math is bad. It's like 4 hours. How long? It's like 4 hours to drive to Dallas.
He's
Right?
trying to say he drives 90 miles an hour the whole way. Which, I'm sorry, that route is very well known for triple-digit speeds.
Another comment that says, send
You
it to
know
Austin.
it as well as I do. People fly down that up that interstate.
Yeah, I don't like 40. 45 scares me. Let me read this comment. It says, send it to Austin. There's nothing to do in Dallas. That's basically what you said. Another one, it says, Texas should really be a bullet trained. I should be able to get to Austin, Dallas, Houston, and San Antonio in 30, 45 minutes. Helps cut down on traffic and pollution. It just makes sense. It just makes sense. Yes, definitely San Antonio.
Yeah, but your whole lack of math in there makes everyone discount that. Yeah, we're not going. This is Texas. We ain't getting anywhere in 30, 45 minutes on a train. Not unless that son bitch is gonna go pow, break the sound barrier just outside of town.
Them ones they have in China are fast.
Yeah, they are, but it's still going to take, hour and a half to go 300 miles. I mean, 90 miles an hour. Okay, double that. We'll say 200 miles an hour. 300 miles from here to Austin, give or take a little bit, You got to remember, you got some curves and stuff that you're not going to be able to be trailing that full trek for, that full speed. So it's going to be an hour and a half, but still, you got to understand, in Europe, where all this stuff works great and actually public transportation runs on time, their bullet train, their fast train that would go from here to Austin crosses 4 countries.
Yeah, because Texas is so big. Let's read this. It says,
are we that big? I prefer to think that the old world is all tiny. That's why everyone tried to get away from it. We're here because we need the elbow room. Elbow room, elbow room. Everybody needs their elbow room. Sorry.
Yeah. Texas, everything is big in Texas. It says, let's read this. It says,
Britain's brought some good memories back, people.
Yeah. It says Britain's criminal record under Queen Elizabeth II is as long as her reign. It says between 1952 and 1960, Britain kept over 1.5 million Kenyans, freedom fighters, as well as civilians in concentration camps. Torture was rife, including rape and castration. Tens of thousands died. I can't do that one because it's got that baby on there. Let's read this one. It says Britain refuses to give back the Chagos archipelago to Mauritius, and in 1965 conspired with the U.S. to expel locals from the islands. Africans had to give up their homes to make way for an American military base. The Star of Africa is the world's second largest cut diamond. It shines forth from the British monarch's scepter, but the royals acquired it by dubious means in South Africa. It's estimated it could pay for the education of 75,000 African students. Much of Britain, like the rest of Europe, is built on stolen African wealth. Queen Elizabeth's own luxurious standard of living was subsidized by ill-gotten gain, including from her own family's participation in the slave trade. She never once acknowledged this. For those tone policing the global South's reaction to Elizabeth II's demise, we quote socialist James Connolly on George V. We will not blame him for the crimes of his ancestors if he relinquishes the royal rights of his ancestors. But as long as he claims their rights by virtue of descent, then by virtue of descent, he must shoulder the responsibility for their crimes. Africa Stream posted this. It says, today marks 1 year since Queen Elizabeth II's death, which led to the heads of state worldwide offering their condolences, as well as an expensive state funeral costing British taxpayers over $200 million. Elizabeth was not only the unelected British head of the state, but due to a hangover from the colonialism, the monarch was still the head of state for 14 Commonwealth nations. 8 of those nations belonged to the Caribbean, and it was 9 before Barbados became independent in 2021, while the Queen was still alive, and others in the Caribbean seemed ready to follow suit, with officials in at least 6 countries signaling their intention to remove the monarch as their sovereign. So what's their beef against the monarchy? Well, slavery and colonialism were a royal endeavor. The Royal African Company was the largest and most profitable transatlantic slave corporation of all time, making huge profits for the monarchy, and these profits were still possessed by Elizabeth II when she passed away last year. Much like the stolen jewels looted from former South Asian and Africa, yet for both crimes, Elizabeth, for the institution she represented for over 70 years, never apologized or tried to make amends. We look back at some of the global South's grievances against Britain once ruled by Elizabeth II. It's one in here I wanted to read, but I can't cover this picture up, and they're going to get me for that. So I'm going to move on. It's not worth the risk. Couple comments. It says, Africa is rising. Soon we'll take back what belongs to us. Another one, it says, the European have to pay reparation. Another comment, it says, what our own so-called leaders are stealing now is worse. Let's look inward now and save ourselves of these old glory days. Africa still have enough to be fine if we have the right people in place. Another comment says, which is why I get so pissed off that there are the ones who gaslighting for corruption and deceiving their kids by labeling us poor and corrupt. Another comment says, there was slavery in Africa long before colonialism, and it was only English rule that stopped slavery in 1808. Another comment, it says, they even made our colonial era parents and grandparents to sing God Save the Queen. What kind of BS world is Earth? Another comment says, we don't need the royals. Another one, it says, and to hell with their new so-called king. Maybe this is why Meghan and Harry refuse to represent in Africa. Europeans ought to be ashamed of who they are and were. Another one, it says, and yet Africans were busy celebrating her birthday and paying tribute during her funeral. If hell exists, she and her right-hand man deserve the hell VIP department. They say she deserved the VIP section. So the Crown Act came into law. That's one of the laws that we talked about earlier in the show, about the laws that came into effect on September 1st in Texas. And one of them is the Crown Act. And it's kind of related to this story. Barber Hills High School student suspended due to his hairstyle amid Texas law banning discrimination. It says, here we go. Barber Hill High School is accused of violating the Crown Act, a law banning hair discrimination associated with race. So yeah, the Crown Act is like basically, you know, you can wear your hair natural.
I can't see that so much. Well, there ain't nothing natural about that hairdo, but does that like say something or something or?
I don't see
Now,
anything.
I could see if like those whatever that's, I don't know what the hell that looked like on the back of his head right there, but if that stuff like says something or says something offensive, I could understand it being banned. But in general, that's just usual. Truthfully, if you don't make a big deal about crap like that, it's not going to be a big deal. I mean, as
Right.
long as it's clean and doesn't have bugs in it, sorry, dread people, take care of that shit. It's nasty when you don't. As long as it don't stink, as long as it's not a problem to other people, who cares about the hair? I
Yeah.
mean, I
So
had a dad that anytime my hair touched the collar or started getting over the ears, would ask me if I wanted a person an earring to go with it.
yeah. Well,
Yeah, he's brutal as fuck.
little comments is one thing, but suspending a kid and making them leave is a whole nother. And that's what they be doing. That's the reason why they had to pass the Crown Act to keep from them basically discriminating against the kids based on their hair, saying it's a distraction or whatever, suspending the kid, making them change their hairstyle, stuff like that. Let's read some comments. It says, I thought kids was going to school to learn. Why is hair even a topic? Let's focus on how we're going to protect our children from gunmen going in schools and killing our children. Yeah, kids are going to school to learn, and the hair shouldn't be a topic. But that's why they had to pass that law, because they were making it a topic.
Dude, you got to understand too. Back in the day, when all of these laws started popping up, you got to understand some of these laws go back to the '80s and stuff. People were like doing the huge mohawks and the sculptures and the painted and the poof balls. I mean, it was literally how much attention can you draw to your head kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, you remember some of the outrageous crap going on.
Yeah.
And
I think
it's
if
just
it is a distraction, like
actually
people,
since then it's calmed down. I mean, since then the worst you get are what, dreadlocks and emo cuts. I mean,
yeah,
it's not like it was back then. They should, like I said, as long as it's not intrusive by way of getting on people, stinky, bug infested, something like that, leave them alone.
yeah, yeah. The only distraction I could think of is if it's like so big that the kids sitting behind them can't see the board or whatever. Like that's about the only situation I see.
That's part of what I'm talking about when I say 80s hair.
Yeah. So
You've seen the
this
rock
kind,
stars,
yeah,
and their hair wasn't as big as girls was.
yeah. I think of that movie Hairspray. Anyways, another comment says irony of being Barber's Hill. That's pretty funny. Barber's Hill is the name of the school. So, anyways, another comment says, to be honest, what's going on with his head? Is it clean? Do the dreads need to be redone? Another comment, it says, this is Barbers Hill High School's second offense in regards to the Crown Act that we've been publicly made aware of. What's the solution? How far are we willing to go for change? Another comment says, they must be the last to know about the Crown Act. Maybe they don't know. They should if they don't. Another comment says, suspended for a hairstyle? I'm done. Yeah, you gonna suspend the kid? Like, damn. Another comment says, Texas schools don't disappoint when it comes to showing blatant prejudice against black students. Another comment says, lawsuit. Another one, why can't people let others live their lives? Jesus, this is sick. One more, I'm gonna move on. It says, focus that energy on checking little Connor book bag, worried about people hair and shit. This is the main reason guns still getting brought in schools. Let's check this one out. It says the American dream is a trap. 90,000 for college, 40,000 for a wedding, 400,000 for a home, 50,000 for a car. People trap themselves in their 20s and spend the next 30 years trying to pay it all off. America does not run on Duncan; it runs on consumer debt. Comment. It says, 1, I didn't pay for college. I had a scholarship. 2, I didn't have a wedding. We went to court. 3, haha, it's impossible to find a decent house at 400K. 4, I bought a Tesla for under 40K. Moral of the story is don't go to expensive schools unless you're going to be a doctor, a lawyer, a CPA, or an engineer. Another lesson is weddings are pointless. Majority of people that go don't give a shit that you're getting married and or just there for free booze and food. Stop living life to put on display for other people. Some of this is fair. Like, I think the weddings are a waste of money in a lot of cases. I agree with that part of this person's comment. But like the stuff he's saying, I didn't pay for college, I had a scholarship. Well, not everybody gets a scholarship.
I'm at about 250 for all of it for a 4-year and all of that. I mean, I'm sorry. That's I'm expecting that's people spending. I don't know who's spending that, but people spending that's irresponsible.
Well, I mean, this is of course this is a bit exaggerated. I mean, they're just using they're throwing numbers. But well, I'm talking about this guy's comment right now.
A little bit of intellectual time. I mean, this guy's trying to dig in the other way, which I kind of tend to do. And I don't know if he bought a used Tesla.
That's what I was about to say. Tesla for under
he's a
40K.
Dumbass because you lose half of the features when it's resold because they will like auto drive and a lot of their stuff. You lose that when you buy it used because they have to make sure that stuff like that's not been tampered with and is only available. You have to take it back to the dealer, and it costs like $10,000-$20,000 to reactivate it.
Yeah. So, but the point of this post is talking about the American dream being a trap. It is valid. As if you're sold this idea, you know what I mean, and if you try to, have this in this way or whatever, you're pretty much already, screwed or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, and it's not for everybody. It's like a competition. It's like everybody wants this perfect.
No, the problem is it's called the American dream, and everybody thinks you can fucking sleep around on your life and still get it. It should be the American goal. It should be the American ability. I mean, you can do this. It can be done. But you can't just sit back and expect it to be given to you.
Yeah, but see, the point of this post is talking about, it says people trap themselves in their 20s and spend the next 30 years trying to pay it off. So like it says the America, it's not run on Duncan, it's run on consumer debt. The point of this post is talking about debt. And that's what drives people to go to work and have to work, forever to pay for stuff that they,
I mean, bottom line is humans are the only creatures that actually have to pay just to live. I mean,
yes.
That's what we all have to agree on. And the people that want to shit on that statement, I don't even want to hear from you anymore. Because that's just how it is. The trick is when you're young, you tend to get caught up in the hype of flashy, bigger, better, keep up with the Joneses, new iPhone kind of lifestyle.
And I agree with that, but the pressure is high because you hear this over and over.
Well, everyone sits here and goes old school, live like the old school, blah blah blah. But old school is not necessarily doing without. It was about being modest. It was about buying that hoopty used car and running it into the ground while you're working, getting to A and B.
Yeah, but things had more value back in the days, and the prices were better. You know, school didn't cost so much, car didn't cost so much, and the car was solid. You know what I mean? It would run forever. You know, stuff like that. Like I'll be saying about the pots.
And there's still ones that do now if you choose well, and if you maintain your shit. It costs more. More is also available. You know, 90% of people that come at me going, "Oh, I can't do this. I don't have to do this." I could whip out 3 or 4 government programs, and they're like, "But, have you looked into them? Have you tried them? Have you even sat down on your computer and gone, how can I get a grant, government assistance, or anything like that?"
I need
and
a grant.
they're all like, "No." And I'm
I
like,
was looking.
well,
I did a search. Best thing that kept popping up on me was the fucking loans. I need some money. They won't pay for my my financial aid. I've gone over 600% or some shit, and they won't because of the amount of time it's taking me to finish my degree. They won't pay for my financial aid no more. So, and I still need like 4 classes. This semester I'm only taking 1 class because I had to pay out of pocket for it, and I can't afford it. It costs $2,000 per class. So I was looking, I was searching, I was looking for something.
That's where I'm at. I got 2 degrees that I can get. It takes 10 classes to get both of them. But I need 7 in one, and I need 5 in the other. And they all...
I'm not going to let me...
Actually, it's 7 different classes I need for 10 credits total. But they bleed over. Some of them are for both of them.
I'm not going to let it stop me.
I just stopped, man.
It's just going to take me longer, and that's what fucking really got me depressed. But anyways, let me read some comments. It says, nobody said you need $400K house or a $50K car. Going to college is a choice. That's a fair comment. Another one, it says, dude, 100. Was just saying this to someone a few days ago. My credit score goes down when I pay off my house and my car in full. Conversely, if I open a new home and or auto loan, my credit score goes up, provided on-time payments. Like the system is legit designed to reward more debt. It's insane. I'd argue credit scores are a bit of a trap as well. I have 800 right now, but about to close selling my house, which that plummet as a come drastically out of debt. Yeah, so debt is the point of the post is about debt. This whole thing is ran on debt. It's all about debt.
Okay. What the guy was talking about there about credit is based on using credit responsibly. So yeah, the more you use it, the higher your credit rating goes. The better you use it, the higher your credit rating goes. You can use credit and never pay a single dollar in interest, but still use it and increase your credit rating.
Yeah, that's the way you really should do it. But
I brought my credit rating from 495 at the end of the pandemic to a 720 in the last 3 years.
Yeah, but it's a ripoff. It's a scam. If you pay for everything cash, you'd have no credit, non-existent credit. You just went and paid your car outright. You bought your house outright, or you bought whatever outright. No, they're gonna say you have no credit.
And because you've not proven that you can pay your bills. All you've proven is that you can drop lump sums of money down. The idea of credit is, can this guy pay his bills over the long term? And then they base, long-term loans, 30-year loans on, okay, yeah, we know he's going to be able to take care of his bills on a month-to-month basis. That's what credit's about. Credit is about getting credit. It's about borrowing and using money responsibly. And people use it as a sign of responsibility because if you pay your debts and stuff, well, that means you're going to be pretty responsible. Problem is, people get caught up in a low spot, or like us, all of a sudden something happens, like we're at a good restaurant, but all of a sudden, say, the road starts getting fixed for a period of 2 or 3 months. And then all of a sudden, we're making a quarter of the income because we don't have traffic like we used to. And then our bills start skipping, and then that credit rating starts dropping because we're having to choose, well, we can't pay this credit bill. We got food, we got lights, we got phone, we've got house. Everything from there is extra right now. And that's how my credit rating went from over 700 down to 500 over the course of a few years. I just got my ass whooped by life.
I'm telling you, man. Let me play this.
But
It's calling for change
credit
after
rating is for that, and
yeah, but it's tough though, man. You make one little mistake, you lose your job, something happens, you get sick, and you're screwed. Like, you have to be perfect. It's not. The system is set up to keep you down. The credit system. Because the credit don't just affect.
the idea, it's set up to take advantage of people. It's set up to take advantage of people who either don't use it responsibly, or like we both just said, get in an unfortunate spot and have to use credit to live on for a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, but see, the other part of it is, like, credit doesn't just affect what you buy; it can affect,
like, a whole pandemic that just happened.
Yeah, exactly. Unfortunate series of events. It can affect your job opportunities.
There are some jobs that you can't get a job at a bank or a lot of security places if you don't have at least a fair or better credit rating.
It can affect you getting an apartment. So I mean, it's a lot. Let me play this, because it says Houston Police Chief Troy Finner.
Actually, your credit rating for apartment and your credit rating for apartments are a completely different system from the 3-score credit rating.
Yeah.
Your lease and stuff is based off of a different one called Nexus or something like that, and that's based on what your income versus your bills, and is also based on your rental history and stuff like that. And one thing that people don't need to know about that is, if you get evicted by a company and you win, that still counts as an eviction against you when you go to try to find a new place. It's not whether you win or lose the evictions, it's how many times you've been filed against is what they count when they look at your record when you're trying to win a new place. And that's just something I want to put out there for people that are having problems after the whole C-19, because they filed on a lot of people like they were still getting out, and they were filing on 2 months, 3 months in a row to try to force them out. And those actually is 2 and 3 filings on there. Even if the judge went, that's wrong, dismissed, that's wrong, dismissed, and then you gotta go, that's still 3 evictions on your record.
Yeah.
That's how they're getting us, man.
Let me play this. Check it out.
Charges, and the chief wants harsher penalties. Listen.
If you shot a gun and you fired it into a crowd, what would the punishment be? We need the same damn punishment when people are fleeing in vehicles, because it makes no sense.
Houston's police chief is calling for change after a police sergeant's mother was killed in a crash with carjacking suspects. The men running from the police moments before impact. Houston police say it was Wednesday night when two men carjacked a woman near Hobby Airport. Police spotted the vehicle about 10 yesterday morning, leading to a short chase, but police eventually lost sight of them. Then moments later, HPD saying that the two men flew through an intersection and hit the victim's car. The men are now facing felony murder charges, and the chief wants harsher penalties. Listen.
If you shot a gun and you fired it into a crowd, what would the punishment be? We need the same damn punishment when people are fleeing in vehicles, because it makes no sense.
Houston
Police Chief Troy Finner is calling on lawmakers to take action after an innocent woman was killed and others were hurt in a crash involving suspects fleeing from police. So I got a lot of feelings about this particular story. You know, my mom got hit. The police hit her. They were chasing after someone, and they hit her and T-boned her car and totaled it. And she still have back problems to this day as a result of that incident. And so the thing I have a problem with these car chases, and I've spoken on it many times before. I mean, I don't like them. I don't think that we should be doing all of these car chases. You know, I think it's a archaic as way of doing things. With all the technology that we have today, I don't think it's necessary to be chasing these people. It's not the cost effectiveness is not worth it. You know what I'm saying? The danger, the risks involved. In this case, it was the suspects who hit the car and killed the lady. But it's been plenty of cases where it was the police who hit a car, someone who didn't have anything to do with the car chase, and people got hurt. It's dangerous to be chasing these cars all the time. You know, they got other ways that they can deal with this stuff. They don't have to be like cops and robbers or whatever you want to call it, like old school freaking Dukes of Hazzard. Doing these damn car chases throughout the city is not safe. It's dangerous. We can deal with this stuff in different ways. We don't have to do this. Go pick them up. You know what I mean? Take down the license plates. You know, get a description of the person. You know, use the surveillance cameras and even like the helicopters or whatever. You know, do it in different ways. You don't have to be doing these damn police chases all the damn time. Like, I really got to catch the criminal. Like, I got to catch him, you know. What do you think?
Well, I think it was very clear that it was a short chase. I think it was very clear that they either got eyes on the sky or on camera on them, and were doing pretty much exactly what you said, because they had lost sight of them and they were still going. But you do, and another, it wasn't their car; it was a carjacked car. So you know, you can't always just. You have to establish eye contact if you want a helicopter to follow them. You have to have full surveillance coverage of all possible routes if you want to track them by camera, which I'll tell you, I will fight that myself, because I'm going to fight cameras going up on every corner, every place. I mean, there's a lot to, we got to stop, we can't do it this way. We already have passed several laws here in Houston about, you know, once it reaches a certain point, they back off. And that point is establishing a reasonable situation. Like, if it's danger to the public, back off. If you can get, they stay on until they get eyes on the sky, and they try to get some sort of photograph, which is, if you notice, they've got all of that in that clip right there. I mean, yeah, police work is changing and things like that. but you can't look at every incident like you have in the past, as it's come in the past. If we're going to tell them to make it better, we have to give them the chance to get better, and we have to look at this under the eyes that they're trying to do things better. And when they don't, and it's obvious that they don't, that's when we need to say something. But criticizing every single little thing they do and the progress isn't step forward, literally, you're just kicking them when they're down and taking their own heart and pride out of what they're trying to do. And I happen to agree with the guy. If you are the pursuit of a police chase and you kill somebody, you have just committed an assault with a deadly weapon with an intent to kill. Vehicular homicide.
I'm not going to even argue
You've
with that.
chosen to be where you are. You've chosen to.
But the cops don't need to chase. If the cops wasn't chasing him, would he take off and drive recklessly like he was? I mean, and I understand you know, I was saying like
Because he stole the car and they saw him.
Okay,
So
I mean,
they were chasing him because he carjacked somebody.
Right. So, but if the cops wasn't like chasing him, would he be driving
Your
recklessly? Like
solution right now literally is, you're literally saying, oh, wow, they carjacked that guy. What are we going to do? Nothing. Why? Because if we chase him, he may hurt somebody.
Yes. So what is?
Okay, so
Yeah,
how are you going to keep track of the guy? How are you going to find who that is? How are you going to stop that person from doing it again?
Well, even if they did get away, we're talking about loss of property versus loss of life. You know what I'm saying? That somebody died. The police officer's mom or whatever died. She didn't have nothing to do with nothing. You know what I'm saying? It was a carjacking. Okay, if the dude gets away with it, you lost some property. Okay, the woman will be still alive.
That steals the car, is it?
The woman would still be alive, even if the dude got away. Okay, but then there's nobody who died.
Okay. I'm not gonna. No. I'm done. I'm done.
Let me read some comments. It says they want change now that it's happened to one of their own family members, but screw all the other people who have lost loved ones to the same shit, right? Shaking my head. Change could have been made a long time ago. Another comment, it says,
and I just talked about how the laws and stuff are changing and have been changing. But no one wants to recognize, no one wants to say anything about stuff getting better. They just want to go, oh, we need to end all of this now. We need to just stop enforcing laws. We just need to allow this to happen because, someone might get hurt when these guys are going to do it again. What about the next person that they fucking carjack? What about the next person they stick a gun in their face? What about their life? What about the person they give a heart attack to because they stuck a gun in their face? They're still going to speed off of where they carjacked at high ignorant speeds. It's still a threat to.
You're breaking up, and I hear you, you know, but it shouldn't be that the cops escalate situations. They should be de-escalating situations. I read another comment. It says, so now that an HPD family member got killed, they want to do that. Another comment, it says, he wasn't calling for change when officers hit citizens or when off-duty police officers got into fender benders and pull their weapons on people and have shootouts. Another comment, it says, chasing only makes people drive even more dangerously. Same with pit maneuvers. Surely there are better ways to capture them. That's like basically what I said. Another comment, it says, well, about a year ago, same thing happened to my sister-in-law, brother, and the man who killed him was let out on bond 2 days later for a miserable $500. I hope laws change after this incident, which was only about 1 mile or less from last year's incident. Same, an innocent person, life taken. Judges, ABD, government need to something finally. Justice needs to be served. No bond for anyone who takes. Ugh. All the typos is making it hard for me to read this. No bond for anybody who takes something person's life, period, in Jesus' name. This person was emotional when they was writing this, apparently. I feel them. I really do. Judges, government needs to do something finally. Justice needs to be served. Just hurt my head trying to read that. Another comment says, I say the same thing when a cop kills someone in a crash while in pursuit. You also get the murder charge. They always want to be above the law. Another comment, it says, oh, so it's only a problem until it affects you, I see. Another one, it says, maybe stop chasing them. It don't make sense to put other people to die or be hurt because y'all can't catch them. Another comment, it says, don't chase them. Y'all are asinine to the highest degree, so allow violent felonies to take place and do nothing. Let's wait until the criminals park and willingly surrender. You're only encouraging more of this. Also, the police lost sight and were no longer chasing, and the suspect still crashed. Soft-ass citizens sympathizing with criminals, clowns. Another comment says, the cops chasing them should also be held accountable. Just two more. It says, oh, now it matters when someone close is caught in the crossfire. Another one, it says, it's these damn judges that don't punish these people when they commit a crime. They always have to care about the damn money. They always leave people on 1,000 bond and shit. They need to stop putting them bonds and relying on people trying to get them out to get money. Yeah, I don't agree with the bond system either, though. I really don't. It's just another shady thing that happens, that they take advantage of poor people. So, because if you're poor, then you have to stay in jail. And if you have money, then you can get out. You know, a lot of times these people are innocent and they're just sitting in a jail waiting for court. Let's read this. It says, ex-Colombian soldier pleads guilty in Moise assassination case. Haitian News. A retired Colombian soldier accused of taking part in killing of President Jovenel Moise pled guilty on Thursday in Miami federal court and now faces a life sentence in prison, according to media reports. German Riviera, also known as Colonel Mike, is the second man who pleaded guilty in the case after Rodolphe Jar, who did so in March, was sentenced to life in June. Jar was sentenced to life for co-plotting the murder and providing materials. So yeah, they're still cleaning up or whatever the situation related to Jovenel Moise. And it's a mess in Haiti. It's been ever since. Well, it was before, but really a huge mess ever since this assassination. But I really wouldn't be surprised if some of these people were actually just kind of like scapegoats for a bigger situation related to this. Like somebody has to be held accountable or people are going to be upset. But will the people who was really behind this get held accountable? A couple more comments. It says, Haitians on IG swear it's the US, France, Canada, the Clintons, the CIA and KGB, and Interpol behind the assassination of Jovenel. Meanwhile, it's been the Haitian oligarchs and corporate politicians as usual. Dippy and I can't read that. So yeah, they do want to make things look like it's bigger, but then he said Haitian oligarchs and corrupt politicians as usual. So, but then what oligarchs or Haitian politicians have been held accountable? It's this one. It says retired Colombian soldier. That's not an oligarch or a politician. Another comment that says, why is the U.S. trying anyone for Haiti's crimes? Everyone wants justice, but why is the U.S. involved? Wait, it didn't say the U.S. I don't know if the U.S. had anything to do with this. Did they? Another comment that says,
The trial was in Miami.
oh shit, my brain didn't click on that. Okay. There goes another thing related to what I was saying though with the scapegoat thing. That is interesting. Why would they be tried in Miami? So is he going to go to jail in the States? That is weird. So it's like if you commit a crime in like another country, how do
It's
they?
part of world court and stuff like that going on. It brought him to America to remove him from potential bias from either country involved. We do that all the time. U.S. court, Miami. There's international court there that does all kinds of stuff like that.
Yeah, see, I'm not aware of that stuff. I'm ignorant.
Yeah, that's why I mentioned it, because you were starting to spin conspiracy.
Yeah, I'm ignorant when it comes to that. Because as far as I understand, it's like related to jurisdictions. You have to be extradited, or you have to be. How does it work? Like you're in another country, they have to work with that other country and get them to extradite you for them to hold you accountable or whatever. As far as my understanding was for those kinds of situations. I didn't know, like, so who's pressing the charges?
Or you just fall asleep somewhere in South America, and when you wake up, you're in a hotel room in Miami getting freaking arrested by immigration. That's how some of these guys end up getting caught, in case you haven't noticed.
Yeah, I understand that, and that's the reason why they don't want to carry their paperwork, and like you don't know who they are or whatever. So that's their way of avoiding, going to jail for the crimes that they committed in their home countries. Yeah. So, but in this situation, who is pressing the charges?
See,
That's my
here's
question.
the thing: you're asking questions about something you need to research first.
Yeah, I don't know anything about.
You're going to start to pontificate. You're going to start to spin, and yeah, let's not go to fantasy lands until we know more about what you can actually type in real quick. Why was so and so tried in Miami? And it will probably tell you within the first couple of bits.
Yeah, let me do that right
But
quick.
like I
'cause I'm
said,
curious.
that sounds to me like instead of doing that now on the whim on the side, you need to look that up while you got a few minutes, and that way you can turn it into a subject and understand and show how more of these cases are being done that way too. It's not
Yeah.
just this one. There's more.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave a note about it because I'm about to wrap the show anyways. I'm gonna.
Trust me, this is one you're gonna want to dedicate a little time to.
Yeah, this is something I want to dedicate some time to. Yeah, I'm gonna leave a note about it. Okay, it's a couple more. I think it's just one more I wanted to do. Let me see. It might be two.
And hell, sometimes they'll bring them here just because they know they can't keep them alive back in either of the countries of origin.
Yeah. Yeah, I would think that the people of Haiti would get to this guy.
Or the people of Colombia. Either one.
Let's do a couple more. I think it's 2 or 3 I want to do, and then we're out of here. Philly police officer charged with murder by DA Larry Krasner. It says the Philadelphia police officer who fatally shot Eddie Lazzari last month at near point-blank range as he sat in his car has been charged with murder by District Attorney Larry Krasner. We've seen this happen so many times before. Philly police claim that Lazzari lunged at the officer, Mark Dial, with a knife. Video shows that they lied. Dial arrived on the scene and almost immediately shot Irizarry to death while he sat in the driver's seat of his car. Usually the officer gets away with it, but because so many of you took action with us to make sure that Larry was elected and re-elected as DA, Dial has now been charged with murder. Before Krasner took office in 2018, the city police officer hadn't been charged with an on-duty shooting in nearly 2 decades. This is the 4th time Krasner has charged an officer in connection with an on-duty shooting. This is not coincidence. That's the result of strategic grassroots activism to put the right people in office. We've always said it, the people we elect to serve as district attorneys can change the course of justice in America, and today we have groundbreaking news that proves why this work is so crucial. Okay. Philadelphia. Couple comments. It says, and if the Philadelphia police says they're going to quit in mass, let them. The neighborhoods will be safer. Another comment. It says, thank heaven Philly has Krasner. 99% of DAs would have let this slide after the public stopped paying attention. Another comment, it says, this is the real reason why the cops can't stand him. Another comment, it says, we need to protect that DA. Another one, it says, he shot that poor kid down like an animal.
Hey,
I feel
man,
sorry for his
I'm
parents.
all for this.
You're breaking up.
When I argue about how things are changing, we have to let them. We have to watch. This is the stuff that I'm talking about. It is happening, and we have to encourage it. And we have to stop discouraging the ones that are trying by coming down on them with jackboot force on everything. I mean, there has to be moments, and I'm not talking about people that are like crazy violating rights, but ones that are in that gray area, give them the chance to go, hey, let's get right here, and find the training and stuff. And like I say, we need to get all of the former military that have come into the police over the last few years. We need to make sure they're okay. We need to make sure that they can have and continue to make the transition to protecting the people instead of everyone being an enemy. I mean, it's a mindset, and it's hard to process. But once they do, the military guys, I think, will be better police officers than just Joe off the street.
Yeah. Let's do this one real quick. It says, feds clear ERCOT to exceed emissions limits to avoid blackout. The Texas power grid has been cleared by Energy Secretary Jennifer Granholm to exceed federal pollution limits as grid operators struggle to keep electricity flowing amid a crippling heat wave. The exemption was issued Thursday and is good through Friday evening when temperatures in Texas are forecast to begin tapering off, allowing power plants to operate at maximum output between the hours of 5 p.m. and 9
You muted yourself. You muted yourself. You muted yourself. You muted yourself. You're muted. Chaka, you're muted. You're muted. You are muted. Oh, Wizard of Things, please hear me. See, I'm trying to signal that we can't hear you. Your microphone is dead. You are muted. I can't hear you. You got a good rant going on, but nobody can hear a thing about what you're saying because you're muted. You've been muted for
Okay,
about the
y'all can
last
hear me.
4
How long
minutes.
ago? What did the last thing you heard me say?
It was several minutes ago. Go back on your stuffed feet a little bit there, and I can tell you where you were.
Damn, how long? You know, the previous one, the one where I was talking about.
Yeah, it was that one. You were
Yeah.
reading that one. It went out at the very first of that.
Damn it. I don't really care about this post anyways.
Basically, they're going to let them go to go maximum pollution for 4 hours a day.
Right.
That's not
Right.
unreasonable with a heat wave like we're hitting right now.
Right. I mean, they have to do something. Yeah, I don't really care about this post anyways. Let me move on. Damn it, I hate it when that happens. Let me read this. It says a new
That's
study
okay. Where did
reveals.
you go back and see the clip of me all going, you're muted, can't hear you.
And I couldn't see you because I was on the other screen, and then you sent the text message, and that's what it was. So I appreciate that. I really do.
That's what you originally got me here for. So
yeah, I really appreciate that a lot. Let me read this. It says a new study reveals that when poor kids have access to food stamps, They live longer, earn more, get more educated, live in better neighborhoods, and are less likely to get incarcerated. Every $1 invested in food stamps for children under 5 yields a societal benefit worth $62. And this is one of the points that I try to make all the time, related
No
to
problem with that.
And I think that people just they can't see the benefits, of things like this. Like, these social programs have benefits that aren't easily measured. Like, what is the? Go ahead.
Let me. Here's the problem from a point of view of I of course have obviously been on food stamps once or twice in my life, all that bit, and I understand, and I used them right. I got my basics, I got this and that. What upsets people is when they in the grocery store and the lady pulls up with 2 carts of groceries with, high dollar steaks and seafood and organics and all that stuff in it, and then uses that WIC card and stuff on it. And it's like, they see that, and it's like, they're on welfare, they get food stamps, they're eating better than I do. I mean, I've seen it. A lot of people have seen it. Now that it's on a card, it's a little better because, heck, I remember going to the grocery store with a $1 food stamp when they were actual paper bills and getting a nickel candy and getting the change and doing that 3 or 4 times during the day and using all the change to get a pack of cigarettes.
Yeah.
I
Well,
mean,
you could
people are
just
going to do
sell.
what they want with their money. I know people that will. You get $1,000, they'll give you $800 cash or $750 cash, and then they'll go spend that $1,000 on the groceries.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. They could just sell the food stamps.
Any system can be taken care of.
And but with the WIC,
No matter how wonderful the utopia is, there will always be a black market.
yeah. Well, I gotta say, one comment is the WIC. They can only buy specific items with the WIC. So, but the thing is, though, that I don't think
Hey,
people.
have you noticed that the WIC certified items, if you look at the WIC stickers when you go, the pink ones, it's the $5 name brand milk normally has the WIC sticker on it, not the $2.50 store brand milk. Like when you're going to Kroger and places like that, even though since it's milk, they both qualify. They just put the WIC symbol down on the $5 one because that way the store makes more money from the government.
That makes sense. So, but what I want people to focus on here is that that you want to fight crime. You want it to be less crime. Then you want to kind of focus on poverty. You know what I mean? If the family is not hungry, then they're less likely to go do crimes. If the kid is more educated, he's less likely to go do more crimes. You know what I'm saying? These social programs, these social net programs benefit the society as a whole. People want to look at things in a selfish way and be like, I work and I make money and I have to spend my cash money on groceries, and this person gets food stamps and they get to get groceries. I wish I could get some food stamps. I ain't gonna lie. But what we have to look at is the benefit that we all get from this. And it's really true. So like this one, it said each dollar invested yields $62 of societal benefit. And I bet a lot of people would be like, how could that be? It's because they can't really understand that it's really difficult to measure this stuff,
It's an investment. It's not an acquisition. It's an investment in someone's worth, not a pound of flesh, not a physical. It's like insurance versus a box of cereal. It's a conceptual game versus something in your hand. And these people don't understand tit for tat doesn't matter right now. One for one doesn't matter. Right now, we have the largest generation of old people getting old. Baby boomers, there was more born after that. Gen X is pretty freaking big, and we're some cantankerous motherfuckers. We got about 10, 15 years old before the oldest of us are the ones in the old folks' homes. We gonna be causing some shit, and we need nurses. We need people that are going to take care of people. And to do that, we need to invest in the kids, because if you don't invest in the kids, who's there going to be? You know, these are the caretakers. The kids are the caretakers and stuff like that. And if they don't feel like they were taken care of by the generation ahead or generations ahead by the government, then why are they going to want to take care of anyone but themselves?
And that's just one example. Like, there's so many, and it's because people,
I'm just trying to be a little funny.
People look at the stuff like in a quantitative way, and they don't understand or don't want to think of things in like a qualitative way. Like, you can measure things in a quantitative way, and then the numbers come back in a certain way that makes sense to people. But then if you have to look at the numbers and measure them in a qualitative way, and then you'll get back the numbers how it benefits the society as a whole when we help.
I got a good way to quantitatively measure this for people. For every one child that we stop from becoming a drug dealer because they feel like that's the only way out, we probably just saved 100 other people's lives.
Exactly.
That's a good way to measure it. And I'm averaging that on the low end if they're smart. Because if they're smart kids that don't make it out, that's even more dangerous. Because that's 1,000, that's even more lives lost, ruined by the drugs that they peddle instead of walking away. And people will go, yeah, that will just spread out to other people, but there's still going to be that group of people amongst those that don't go that way because, well, I couldn't get it for a while, and that was long enough that I stopped needing it. I stopped wanting it.
Yeah.
Every time we invest in our kids, every time we invest in our kids, we are investing in making sure our country is better and stronger and is less the way that it is now.
Right. So, I think about the line where it says greatness withering on the vine. How many of the kids that, the kid that could have cured cancer, could have came up with some kind of great new invention, or, any kind of thing that could have helped humanity or just help your country or just, make things better overall. But he's some kid that's in the projects or whatever, and he's starving, and his life goes in a certain direction that he wouldn't have went in if it was just a little bit of help to keep him from, struggling so bad. These social programs don't just help the people that are on the social programs. They help the rest of us too. And that's what I really want people to try to understand. Let me read this. It says, conservatives who would actually benefit from food stamps don't care because they think they're somehow in the same socioeconomic class as billionaires. Another comment, it says, I was lucky to be a child when America wanted everyone to be able to live the American dream. As a baby, my mother was single, divorced, and we were on food stamps, and I got free lunches. I studied, worked my way through college, and now am a professional tax-paying citizen. So sad that those years for this country seem to be in the past. The wealthy privileged don't seem to want people to be able to live well if they work hard. Keeping people poor and uneducated means you can manipulate them easier. Another comment says, you have to be a special kind of asshole to not want to feed children so they can have a better life. Another comment, it says, imagine if those same children had access to proper welfare that meant they could live with dignity on an income through Social Security. Another comment, it says, my parents were on food stamps when I was little. My dad's company let him go because he was picketing for better pay for women. My parents were both college educated and they had 2 kids to feed. There was other options for them. I am a retired public school teacher with 2 master's degrees. My brother is a colonel in the Army with several master's degrees as well. Food stamps helped our bodies and minds grow. Another comment, it says, can't keep the jails full if you start that stuff. Another comment, it says, imagine that feeding children is worthwhile. Who would have thought it? Another comment, it says, cruelty seems the point when decades of studies prove that poverty can be eliminated and at least curtailed. Another comment says, but it's communism. Irony off.
Hey man, you know me, as far right as some people accuse me of being, I'm one of the people that supports that breakfast and lunch should be free at any institution that is funded by public money. Excuse me, any learning institution. And that includes colleges, by the way. If it's funded by state money, the cafeteria should have a basic Luby's piece of crap lunch that may not be the best, but everyone can friggin' eat.
I agree with you because these college kids be broke and hungry too and be struggling. But these colleges are private institutions, though. You know, they do get money from the state or whatever. But
agreed, and yeah, but that's one of those toss-ups. I mean, if they want to take government money, it needs to come with some government rules
and some kind of benefits to the people. Yeah, this one right here where it says, but it's communism. That's the argument that a lot of people will make, you know. Yeah, I don't want to live in a communist country, so I don't want the kids to have freaking food.
Well, see, taxes are not theft, and infrastructure and basic social programs is not socialism. They're the responsibility of a government that is expanded to a size that we have, to the amount of population and people we have, and to the richness that we have. It is a responsibility of the government to make sure people don't die just for fucking living.
Yeah, I don't think a lot of people would.
People don't agree with me.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think a lot of people would.
I still consider myself more on the conservative side. I'm going to say, I still consider myself on the conservative side. But no, if we're going to pay these taxes and do stuff, they need to go toward a minimum lifestyle for our entire country, as well as infrastructure and the things that they do. We need to stop worrying about, okay, if you were to start talking about climate change and taxes on that, how come we have peaches that are picked in Argentina, canned in China, and then sold in the United States?
Yes. Great example.
I mean, and if you don't believe me, I will get that picture somewhere. I've got it. The actual says picked in Argentina, packed in somewhere over there, and then it was a guy, and he's in I think a New York store or an East Coast store that bought it.
Yeah.
Let's address that kind of stuff. Along with global warming and all of these things.
Yeah, 100% agree with you. you know. But people are gonna call it big government. They're gonna say, you know, that's them dipping into people's lives or trying to control people's
But
lives
no,
or whatever.
that's smaller government. Less control. We're not trying to control the people. We're not trying to give people a free, I'm not saying give people a free ride. I'm telling people that, you know, first of all, if there's kids involved, shut the fuck up and get them food.
Yeah.
I don't want to hear what kind of argument you have about it.
Because the
Okay.
kid didn't choose, like their parents, like but the
I'm not
argument,
going into the argument of they didn't choose to be alive. That's a bullshit argument on every
no, but they
aspect.
didn't. They don't have any choice in how they get food or whatever. Like they can't pay bills. They
Yes.
can't work a job. They don't have any power over their life in that way.
And I'll
Like,
tell you, I don't care if the adult goes hungry, they should be able to send their kids somewhere to get something to eat. To
yeah,
go in, eat in that, even a place that they can't go into. But the problem with that is now you've got all these places where kids are, and that's going to start attracting the wrong kind of people.
yeah. But then people have the argument where
And then
so
one time, something going bad with a person like that is going to cast a shadow on the entire program.
yeah. So but
Because
people are,
that's the way it is today.
yeah, it's crazy. So, and people are gonna say, well, if you feed the kids, then the parents are just gonna buy more cigarettes and alcohol and drugs and stuff instead of buying food for their kids.
But at least the kids aren't hungry.
Telling you, man. Let me read a couple more comments. It says, if it was about wellness, we wouldn't have any kids hungry. The prison industry and the rich enjoy this misery. Another comment that says, so you're telling me human children need food in order to live and thrive? Noted. Another comment that says, 100%, but that would create more fear in the Christian conservative white community that the government will continue to allow it. Every crime, every part of hate and act of violence that happened can probably be traced back to the experience each person had growing up. Nature and nurture. We are definitely not a nurturing society. Another comment, it says, I went to college with a guy who is definitely not in the lane of who you would consider a Democrat voter. Years ago, I asked him, I don't want to get into politics, but it seems like despite how most people would see you, you don't seem like you're going to be voting for a Republican candidate. His simple answer was, growing up, my mom was a single mother of 3 kids. We were on welfare. She raised us alone while working a full-time job. She put us through college. We're all successful and have good jobs. Republicans want to end everything that made this possible for us. I didn't know his world until he told me that. It was nothing I ever experienced. I was already a former GOP voter, but hearing that made me know leaving that party was the right move. If you're not in the 1%, the GOP only cares about your vote, forcing you to have a baby and radicalizing you to fight for policies that hurt rather than help you. Another comment, it says, not new information to those politicians who just don't care in both artificially entrenched mega corporate owned sponsored corrupted parties. All the more reason both primary cycles need to be opened up rather than rigged to minimize candidates. I completely agree with that. Was a great comment right there. He said both artificially entrenched mega corporate owned sponsored corrupted parties. All the more reason both primary cycles need to be opened up rather than rigged to minimize candidates. Because that's what happens. You have to be registered in whatever party to vote in those primary cycles for whichever party you want, that you're already registered to or whatever. And it doesn't leave room for you to vote independent or for the other party or whatever, because you're not going to have time to change your voter registration. Yep. That's the way they do it.
That's primaries. That's not
Yeah, that's in the primaries.
regular
But
and
the
open. It doesn't matter what your voter registration is. It will not change what your vote is come election day, or what you can or cannot vote on election day. That's only whether or not you are able to participate in one primary or another.
but
And
the
you can't
primaries.
participate in both in the same year, but you can participate in one year and one the next, because I did that.
Yeah. So, but what people don't understand is, the primary set up because the candidates that you vote for in the main election was put there in the primaries. And a lot of times there's really good candidates in the primaries that got weeded out and didn't make it. The ones that maybe you would have voted for in the main contest, but they didn't make it out of the primaries.
So you want to open the ability for the other party to come in and vote against highly qualified candidates as well, to knock them out of the running, because politics is dirty fucking pool.
Yeah, well, there's gonna definitely be a negative, a negative side to everything. So, but if you had more choices, it would be better. That's why we need to have more than just the two political parties.
Well,
We need to
the
have
problem
viable third
is
parties.
the funds, that $3 you put on your taxes that goes towards stuff, it can only be claimed by another party if they get 5% of the votes or more in a presidential election. So say the Green Party or the Libertarian Party pull off 5% of the vote, which by doing that would totally wreck whichever side, if the Green Party got 5% of the vote, that would hose the Democratic candidate. And if the Libertarian Party got 5% of the vote, it would completely hose the Republican candidate.
Right.
But that's the only way they qualify for all that money that we do that check mark on our tax form for every year.
Yep. And since I've been watching politics, it hasn't happened.
No, it's never happened. Never in the history of that rule has it happened. Never. No one's ever been able to get, no party has ever gotten, I think, more than 4.3.
Yeah.
I mean, and I might be wrong on that even. Yeah, that's one of those crazy ones. It's like, I really think that anyone that can be anyone on the ballot that can get on the ballot in all 50 states should qualify for part of that presidential election fund.
Yeah, but that's what I was saying before. A lot of times these third parties can't get on all 50 states ballot. That's an issue. And then the way that the rhetoric they do every cycle is like, this is
they're making it harder now.
This is the most important election of your life. And then they say, if you vote for a third party, then you're just giving your vote away to the other side and sacrificing one side. Like, you got to choose the lesser of two evils, or you're sacrificing da 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 da. And it's the most important election in your life, and it's not worth it to do it. And people fall for it every time.
So I just look people in the eye when they give me that argument and go, you know what? If you vote for the lesser of two evils, you're still choosing to vote for evil.
Telling you. That's why I've been abstaining a lot. Let me read a couple more comments.
You don't understand. It's not a, I don't like that guy. It's a, I agree with that guy. I'm giving that person, your vote is a thumbs up for one person and a thumbs down for the other. Doesn't matter why you voted. You're saying that guy is okay, and I'm putting my word behind him.
And
Are
a
you
lot of
putting
people,
your word because you're being a nasty person and you don't like the other person, or you believe in him? I won't give you a thumbs up just because I don't like your opponent. I think they're worse, because I'm not going to say I'm okay with you.
right. And that's what I was about to say, is a lot of people vote against others instead of voting for someone. They vote for this person just because they're voting against the other one. It's not that they really support that person. They're just voting against the other one, which is really fucked up. Let me read a couple more of these. It says preschool has similar benefits, and now you know why Republicans block poor Black children from food. Intended outcome. Another comment, it says, and that's exactly why conservatives don't want poor kids to have access to food. Another one, it says, I want to thank the American taxpayers for investing in me. It has paid off them and me both. Another one, it says, I was a food stamp, free school lunch, and some free college. That turned into a great career. I paid it all back in higher taxes, and I paid full ticket for my own children's education. Couple more. It says, don't know who you are, but you definitely fit my alter ego profile. Thanks for being me. What kind of comment is that? Another comment, always talking about the kid in the picture. Another comment, it says, that's why so many right-wingers are against SNAP. Another one, absolutely living in a food desert. It's not a good place to be. Another one, it says, sadly, the rich only pretend to care as long as they have enough staff at low cost. The rest are irrelevant, and it's their fault. The far right and rich hate the poor. One more. How about this? No kids should be hungry no matter what the ROI is.
That's pretty much exactly what I said. No kid should be hungry, period.
Period. In a country like this one, could understand it somewhere else in the world, but over here it doesn't really make
And
sense.
I'm even talking about them little babies crossing over and being from their parents and all that. I'm talking about none of them either.
Yeah. I always feed people. I hate to see. I was hungry a lot when I was growing up. I hate to see people hungry, and I feed people all the time. I might not give you any money, but I'll feed you.
Dude, that's one of the things I like about where I work is we don't throw the food away in the dumpster at the end of the night. The leftovers, we'll break it up. People, the kitchen takes half of it home. Anything they send with me gets given to someone on the road or is given to one of the bars that doesn't have a kitchen.
And I appreciate those meatballs you gave me that night, bro. I ate on them things for like 2 days.
I told you they were fucking good, man.
Yep. I made like meatball sandwiches one day, and then I made like pasta another day. Yep.
Yeah, it's funny. I've been working 2 years in an Italian place, and I still make spaghetti at home.
Yeah. Yeah, I made like a spaghetti and meatballs, like a angel hair and meatballs. And it was good. I enjoyed it. Yep. I have to wrap it, man. I got to be to work in the morning. I'm going to get about 4 hours of sleep.
So I close 6 nights a week right now, so.
I haven't been. Since school started, they've been giving me too much damn time off, man. I've been making that much money. It's really fucking stressing me out.
Dude, I'm going to tell you right now.
It's been slow this week, too.
You might think about looking into over here when that Social Security office opens up.
Yeah.
Because you'd be able to switch to do nothing but days and bank, because once they open up, it's going to be it's like 1,500 people a day can be processed through it. And being an Italian restaurant at our prices right next door there, we're going to get so much friggin' walk-in traffic, it's not going to be funny.
Yeah, man. Something's got to give. So, yeah, I'm working on my resume this coming week, and something got to give.
I'm about to take 3 weeks off and rent a car and do Uber and Lyft.
Yeah.
I'm going to set up a camera and stuff and record and chat with people and things like that. Maybe clip some shorts and stuff like that. And
that'd be nice, man. I'd like to see that.
say Doc Uber or something like that.
Well, anyways, man, peace and love. Thank y'all for listening. Thank y'all for joining. We'll be back tomorrow. Peace.